you.
Thanks, James.
They said we can just help ourselves any time there. This one might be better. Let's go and walk up and sorry, and you can't have, can you have water or not?
No,
No, I didn't think so. Sent me the plane. He just sent me the plane conditions as well. So I've got the cues here as well if you want them.
Okay, I just want to wait for the team sheets.
Okay, let me send you.
I'm done with
Okay,
this.
so that's theirs.
Fine.
Okay,
USA.
that's the USA.
Yeah.
And then
So
let me just. I'm going to send you these conditions as well, so then we can. So those are the plane conditions. There's the right person. There we go. There's the team. Do you need their numbers as well? I've got their numbers right here. So you just tell me which player, and I'll tell you the number.
I don't understand.
So I've got the numbers for all the.
I don't understand what's happening.
No, we're just getting the team sheet down.
I'm gonna write it in here.
You're gonna write
and
it on there,
afterwards,
and then you put it in. Okay, that's fine. It's easy enough.
Did we have the? Do we have the correct game on the CSA app?
Yes.
Okay, great.
But this is not the.
No.
That's Arden. Isn't Arden oval?
Arden oval, yeah.
Yeah, then
No,
person
this is
top.
But
Arden,
then I
yes.
have the wrong link. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, okay.
But it is USA
Mhm.
versus
Yeah.
SA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. So we're not live yet, eh? We are live. So we are live, are we?
We are live, but just give me a moment.
Okay,
I
that's
just
fine.
need to-
No, the microphone's on. That's why I'm asking. Should I turn it off?
to start or I start?
So, Borida, good morning. Welcome to Green Point Cricket Club here in Cape Town. First game of this tournament. USA A won the toss and elected to bowl. So we've got the Welsh opening batsman coming out to the middle now. Number 1, Mike Hayden, Welsh team skipper, and with him the taller of the two opening batsmen, when he gets to the crease you'll find out he's a left-hander, is Neil Williams. So I'm with Johan, who's going to be able to give us a little bit more local flavour here. Johan, tell us a little bit about this ground and where we are.
So firstly, welcome to South Africa. Nice to have you and the Welsh team and all the participating teams in attendance. So just to start it off, we've got 2 South African teams called the Impalas and the Kudus. We have 2 teams from the US and Wales and Zimbabwe. That's our participation, the participating teams and nations. And we're kicking it off at Green Point Oval. There's also 2 matches at Claremont Cricket Club. But I must say, you've chosen a good time to be in Cape Town. Not a cloud in the sky, there's no breeze to really speak of. So this is a good start. You must come and visit more often. Normally it's quite blustery, and especially this time of the year when the change of season happens. But you couldn't ask for better conditions to kickstart the Over-60 international tournament. So 45 overs per side, and looking forward to a bumper edition. 18 matches coming your way, and welcome.
Diolch yn fawr. Well, you say it is a lovely day in Cape Town today. We've been in Cape Town for a week, and I think we've seen all 4 seasons. But all we haven't seen is snow so far. We got caught in a beautiful thunderstorm, actually being rained on. Thunderous rain in 30 degrees temperature. It's quite pleasant in a way. It's quite pleasant. So we've had that. We've had heavy winds almost blowing us off our feet. But as you say, Jan, today it's almost perfect, isn't it? And I know those listening at home in South Wales will be saying, the lucky so-and-sos. It's sort of 4 degrees here. It may be raining, it may not be raining, which means it'll be just about to rain at home. And they'll be looking at these pictures and seeing the sunshine, and they'll be cursing us, which is a great feeling. It's a great feeling. So sorry to all of you listening at home if the weather's not so good there. It's beautiful here. First ball. Mike Hayden faces. It's quite wide and it's colder wide.
So Pardeep Gill is the opening bowler for the USA A team. A man with a lot of experience, 151 vet matches. 111 wickets. That dreaded Nelson 111. But just to get back to your point, you have not visited Cape Town if you haven't had 4 seasons in one day. Then you haven't been here yet. It does happen.
Again, wide outside off stump. Again, called wide. That wasn't quite as wide as the first ball, but that gives us an indication, I think, of what we can expect from these umpires in terms of width today.
So they're using the ping ball. Just for our viewers at home, it's not your screen, it's not your telly, it is a ping ball. Nice and gentle full toss on leg stump, which is not put away. It's a bit of a freebie after the opening salvo where Wales were gifted a good start. If you don't have to play at the delivery and you get a run for that, then it's a good promising start. I must admit, I was quite fascinated by the amount of massages that was happening before the start of play, and this is day 1.
Well, it's day 7 for us, and we've been training quite hard. There's been a lot of exercising going on, and I think the boys are starting to feel it a little bit. So how are we going to cope with 6 games in 8 days? In the back of that, I don't know, but you can't say we haven't prepared.
Definitely, you've done your bit.
Yeah. There's a lot of in-swing there, isn't there? To the right hand, there's a lot of in-swing. Probably what he was playing for those first couple of balls, and they didn't swing. We have been told that in the first half hour or so here, it can swing a fair bit because it's still fairly moist. It's fairly humid conditions. Next ball.
Oh, it's a big shot.
It's a big shot.
Oh, he's given him. Oh, indifferent start with back-to-back wides, and then found a line and length, and then one that just snuck past the bat, hit the pads. First decision for the umpire is a positive one for USAA, And they're on the board in the wickets column, and that is a biggie for USAA. Fielding first. Umpires for this encounter, Wilma Jones and Chris Riss. Chris Riss first up. Gets the thing up in the air.
So yes, Mike Hale will be very disappointed. One of the more experienced Welsh batsmen. Prolific run scorer over the years is Mike. Not the most prolific last season. That's Neil Williams, who passed over 1,000 runs to Wales in 2024. Obviously we'll be wanting to carry on that form from last season. And who's this? I think joined by Adrian Webber. Aid plays at Croeso Ceiliog Cricket Club, which is, for those of you that know Wales, as you come into South Wales over the Severn Bridge, the first city you meet is Newport, and Croeso Ceiliog is just outside Newport, in Cwmbran, for those of you that know the area. And Aid has played exclusively for Croeso Ceiliog for his words, well over 40 years. You interpret what you like into that, but well over 40 years he's played for the one club. So he's here proudly representing Croeso Ceiliog Cricket Club, Adrian Webber.
Oh, so I think the first, what we've seen in this opening over is the in-drift that we've spoken about. So you've got to be alert to the fact you can't plant the front foot.
The wind's coming from that direction.
Correct.
It's coming. Table Mountain is over the bowler's left shoulder. It's a strong wind. That's where it's coming from. And so if he's a little bit prone to bowling in swing anyway, then it's all going to go that way, isn't it? And that's what we've seen mainly in this over, is that in swing. So 2 wides and a wicket off it. 2 for 1 after the first over.
The eventful start for USAA. They would have been slightly concerned with those opening 2 wides, but then a good line and length that was settled on, and it brought reward for Pardeep Patel Gill. Jersey 56, his number, and he's walking towards our commentary position, still in the inner circle, but he'll probably operate as a third man. Well, now he'll realise that there's a lefty on strike, so he'll become fine leg if they still want that position in play.
Is it number 9, the bowler? He'll be coming round the wicket, assuming he's a right-hander. He'll be coming round the wicket to Neil Williams, a left-hander.
So I would love to get your thoughts, just a bit of a background on cricket in Wales. I know we're not going to, I'll promise you, we will not speak Six Nations rugby, I promise you that. But very curious to find out the state of cricket in Wales.
Sorry, Jon, you just mentioned rugby. I'm leaving for the day.
No, we'll keep it off air, my friend. I won't do
no,
that to you.
It's okay.
It's a rebuilding phase.
Everybody likes a nice tragedy, don't they? No, let's talk about the cricket. Yeah, cricket in Wales. I mean, we've only got 89 overs to take you through the whole history of cricket in Wales. It's been going in an informal sense for well over 300 years. It started off like most cricket did, as sort of country cricket, country house cricket. Is the first ball of the second over, way down the leg side. That will be called. It may go. No, it hasn't quite got to the line. I'm sure that'll be called a wide. They've run 2. Yes, wide. So 3 runs to Wales. 5 runs to Wales, all extras so far.
All extras.
All extras. So it's Ali is the bowler. And the first club sides appeared at the turn of the 19th century. If anybody ever goes to Sophia Gardens, which is the test ground in Cardiff, there's a museum of Welsh cricket there where you can see all of this stuff, which is mainly where I'm dragging it all up from. And you'll see Beautiful, great big shields of the Rhondda and District Midweek League from the turn of the last century. You'll see things, Ali coming in now to Neil Williams, right arm round the wicket. That's a better line, and Neil just smothers it into the short leg side there. You'll also see some wonderful stuff provided by Usk Cricket Club, which has fixture cards where they mainly played against Welsh-speaking churches, again at the turn of the 19th to the 20th century. And that's because the vicar of Usk was a Welsh-speaking vicar. Again, Ali in to Neil Williams, again outside the off stump. Neil smothers it. It's gone out to short extra cover there, no runs. And so yes, and Usk, many people would say now, is one of the most anglicised areas, but it just goes to show that the way Welsh society has developed really 120 years ago, it was a Welsh speaking area. Ali in to Neil Williams. Again, Neil tucks it off his legs and they'll take the first run off the bat for the day. Takes Wales on to 6. Single down to short fine leg.
Well, Gill's been pretty busy. He bowled the opening over, took a wicket, did some fielding from a loose delivery down the leg side, and now had to field once again. So he's been by far the most productive fielder in this fixture so far. Now with the right hand on strike, they have a slip and a gully, and then the wide third man, which is really, I can't make sense of that.
He's not really saving one or saving four, is he? It's a strange position.
Especially considering that they've got the fine leg in the circle as well. So,
fielding restrictions, they're allowed 2 outside the circle for the first 10.
Yeah, field restrictions in place, but it doesn't make sense for me. Gill would be best suited to be in that circle or in that catching cordon behind
either
the
saving
stumps.
one and catching, or back saving the 4, isn't it? That's well hit by Webber, but well fielded at backward point. Yes, Aid is he's a hard-hitting batsman. If he gets going, he'll cause a bit of excitement down here at Green Point.
Is it your first visit to South Africa?
My first visit to the African continent. So I've ticked them all off the list now. Not Antarctica. Not done that one. Too warm for me in Antarctica. If you come from South Wales, it'd be far too warm for you in Antarctica, believe me.
You're not going to find me there, my friend.
Not enough penguins there.
No.
Not enough penguins there for me.
So what's the most impressive of your time in South Africa so far?
Oh, I mean,
have you been up
everything.
Table Mountain?
I haven't. I do not have a head for heights. I'm sitting on this chair and I'm finding it. I'm a little bit high above the ground for my liking here, but I haven't been up Table Mountain. Most of the boys have, but I haven't. But I've enjoyed looking at Table Mountain. It is. You read about it in books and you see the odd still and everything. Oh yeah, that's quite impressive. But until you actually see it, because it's a living thing. There's constant movement. The colours change on it all day long. There's wind, there's sun, and it dominates. Nowhere, no matter where you are in Cape Town, you can always look on the side of a building and see it. You know, it's wonderful. So that's been very impressive. Do you know, we've really enjoyed the food here. The food's been wonderful. We haven't had any drink at all, so we wouldn't be able to comment on that. Gill comes in to Neil Williams.
I wanted to see, you're going to anger a lot of Welsh people back home now.
Can we say he's not Welsh? He's not Welsh.
No, you can't be. I'm doubting it as well.
I've got to be honest, you know, just to be a good tourist and in the interest of whatever, I have tried a little bit of the local wine, and it is rather good.
This is one
more
country.
Than rather good.
Yeah,
more than rather good. Gill into Neil Williams. Ooh, that swings a long way. Pitched outside leg and it ended up almost as a wide again. That swung prodigiously. I like using that word, prodigiously. It's a good word.
Big movement from Gill that we've seen in the first almost 1.5 overs from him.
Yeah, it is swinging a lot. And again, it pitches it outside leg, ends up outside off, but Neil's managed to steer it backward a point, and they've run 2 very good runs there. And a good throw comes in from the deep.
What I like about
Good cricket,
Neil,
good cricket.
what I like about Neil there is just he waited a touch longer,
Yeah.
and then bat on ball, but guided it into the gap. So
Yeah.
good field awareness from
Yeah.
Neil Williams.
Yeah. As I say, scored over 1,000 runs in the last calendar year. So a man who will be desperately hoping to carry that form on into this first match for us of 2025. The end of your season here, isn't it? Whereas we're a month away from starting our season at home.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. The domestic one-day cup finished yesterday in Paul. We're in Paul for your reference point. It's about 60 kilometers inland, and Boland played the Dolphins. So the Dolphins are from KwaZulu-Natal, and Boland is the local team in Paul. And that was a thrilling finale to the one-day cup. The Dolphins snuck through the back door. That's a lovely shot as well.
from Neil Williams.
Williams
Punches
should
through the
get two.
covers. Is there going to be one more for the throw? Yes, they've run three there. Do you know, that shot was so nice, it almost deserved better than three, didn't it?
Yeah.
But they'll be very, very happy with three well taken runs.
A good start for Williams. He's finding his feet and his range. Maybe just a bit full from Gill at the moment.
It's difficult. I think when the ball's swinging that much for a right arm over and he's bowling out swing to the left-hander, it's incredibly difficult not to give him width outside off stump, which, as a left-hander myself, I shouldn't be saying this, should I? That's the one thing you want, a bit of width outside off stump, and you're happy all day long.
Free the arms.
Yep. Well, it's almost a free shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost a free shot. To the right-handed Webber now. Sees it, lets it go outside the off stump.
Yeah, so the domestic structure is coming to an end. Our club
Yep.
cricket season finished this weekend in the Western Cape as well. There's
Yeah.
one or two cricket commitments still left, but school sport has very much turned to the winter program: hockey, netball, rugby.
And when do you play football over here? You call it soccer over here, don't you?
Well, our domestic season is currently
Yeah.
on the go.
So
aligned.
is it more of a summer game, soccer,
Yeah.
is it? Right.
Well, it's a majority of it is played in the off-winter period, start in August.
Yeah. 3
all
overs gone, Wales 12 for 1.
So I guess you can argue and say that nowadays with professional sport, are there still seasons?
Well,
because your
this is the
rugby
thing,
calendar
isn't it?
carries on and on and on.
Yeah.
And then you finish your end of year Northern Hemisphere tours from a national perspective. The Springboks going to Europe, and then
Yeah. And
come
you're very similar to us here. It's you know, in Wales it's always been cricket's been the summer sport for the majority of people, football or rugby in the winter, and you've been almost the reverse of us. And there always used to be a very clear delineation between both. Now both merge completely, so you get very few people playing two sports at a serious level anymore. Even at club level, you get rugby going on 2 months into the cricket season and starting a month before the end, and so the rugby players have only given about 6 weeks clear to play, and that's at club level.
Oh, that's a good point, but we'll get to that now as we start another over with Ali.
Into the left-handed Neil Williams. Ooh, full bunger.
Oh, should have done more with that. Only
But it is called as a no ball. It was above waist height, and it's a free hit.
only to feel this on the offside, protecting that boundary. So this will be interesting. Now Williams can have a free go.
Yeah, field is supposed to stay where they are. So let's see what he does with this. You'd fancy it on the leg side if he's going to hit it, wouldn't you? You'd fancy it. I'm sure the ball will try and put it outside the off stump for him.
Nice.
Oh yes.
Lovely shot over the top.
Yeah, the
Risk
free hit.
free.
But I think the fielder lost it a little bit. He seemed to be. They're going to take three. They're going to take three. Well run. Well run. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, I like what I've seen from Neil Williams so far.
Well, great game awareness there, wasn't it? I mean, immediately saw the free hit. We don't always get free hits in cricket in Wales. Certainly not in our championship structure. We haven't had it. So Neil very aware there of the fact that he had a free hit, what the game situation was, what the bowler was bowling, and just went for it. So Ali into Webber now. But again, it's two different styles here. It's interesting with a breeze like this and the ball swinging so much. Do you know, I'm surprised that these two boys are bowling the ends they are. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw them switching ends, because there's almost too much swing. Iawn achan. A little bit of Welsh banter going on there in the background in case anybody was wondering. Okay, Ali in to Wade Webber down the leg side, and that's been called a wide.
Yeah, for me, Samsudin Ali hasn't really settled. He's given away 8 runs. He's been inconsistent. Legs too much of 2 areas. He hasn't settled on a line outside off stump to either left or right-handed batter.
But Johan, you may have put your finger on it there. Left-handed, right-handed combination. When the ball's swinging like this, it can be very difficult for the bowler to find a line, isn't it? Because every time they run a single, every time they switch ends, he's got to completely rethink what he's doing. And when the ball's swinging this much, it's difficult to adjust, isn't it? Difficult to adjust. He's in again. Oof.
So one thing that's
that one back in.
Yeah, but one thing that's happened now, if you watch his delivery action,
Yeah.
he's now rolling his fingers over the ball.
Yeah, and we saw that it came off the pitch almost like an off spinner. He'd say it was an off cutter as a medium pacer, but it almost spun like a spinner did, didn't it? And that's exactly as you said, because he's rolled his fingers across the ball.
Loses his run up, so has to restart. But one thing that the USA A will be mindful of is just the run rate at this stage. Haven't built enough pressure after that early wicket of Mike Hayden. Much better, dips back in, but also credit to
well taken single, but there's
they'll
been
do
an
two.
unfortunate misfield there.
So that's a freebie to Wales.
Very quick to capitalise on the misfield.
No real excuse, it's a lush field, there's not too many bumps. I was out there earlier to have a look at what we would encounter, and we've had
He
good
lifted his
weather.
head just as the ball got to him, and if there are youngsters listening at home, you're probably at school, but if you are listening at home,
You should go back to school.
just go back to school. But the message ringing in your ears, he's into Williams, it's an in swinger. There's a bit of a half strangled shout from the keeper, but I think he was doing far too much. Never lift your head. In any facet of cricket, always watch that ball, whether you're batting, and certainly when you're fielding. Is the slightest little lift of the head, it lifts your whole body up and you miss it. End of the over. 4 overs gone, Wales 20 for 1. As you say, that's a very decent run rate. I've been told that's 5 and over.
That's good math.
Yeah, there's some good mathematicians in this Welsh side, let me tell you. Some very good mathematicians.
Cricketers are you a numbers person? Because if
Oh,
you're not, I would
definitely.
be very surprised. Numbers.
Well, you've got to, haven't you?
Yeah.
If you're in that last 10 overs or so, you've got to be aware of how many runs an over you need and how that equates into boundaries, and do I need to be pushing 2s and that sort of thing. Gill starts the 5th over into Webber.
As a professional cricketer, you have all these sites and where you can go and you can log into a cricket site and get your stats and your numbers. For us, for those who make their way in cricket, you've got to do it yourself until someone takes an interest in your career and you get to be good enough to play for a franchise or a provincial setup, and then you can find it easily. And the point I'm trying to make you is when I started playing cricket, I started a file, and every single match I played, I put the team I played against, how many runs did I score, how many wickets did I take, and when I became a keeper, so if I took a catch or a stumping, I would put that as well and record it. And I now do it with my daughters who don't play cricket but they play everything else. That's a
Beautifully
brilliant
hit job from Adrian Webber.
Shot of the day.
Beautifully hit bit through mid wicket.
shot off the day,
Half volley on leg stump, and he just didn't hesitate.
and the first boundary.
First boundary.
Score.
Scores 24 for 1, and we've had 3 balls now of the 5th over of the game. Gill into Webber. Ooh, interesting. I think that came in a lot more than Adrian Webber was expecting then, so he jammed his back down on it at the last minute.
So for me, Adrian Webber is very alert now. It's becoming predictable, the in swing. So with that in mind, if
Yeah.
Webber gets himself outside off stump
Yeah.
and he gets to the pitch of the
Yeah.
ball, he's got this area on the leg side
Yeah.
that he can work with.
which is his area. And that's exactly what he's trying to do, isn't he? His foot movement is across rather than forward. Knowing that if he can get outside off stump, play some sort of a shot at it, he can't be given out LBW. Let's see if the bowler can react to that. That's a good shot. But the man's been put back there. No. They thought about the second. I think Adrian Webber thought about it a little bit harder than Neil Williams, who was quite firm in his denial of the second run.
Also, listen for the youngsters at home or those watching. You can have a clear indication, a picture that's being painted in front of you. Be alert of where the field is and try and anticipate what's happening. So for Gill, he has a strong leg side field of 4, and then he had the player back on the boundary for the one that he gets wrong. That one is slightly full and it's driven on length.
Yeah.
But your setup, your predominant setup is 4 on the leg side, which tells you that the induckers are coming. That's why he's protecting that area more than the offside. 2 fielders on the offside and then 1 on the boundary mid-off, but strongly loaded on the leg side. Where with Shamsuddin Ali, you can look at the same picture. 4th player, well, if you take the slip cordon in play, you'll have 5 on the offside and only 2 on the leg side, saving 1, and then your fine leg on the boundary, and you have a mid on as well.
We've had a long talk about this field. And it's interesting, his natural swing is taking it away from the right-hander, but as you say, he's now starting to roll his fingers, so it's coming back in, so it's doing a bit both ways, isn't it?
So for me, I'm not convinced about the gully. I don't think it's going to carry that far. I don't think he will be in play. For me, take the gully out, strengthen your offside field, plug the gap that they've just hit into, move everyone around. That's a safer option, and that's a saving a scoring or a run, which they've now done. They've done exactly that. So moved everyone across. First step goes out to gully, and then gully goes out into backward point. I'm not convinced about the gully, because I tell you what, the third man in the ring and the gully are almost behind one another. So then take your gully to first slip, have your third man in the ring.
Yeah. Oh, didn't quite carry.
So if you're going to stick on that line outside off stump, and you just saw the reach from Webber, now exactly for that point, bring your final or your third man up. That gives you an opportunity to have 2 catches, 1 backward of point and 1 in front of point.
Yeah.
That to me is a more realistic chance of picking up a wicket.
Ali in to Webber. Webber smothers it out onto the leg side. But that again, you see, that's what's interesting about these tournaments, is we come from completely different cricketing climates. We don't know these wickets, we don't know the conditions, and I guess a lot of it for us boys is how quickly can we adapt, how quickly can we understand the conditions. Well, we play at home, you know, certainly by our age, we've played on most grounds, we know most conditions. Ali in again, that's out, so it's a bit of width to Webber gets on the back foot. So yeah, we know most of the grounds, but these conditions are completely and utterly alien to us. A couple of the boys have played in South Africa before, 1 or 2 of them may have played in Cape Town before, but nobody's played at Green Point before. And every individual ground has its own individual characteristics, doesn't it? Ali in to Webber. Again, it's outside off.
Yeah, so it's a good point, because the cricket fields, especially with the tournament like this, where you catch it towards the end of the season, it's taken a lot of cricket. So the bounce won't be that significant. You're not going to get something that's going to a ball that's going to move past your nose.
Yeah.
So the bounce will be true.
Yeah.
But it will be lower than at the start of the season.
Right.
That's too wide and well left.
That's a wide. Called a wide.
Well left by Webber.
Another run to Wales. 28 on the board.
He'll
Ali in.
That's good. That's a good
To Weber.
reach.
Good push for one.
Yeah.
That's a well taken single. Well taken single.
And you said it now, Adrian Weber. I just like that whole moving in unison.
Yeah.
Feet together.
Yeah.
Good extension of the arms.
Yeah.
The 6 overs gone. Pardeep Patel Gill picking up the solitary wicket to full so far, 29 for 1. His analysis 1 for 13. Shamsuddin Ali 3 overs for 16. So it's been a productive start for Wales, 29 for 1 of 6. Just short of 5 to the over, which they would have taken, I'm sure.
We'd be very disappointed losing Mike Hayden in the first over, there's no doubt about that. Mike is a stalwart of this side. But these two boys have started the recovery very well.
Gill gets another opportunity, he's 4th.
Again, it's still swinging, still swinging. Will it swing the whole way through today? You know, will it get less as the ball gets older, or as the conditions get warmer? Or
So it's a good point, because for me, he's a natural swing bowler. I think you can give it to him in over 40 and he'll produce the same sort of swing.
Yeah.
Not as prodigiously as the start. Obviously,
Yeah.
you've got the lacquer on the ball,
Yeah,
but the pink ball does swing more than the red ball.
yeah. Okay.
So for that reason, again, it's not criticism. It's just painting the picture at home. It's easy to be the captain when you're commentating, but for an in-ducker, why have the first slip? Because we've only seen in-duckers really. So there, for me, I would rather put a short mid-wicket
Yeah.
that can operate as a catcher for the mistimed shot.
Yeah.
I don't think first slip will come into play with someone that is moving it as much as what we've seen so far this morning.
So what happened there, you won't have seen that at home, is it was flicked to square leg. A square leg managed to stop the boundary, but they still managed to take a single. He recovered well. So I think that's 3 in the bank for USA rather than 3 missed by Wales, to be fair.
Different story for Neil Williams. Being the left-hander, the ball moving across Williams,
Yeah.
if he has a little prod outside off stump, then your slip comes into play.
Exactly.
So I just think they've got to be more aware of right-left-hand combo
Yeah.
and what they're trying to achieve.
It's a 5-4 field to a chap that's generally to the left-hander, bowling it 2 foot outside off stump. And you've got 2 men behind square on the leg side, and you wonder how can the left-hander work the ball there off a genuine shot.
And again, you can say that when you do your field set, you're not there to set the field for let's call it a bad delivery.
Yeah.
So if you're working with a plan, yes, you're going to get it right more often than not, but you can't set your field for the if I bowl a bad delivery or if I miss my mark. You've got to go and attack, especially in the first stages. You don't want 2 batters settling in and then they've
And
got
there's even
the
ways,
pace.
you just leave a massive gap down there, because as a batsman you're aware there's a massive gap, then suddenly you start thinking I'm going to try and work the ball there, and you just shouldn't be trying to work the ball there.
That to me is a better plan. It's just ducking across
Yeah, exactly.
and then frustrating Williams, who had a full go at that.
And he could quite easily have feathered that through to the keeper, or through the third slip, or through to the backward point.
If he pulls it off, great
Three men.
shot. You credit him, we
Yeah,
sing
yeah,
his praises, and
yeah.
we say brilliant execution. Now that's good from, I like this. There's a good tussle
Yeah.
between these two.
Yeah.
For me, that's a little win for Williams. Just the fact that he saw the line, shouldered the bat, and eliminated the risk. You'll get good deliveries, you'll get good overs, it will be in little periods, you've got to work through that.
Yep. Oof. Was there bat on that? It was a big shout. The ball kept low. It hit the pads near to the wicket.
Probably pitched outside leg.
Might have pitched outside leg. Might have been a bit of bat as well.
So it was clear by Gill's reaction.
Lot
It
of
was
that,
almost
yeah.
a case of, oh no, not
Yeah.
quite. So
Yeah.
it didn't really turn around and have the full-blooded appeal and hands in the air. It was sort of
And those
afterthought.
around us with better ears than us
Yeah.
said there was a lot of bat on it, not just a bit of bat. So
30, 3-0.
doesn't look as if there's a scoreboard visible to the players.
Yeah, I can see it from where we are seated, but it's very difficult for the players to see it with the sun.
Yeah. sure what he was asking for.
Anything I can.
So I think we're carrying on. It's Ali again to bowl his 4th over, 8th of the innings, 7 gone, 30 for 1 Wales.
Again,
That kept a bit low again, didn't it?
but it will, and we spoke about it in his previous over.
Yeah.
Just got to be very aware.
Yes.
Don't plant your foot, but you've got to play on the front foot. Very seldom at this pace that the ball is going to sit up short of a length and you're going to be able to free your arms. That's good.
Ooh, that's
That's
picked up
lovely.
beautifully.
That's a lovely shot. One
That's
bounce.
6. I think that's a 6.
Is it 6? Yes, it
That is a 6, yep, yep.
Oh, there we go.
It's our first 6 of the year. for us, it's the first 6 of the year.
Yeah, courtesy of Adrian Weber. He's been pretty quick, 16 of 24.
Yeah. Or if Adrian stays in, he'll get his runs quickly, don't you worry. Yeah.
You spoke about being leg side dominant. There was a good example of that,
Yeah.
although the ball was ducking
Yeah.
into the legs in any case, but you still have to execute and pull it off.
But it was like the 4 he hit. It wasn't a big shot, was it? It was just timed to perfection and punched. Lovely, almost like a flick, wasn't it, off the legs? And it went down to deep backward square and cleared the rope by probably a couple of feet, which is why we were a little confused here for a while. Was it 4? Was it 6? But when we saw the umpire's arms going up, that answered the question for us. So Ali into Webber again. Webber pushes it out to cover, doesn't get a run. Oh, and the marvellous Mr. Paul Keneally, has bought us some coffees. Diolch yn fawr, Paul. Top man.
Thank you,
No,
Paul.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Paul.
You need to pick up with
They're
that.
very warm apparently. That's just good. This is how we like our coffee. Thank you very much, sir. What a gentleman you are.
Got the stirrers there.
Great stuff.
Hey guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks very much. Oh, and that's going to be called a wide again, yeah. Yeah, when you go for 6 off your first ball, it does play with your head a little bit for the rest of the over, doesn't it? And it puts the batsman well on top in the mind games.
And they would have picked it up now that he's extremely strong on the leg. So you've got to keep it
Yeah.
away from his strong area.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Operate on that sort of 4th stump line.
Yeah.
And that's where USA can learn a quick lesson. Slower, outside off stump, just put it on the length. Make the batter work for the runs. Try
It's
and
going
find
to
the
be
gap.
interesting. I assume that we're going to see some spin very soon, and it'll be very interesting to see what the spin bowlers do on a track like this.
Yeah, perfect line and
Very
length
good
from
ball. Very good
Shamsuddin
ball.
Ali.
So Ali into Webber. It was wide, but he just rocked onto the back foot and punched it through extra cover for 4. So this has been a very productive over for Wales. 11 runs off it so far. And that's all there'll be, because that's actually the end of the over.
Well, if I was in the USA captaincy area, I would now think that a change is imminent. Shamsuddin Ali hasn't really found his line and length. He's going at 6.8 to the over. I've seen Pardeep Patel pick up the solitary wicket to full, but now with Wales in a good position, Webber settled in his 20 of 28, Williams is 11 of 17. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a change at the top.
But something that people need to be aware of about over-60s cricket is whilst we may be very clever in our minds and experience and everything, is our bodies ain't quite what they used to be. So a lot of certainly the slightly faster bowlers need to bowl their 9 through, because if they warm up and then don't bowl for 25-30 overs, it can be hard at our age to come back So that is a factor in over 60s cricket. It is a factor. But it's Gill now in for his 5th over into Neil Williams. I think that's the first. Neil hasn't faced much, but it was lots off the bat again. There was a shout, but the umpire didn't seem to think it was off the bat. Gave it as a leg bye. Gave it as a leg bye. Say Neil will be thinking only another 989 runs to go this year to emulate what he did last season. And he would have liked that other one then, I think. It's Gill into Webber now. Webber plays it through the offside. Again, very little effort as he just pushes it, and it's gone for 4.
Well, there goes that whole theory, debunking that whole theory of being leg side dominant. That was a lovely off drive.
Well, he hits it hard on the offside. He just hits it harder on the leg side. No, Aid hits the ball hard, no matter where. Very, very, very strong on the leg side. But as we saw there and as we saw earlier, very comfortable stroking the ball through the offside as well.
Oh, that's even
picked
better.
that up. That's another 4.
Even better from Webber.
Another 4. This time on the leg side, and again just a flick off his toes, wasn't it?
Very pretty.
And he has the pace of the pitch, he has the pace of the bowlers, and now he can express himself.
And he's already reached 28, hasn't he? And he did come in the first over of the innings after Mike Hayden's dismissal, but settled in very well to South African conditions here.
Out of the 28 runs that he scored, he's faced 20 dots, so that he's only needed 10 deliveries to score 28.
Yeah. That's another dot.
Yeah, I must say I like that from Adrian Webber. He's taken Gill to the boundary, back-to-back 4s, and then has the presence of mind just to leave the one that's slightly fuller outside off. Don't mind that at all. Take a breather. Reassess. They've now dropped that player back onto the boundary, USAA. So 2 boundary runners, or boundary saving options.
Gill into Webber. That kept a little lower. So Aid was able to push it out to extra cover. So in a couple of times, John, I'm going to introduce you to Aaron, who's with the USA team, and he knows all about cricket in the USA, which I think certainly the people in Wales will be very interested to hear about.
This time the off drive, but there's protection, long off in place.
But again, this is part of the game as a batsman. You want to push those fielders back so that all of a sudden you've got easy release shots that pick up runs quite easily. So yes, the end of that 9th over, Wales on 51, going along nicely, approaching 6 and over. So they'll be very, very happy with the start. Lots of talking going on out there. Let's see if there's going to be a bowling change. Is there going to be a bowling change? I think there might be. I think there might be a bowling change.
I think the captain may be coming in.
Right.
Abid.
Now for me, it is worth the change.
Yeah.
It's just been slightly easier from the Shamsuddin Ali end. 27 coming off his 4 overs.
Yeah.
Pardeep Patel Gill, man to take the wicket. 5 overs, 1 for 23. Most expensive over was the previous one, back-to-back boundaries.
No Cape Cobras about. No Cape Cobras. So our wicketkeeper, Mr. Hugh Quick, has just passed, but although he's our wicketkeeper, Hugh, far better known as the snake hunter, really into his snakes. We spent a lot of time together in India, turning boulders over and lifting trees and everything. No luck, but we did go to the zoo in the end. So this time round we weren't going to mess around. We went straight to the snake park as soon as we got to Cape Town. Had our fill of mambas and boom slangs and puff adders, and so we're quite happy now. But you can't keep a good snake hunter down, and I think Mr. Quick has just a recce around the boundary and has just reported that he hasn't found any Cape Cobras as yet today. I thought that was when we were missing. They didn't have that in the snake park, so he's a bit desperate to see a Cape Cobra. You try to tell him, but he won't learn.
It was the name of the franchise for a while in Cape Town, the Cobras.
Yep.
Nowadays Western Province.
And it is a change of bowler. And it is the captain, and he's known as Abid, is he? Known as Abid. So Abid comes on. Yeah, it's a lot slower. This is going to be interesting.
To me, that's the right pace that's called for now on this track.
Well, that's what we were both saying, wasn't it? You needed to slow it down because the odd ball's keeping a bit low. It's doing a bit, but when it's a bit quicker and there's a teeny bit of width, it's a lot easier for the batsman. When it's slower, even if there is a bit of width, you've got to think twice. Not quite so easy to just throw the bat at it.
I wouldn't mind that from Abid, just reaching out towards the delivery. Adrian Weber, there's still enough there, enough movement to keep the slip interested.
Yeah. So what would you say, Jon, would be a good score on this track today? 200 plus, yeah?
Yeah, no doubt. Nothing under 200.
Nothing under 200. And what's the winning score? 270 plus, is it?
Look, I haven't seen these two teams play yet. So
Yeah.
You might get someone that comes off and scores a biggie, but you want to put yourself in a position where you've got something to defend and put the pressure on from the start.
Yeah, that'll be called a wide down the leg side.
From what I've seen and easy to assess up front, for me this is a 200 plus wicket.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
Yeah.
And there's been nothing funny. We've seen the movement, but nothing off the pitch really, all
Right.
in the air.
Does the pitch dry out and turn a bit more as the day goes on and get a bit deader?
It will, but not
Williams picks up
seriously.
a single to deep mid wicket there. Man out there.
It'll be as comfortable for batting later this afternoon as it is right now.
Right.
It's all about, for me, it's knuckle down, get yourself in.
Yeah. Ooh.
That's a good one. That's a beauty.
That was a
outside
good
off.
ball. That was a good ball.
Now what we've seen from Adrian Weber is now and then he just reaches outside off stump.
Reaches a bit and pushes it a little bit, doesn't he?
And I like this length now.
Yeah. This is, I think, what we've both been saying for the last 3 or 4 overs is you need this type of bowling on here, don't you? This is very effective. Weber's possibly going to get 4 for that. Fielder's chasing hard. It's just crossed the boundary. Again, another effortless shot, wasn't it? Effortless shot.
There's no real anger in Adrian Weber.
Nope.
It's not an explosive bat speed. He just pushes it into the gap. He's got enough strength.
Yeah.
And the outfield is fair, and
the outfield
you'll get
is
full
fast,
value.
Yeah. I mean, down the hill at Croeso Ceiliog, it's fast, but it's not this fast even there, which is where Adrian's played all of his club cricket. Again, that time it's gone to the fielder.
He pressed the repeat button, didn't get the same result though, as they have protection on the boundary. Brings to an end Saeed Abid's first over, went for 7. Well, it's in a good position, going at over 6 to the over, 58 for 1. Williams on 12, Weber on 34.
So I'll leave you for a bit and hand over and let's learn a little bit more about USA cricket.
Arun joins us, and I'll ask him about USA. They have 2 teams in this international tournament. Lovely to have so many visitors in Cape Town, all sharing the love for cricket. Our fixtures today, if you've just joined our broadcast, South Africa Impalas going up against Zimbabwe, that's at Claremont Cricket Club. South Africa Kudus against USA is also at Claremont Cricket Club, and then the one that we are covering being played at Greenpoint Cricket Club, it's USA A against Wales. Match days we have today and tomorrow, then they have a break on Wednesday, Thursday back on the field again, and then everything culminating next week Monday with the finals, which we'll find out through the course of the week who's the contenders and who's going to play in the big final. Everyone will be involved. Double change for USAA. Slightly wide, he had a feel for that Neil Williams, but luckily for him and for Wales, there's no edge there. Arun joins us from the USA camp. Lovely to have you. Welcome to South Africa.
Thank you, John.
And just like I said, great opportunity to make new friends and get together all in the love of this wonderful game.
Yes, and thank you for welcoming me here, Johan. And what a beautiful facility that you guys have here at Greenpoint. I'm very impressed. This is my second go around to South Africa. I was here with the Over-50s World Cup with the USA team. I was the coach of the team at that time. And I can tell you that the wicket is perfect. I mean, I don't know what else you can expect out of this wicket. It's a beautiful batting wicket. And like I heard you both say earlier, 250 is probably a minimum, unless the other team folds, which can happen. But 250 is a good score, above par, I would think. And against the current US team here, I think that's a very good score. We're battling some injuries, and there were at least 6 other players that should have made the team are not here, so it also obviously gives a lot of opportunities for others to make it and prove themselves, and hopefully take home a great experience with them.
Lovely shot by Weber. Pierces the inner ring once again. That's off to the fence, but will be cut off. But Weber helps himself to another 2. Yeah, Arun, I was talking earlier about the cricket in the various countries, and it's all sports crazy countries that we live in, and we're lucky to say that and privileged to say that. Yeah. How big is Vets cricket in the US?
The cricket, I mean, Johan, right now is probably the golden period for cricket in America. It's amazing what Major League has done to cricket. It's 2 years now that we have Major League, and it really caught fire. We also were lucky to have hosted, jointly hosted the World Cup, T20 World Cup. And for some of the folks that may or may not have followed it, the amazing story was USA beat Pakistan in a T20 match, and a very proud moment for USA, and probably is going to add a lot more to the word cricket in USA because of something like this. There are obviously a lot of crazy cricket lovers in USA, so going to watch a game was not a problem. And Johan, would you believe the game of Pakistan versus India that happened in New York? The cheapest ticket you could get was $3,000 US, the cheapest, and it was sold out. So you know the craze. They travel everywhere. They watch games in Australia and wherever they can. So it's a great day for cricket, and the thing that I want to talk about, if I'm allowed to, is talk about Masters cricket, which is why we are here. And the growth is so exponential that I can't begin to tell you how incredible it is and how gratifying it is to me to watch cricket grow at that furious pace in USA. So just to give you an idea, this thing started April of 2021. Our USA cricket for Masters started in April of 2021. We barely had 4 teams at that time, and that was a mixture of some 40s, 50s, and 60s, so to speak. And we got 4 teams from across the country. And today we have over 3,000 members playing the sport. And the only restriction that we have is the facilities. We do not have the infrastructure. Oh, there's a beautiful shot for 2. So we have cricket. Unfortunately, we only have a few facilities that have turf wickets, and we made a promise to ourselves as Masters that we will not play on AstroTurf. And so, with that as a backdrop, we kind of have to live with the facilities that are there, and which is in Houston, Texas, where we have 8 turf wickets, 8 grounds with turf wickets. And Atlanta now just last year came up with 6 grounds in one area, and that's all turf. So that's our second other facility. But obviously you could tell that if you have 8 grounds, you're unfortunately restricted to a maximum of 16 teams if you want to play the 45 version of the game. So it's a struggle. So we have our regional tournaments first, and then from the regional, we ask the regional body to send us 3 teams per region to our national tournament, or 4 teams per region to our national tournament. And from there, we pick the zonal team. After the nationals are done, we pick a North Zone, South Zone, East Zone, and West Zone team. And they play their zonals. And then after the zonals, we pick a team for the international tournaments. I don't know if I answered all of it, but...
Yeah, that's Messi. A bit of a
shot.
Football gone wrong moment for USAA. Ball just going under the boot, and now it turns into a 3. It's been good for Wales. Weber fast approaching a milestone. Williams, we haven't really spoken about Williams much. He's been starved of the strike since Adrian Weber came to the crease. It's wonderful to listen to the stories, and also how cricket is expanding globally, and the interest that's picking up in the US, and the fact that you've got 2 teams in South Africa for this specific tournament. I'm going to ask you shortly, who's the, when I say oldest, I mean the most experienced. There's no such thing as old. It's only a number, but I'm curious to find out in form of identity books when you come through the border, who's got the biggest number in this team.
The lowest number on his birth certificate.
I think it's more of a balanced group of guys. I don't think there's anybody that's a superstar that may have played at a very high level in this team, at least. They've all played decent cricket, what I would call club cricket. Our first team has a couple of players that probably have a reputation.
Talking about that, throwing forward to this week, we have US against USA. That's the A team against the
Second team.
second team. That's going to be a good one to look forward to. American Derby in South Africa. It's quite a good storyline already.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We're hoping for that. By the way, we always do this, Johan. We try to find some initiatives and support wherever we go, and so we are going to be doing that tomorrow. And we've invited the U.S. Consul General to be there, but she is out of the country at that time, so the deputy is planning to come there and do some, help give some giveaways to some of the needy kids with cricket-related stuff for the needy.
Yeah, again, it just nice to listen to that, because it's so much more than just the sport. It's all about giving back and how you uplift communities and
Correct.
how you get the interest going for those who don't have that opportunity to
Correct.
find an interest in something that can put them on a positive path, and that's what sport does.
Yes, and we, as I said earlier, we started 4 years ago, and 2023 was our second year, the second full year, so to speak, when we came here. And I can say very proudly that I started the initiative from that tour on. So we did, reach out to JP Domini Foundation and Omar Foundation that they have, and they had a bunch of kids, and so we were able to deliver kits for a couple of hundred people overall. And that was a great start. And my 50s team went to Sri Lanka for their World Cup just this past month. And we again were able to do something for a facility that takes care of terminally ill kids and their parents. So we were lucky enough to donate about $15,000 to them, and which helps as much as that could help. So I am focused on initiatives. This is what I believe in, that you got to give back to the community in any which way, form you can do it, because that is absolutely meaningful and gratifying for us. When we see a kid smiling, there is nothing like it.
I agree with you. There's nothing quite as fulfilling as to uplift someone and see what value it brings in their life.
Sure.
So good on you, well done.
Yeah.
And thank you for the role that you are playing in the US, and also for the role that you're playing in this team, and for sharing your love of cricket through South Africa, through the next couple of days, and this tournament specifically.
Yeah.
It's wonderful to have both of your teams here. It's been very good from a Wales perspective. Mike Hayden went early.
Yes.
He was trapped LBW for a duck. Neil Williams has moved to 16. Adrian Webber has been the aggressor between the two, and he's on 47 from only 49 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6. And all the boundaries that we've seen in this Wales innings has come from one bat, and that's Adrian Webber's bat.
And let me add to that, Johan, and they were all very pretty looking shots. I mean, the 6 flick of his toes to the deep square leg boundary was just brilliant. I mean, you can tell this man has played his cricket, and he's continuing to play it today.
So again, for our viewers, this is the Over-60 international tournament. Over the top, has it got enough? Yes, it has. Now it's a race to see if he can stop it. Races on, but it looks like the boundary will win. What a way to bring up 50 for Adrian Webber. The first half century for Wales belongs to the man that came in at 3. Adrian Webber, right on cue. We were just praising his boundary hitting, and he answers with his 7th 4. And that's 50 up for Adrian Webber. Nice touch from the USA ace keeper. Just a little fist bump to say well done. Good on you. We would love you to go out now, but appreciating the work done by Adrian Webber.
A bowling change, I guess, as a left-armer, Angeli.
Angeli Ewart. It's already the 5th bowler being used by USAA. That's better, much better.
And Johan, obviously, at least from everything I hear, Wales is fancied to be the best team in this tournament, hands down. I know some of the players, so I believe the talent and the depth is just unbelievable. And I was talking to people a little while ago, including you, the number of teams that there are in Wales in a very small area, concentrated in a small area, is mind-blowing. That you have such amazing talent, and the number of teams just blew me away. You're talking about maybe what, 500-600 teams
across Wales, but about
across Wales,
350-400 in a small strip of about 100 miles.
I mean, that's just so that is so brilliant. And exactly contrasting that is USA, where we have people in Seattle and people in New York and Boston on the other side, and then Los Angeles, and then Dallas and Atlanta and Houston and Miami. Everything is spread out, and everything's a flight away, and it takes a lot to get people together, but Masters cricket has really taken off. It's a lot to do with the primary reason being you don't get to play with people within your age group when you play local leagues. You're playing with a 20-year-old, and obviously that's not going to be fun for the 20-year-old, and it's not fun for you either. So Masters is providing an opportunity and a platform for people who play within their age group, 40s, 50s or 60s in USA. I know in England and Wales and Australia, in New Zealand, you have 70s as well.
It's funny how life works. You play age group or age category cricket through school, then you finish, you get exposed to club level, and then you go back to age category cricket when you get older.
Yeah.
The full circle.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's great that there's a platform for you to pursue the love of what has been good to you. I started playing cricket at the age of 11.
Yeah.
And I won't give my age away, but still privileged enough to play it now currently in a club setup. We're not too far down the road from here.
Yeah.
And we have, in our league, we have 21 teams.
Okay.
So, and we play only once against each team.
Oh.
So there's
20 games,
20 matches just in one league.
Yeah.
So cricket is very healthy and strong in the Western Cape. Some of the best cricket schools, Bishops, who also not too far away from this venue, won the SA20 schools competition this weekend.
Keep you warm, Peter.
So many great cricketers come from this region.
Yeah.
Who've gone on to represent South Africa. We're looking forward, from a South African perspective, looking forward to the World Test Championship final between South Africa and Australia.
Correct. I hope you guys upset Australia. It'll be fun to watch. I'm a great supporter of South Africa, by the way. Don't ask me why, but I love the cricket that they play ever since. I mean, I've seen all the way from Alan Donald to Sean Pollock to everybody in those days, in Teeny, and a great group of fast bowlers that you guys have produced. Great talent, and then of course then Dale Steyn later, all super talent. Now Rabada.
Well, they were appealing for a caught behind, and it was a big flash from Adrian Weber. We heard something from the commentary position, but maybe it was just a flick of the bat onto, or making contact with the pants, but umpire unmoved. So still only one down. That's going across the line. Lucky to get bat on that. Very important for Adrian Weber to make some sort of contact. Otherwise that could have been a big shout in the umpire's ear. He's worked so hard to get himself to 50. He doesn't want to give it away now.
Yeah.
Neil Williams on 17. Definitely the more quiet of the two. 7 fours and a 6 off the Weber bat. 55 or 55 deliveries. Run a ball for Adrian Weber.
This is brilliant. I love his batting.
Yeah, and he hits it hard.
Stop.
He looks well set and very hungry for some runs. Good opportunity, good track.
So like we brought two teams here, Johan. In October, we made a bold move, and it turned out fantastic when we took our entire 40s, 50s, and 60s zonal teams, which is 4 teams from each group. We took 180 players to Dubai and conducted a tournament in Dubai, and went off flawlessly. I just loved it. The guys were all gung-ho about it. We did find some sponsors to help support the cause a little bit. And talking about that, I would like to mention a few of those names, if you don't mind, Johan. Yash Technologies is one of our prime sponsors in USA, along with a couple of other companies. Wonderbots is another one that supports us. So just wanted to give a big shout out to these two that help us out throughout the year.
This time not the expansive drive from Adrian Weber, but just putting it into the gap, and he ticks over another single. Neil Williams and Adrian Weber going along very nicely with Sankar Jairam bowling for USAAs. The 6th bowler that's been used. Remember, it's 45 overs per side, a healthy run rate, a partnership of 91. So another milestone, fast approaching a century partnership between these two. I hope I haven't done the commentary curse on them. So often you praise and then a wicket falls or something goes the other way. There's another little cut at that, Williams, but no damage done. Gloves go off from Weber, and drinks come onto the field. It's been a productive start for Wales in the under 60 or 16 over international series in South Africa. The first match day, there's 3 matches happening across Cape Town. This whole tournament is across Cape Town, so you're more than welcome to come out and have a look at what 60s and over cricket, or this age group entails. Over 60s, wonderful to sit on a beautiful day in Cape Town and watch cricket between Wales and USAA. But at the drinks interval, Wales well placed, 93 for 1, partnership of 91. Williams on 18, Weber on 57. We'll have a short break and then be back after this.
Johnny O'Canny, 4 or 5.
Welcome back. If you have just joined us, you are at match day number 1 in the Over-60s International Cricket Series. And we are visiting Greenpoint Oval for Wales against USAA. Wales going nicely, 93 for 1 at the drinks and interval after 15 overs. Adrian Webber on 57 and Neil Williams on 18. Just going across Cape Town and visiting the other venues just to see what's happening. I can tell you that Zimbabwe are batting against the South Africa Impalas. Zimbabwe 73 without the loss of a wicket. That's in the 20th over. So these games being played 45 overs per side. And USA going up against South Africa Kudus. That's also at Claremont Cricket Club. Both of those games that I'm referring to. USA 54 for 3 batting first. That's in the 16th over. USAA going up against Wales here in at Greenpoint Oval. And Wales 93 for 1 after 15 overs. So position of strength for Wales to build and capitalise on this great position, this great foundation that they've put in place. You, Owen, is with me in commentary, visiting from Wales. Lovely to have you back.
Thank you.
Good start for your team.
Very good start. And I know from home quite a few people are listening at home. They've got up early. It'll be 9:15 in the morning now back in Wales. And it is a bit cold there this morning apparently. So they're a little bit jealous. And I'm going to try and rub that in a little bit more about, how we're sitting here in the shade, but we're still sweltering and pouring down the water and the orange juice just to keep vaguely alive because of the heat. It's hard, guys. It's hard. Sorry, I'm really going to wind people up at home if I carry on about how wonderful it is here. On a far more important level, those of you, and there will be plenty at home, football fans, will remember the World Cup in South Africa and the new stadium in Cape Town. We're literally sitting in the shade of it. It's not quite 100 metres away, is it? The Cape Town Stadium featured in the South African World Cup. So that's where we are in Cape Town, which is another half a mile probably off the coast, if that. Probably a little bit closer to the water than we think. So here we go again. First ball of the 16th over.
Yeah, so this stadium plays host to the HSBC World 7 Series. South Africa's leg gets played at this venue. Always a highlight in December. And then we also have the Stormers, our provincial or franchise cricket rugby team they play here.
Ada's gone over the top, over extra cover. He hasn't moved. Neil came down to say hello to him, but I think Webber knew from the moment that left the bat that was 4. Beautifully punched over extra cover. Couple of bounces for 4. So carrying on as he left off. Angeli Evat is the bowler. Left arm around the wicket.
So that 2010 FIFA World Cup that you're referring to was spectacular. Great from a South African perspective, for the continent of Africa. That's one is through the gap as well. And
is that going to go for 4 again? Been chased up. Nope, just cut it off the way. Good fielding, sir. Good fielding. Comes in, but they're going to take 3.
Good running, very good running between Webber and Williams.
And that brings up the 100.
Another milestone, 100 for 1. Williams on 18. Webber has continued where he left off before drinks. Now going at better than a runner ball.
So the 100's up here. Wales looking good here in the 16th over. Going at 6 and over. So that 250 minimum is what they will be aiming for. Lots of batting to come with Wales today. It's down the leg side. An appeal, but I think my line of it's down the leg side probably explained why that wasn't given out. So Neil Williams on 18. He's only faced 31 balls. Adrian Webber's taken the majority of the strike, he faced twice as many balls as Neil Williams. Again down the leg. Oh, Neil pulls that away. It's going to go 1 bounce for 4. That was about a foot short of being a 6. Backward square leg. Well then, for those of you that know Wales, Neil lives in Pembrokeshire, plays for Cresselly Cricket Club Very strong club scene in Pembrokeshire. We've got 3 Pembrokeshire players on this tour alone. We had a 4th at the World Cup, our captain Richard Harris, who's not come on this tour. He may be in semi-retirement, we don't know. Richard, if you're listening, we wish you all the very, very best, mate, and wish you were here. But yes, Neil, one of 3 Pembrokeshire players, and I think we also had 3, if not 4, Pembrokeshire players on the Over-50s World Cup recently in Sri Lanka. That's the end of the over, the end of the 16th over. 11 runs off it for Wales. Another good over for Wales. They've moved on to 104. Run rate of 6.7 now, so if they can keep this up for the majority of the innings, they'll post a very, very, very good total.
Yeah, the alarm bells ringing in that USAA camp, because they haven't found anyone that can contain these two. Early strike, getting rid of Mike Hayden, that was a big blow for Wales, but Neil Williams and Adrian Webber have settled in. They've taken this run rate up to pushing the 7 mark to the over, so it's been very good for Wales. Partnership of 102, and now the questions for USA: where can they find a breakthrough? Who's going to provide that breakthrough? Where's it going to come from? We saw Pardeep Patel Gill, who's picked up the only wicket to full. He was quite economical as well, bar 1 over. We went for a couple of boundaries back to back, 4.6 to the over. But apart from that, and Sankar Jairam's 1 over that went for 5, run rates of 6.8, 7.5, 6.5, 9.5. That's the analysis. So a bit of a worry for USAA. Where can they find a wicket? Is it going to come from Sankar Jairam, who's bowling his 2nd over? But really, the runs are there for Williams and Webber. They can cash in today. And Webber, well, he's taking all the invites. That's going the aerial route. Just bouncing short.
Just short of him.
Oh, that was close.
I was with you. I thought that had gone in, and then I realised no, it had just bounced in front of him.
Oh, that was very close.
He's on a fly slip there, really, isn't he?
Yes.
He's not first slip. He's sort of a short fly slip. What's what the USA won't be aware of, and I don't want to put the hex on this. We'll come back to hex in a minute if we may. Don't want to put the hex on this, but Wales are back down to 11 today. We've just found out Kevin Bowen is batting at 11, who's times at a strike rate of over 300 for this team. So not a bad chap to come in at 11. He can hit a very, very, very long ball, can Kev Bowen, and batsmen all the way above him. So I don't think that there's going to be too much of a problem for Wales if they were to lose a wicket, strangely enough, because we lots and lots and lots of runs and talent in that changing room to come in still.
Well, he was standing with us during the drinks interval, and he was very concerned that he was now seen as an 11 and going at such a good and impressive strike rate, and told me that he only faced 3 deliveries the last time out, and he went 146 and then got told that he was 11 today. So not the happiest camper.
Well, I don't think he minds one little bit, but I'd have Kev in my side as a batsman any day of the week, if I'm honest, and that's who we've got at 11 today. Oh, that was a bit of a wild one, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sankar Jairam just losing it completely.
Straight at 2nd slip.
Yeah, and now it's a free hit. Why? Because it's off the pitch.
Yeah. So we saw Neil switching on very quickly to the free hit last time round. Let's see what he does this time. And yes, he's only going to get the one. Only going to get the one. He's picked the man out at long on. That's gone all the way to long on, about 10 yards inside the boundary. So only the one off that free hit.
Can't believe that Neil Williams has only faced 35 deliveries. It feels like he's been there. Well, he has obviously been there from the start, but 35 deliveries against Webber's 64.
Webber can count to 6 very well.
Yeah.
I think there was a phase earlier on. I think 3. Oh, that's big. That's big.
Oh, it is
6
over.
runs, just over the field. There was a fielder out there at long on, but Adrian put enough beef behind that to carry the fielder and go for his 2nd 6 of the innings.
Well, the fielder was interested for the majority of that of the flight, and then realised at the end that the rope was just behind him.
He was stood on the rope, and it still went a good sort of metre over the top of his head, didn't it? So that's a big hit.
And a big over.
Yeah.
For Wales, the resumption has been a good one. They've just continued on their merry way. 71 Weber off 65 delivery.
So I was going to say Adrian's standing to open his shoulders. His shoulders have been quite open from the moment he came in.
It's
haven't
been
they?
very open.
Yeah.
8 4s and 2 6s.
Yes. Hitting the ball very, very nicely. Joined now. Oh, no. Joined now by Mr. Peter Doherty, chairman of Welsh Seniors Cricket. Peter, would you like to come and have a few words to the folks at home?
Welcome, Peter.
Good morning everybody.
Welcome to South Africa, and
Yeah.
I know you've been here a while, but welcome in any case, and welcome to the tournament. You must be loving life at the moment,
We
watching Adrian and Neil go about their business.
They are very, very prolific batsmen, both of them. Say left and right combination is always difficult for the bowler. So they've certainly got a good start, and they're spread in the field, so they're going really well.
Any truth to the rumour that you're going to get this pitch dug up after the match and fly it back to Wales?
It's on the agenda. But, so it'll be an argument whether it goes to Christchurch, which is Adrian's club, or down to Cresselly. So both fine wickets.
I think Adrian's making a strong case just in numbers. Yeah, great position for Wales. Well, I'm curious to find out what Mike is doing. Mike Hayden was dismissed for a duck. He's probably very annoyed that he left so many runs out there watching these two go about.
He certainly missed about there. Mike is another one that is an outstanding batter. So I say he's probably rejoicing in what he's seeing today with these two batsmen. So you just keep it going and taking all the pace off the ball now. So making the batsmen work for their runs.
That's a top shot. That's a lovely shot.
6.
No, four more.
Four?
Tony called it as a 6. He was 2 yards from it.
Four was signalled by the umpire.
Neil Williams, only his second boundary. He's rotated strike brilliantly. Weber has been near grease. So 8 4s and 2 6s, and Wales going on their merry way. We're talking off air or earlier about a potential number. What number do you have in mind from what you've seen so far and the pitch playing the way it has? What's the thought process in the camp about where you think you can end this innings?
Yeah, we're certainly looking for 250 now. There's got a lot of batting to come, so we're looking just to consolidate now till get the last 20 overs, and then push on from there.
I must say, if these two remain at the crease for the next 10 or so overs, I reckon 275, 300 could be on the cards.
Yeah, but certainly the outfield is quickening up. It was quite slow early doors, but now it's quickening up a bit. So could be useful if the USA, get going.
Manny Janakiram is bowling his first over. 7th bowler used by USA.
Yeah. Just working it nicely into the mid-wicket gap. An absolutely glorious day, not a cloud in the sky. There's only the tablecloth on Table Mountain today, so looking very, very nice and perfect temperature to play cricket.
Is it your first visit to South Africa?
Yes, it is, yes, so very impressed with what I've seen so far.
Nice dab from Weber, just into the gap, gets the single, rotates the strike. He's on to 72, Williams on 28. Another productive over for Wales, comes to an end.
I a number of the players who are here in this tournament have been to South Africa before, so most, I would say, over half the squad have played here over the last sort of 5 years, so they were keen to come back. So obviously good times before, and hopefully the same again.
So, if you don't mind me asking, what do you think is the main reason for the over-60s to be the success that it is? Why do you think there's such an interest in 60s plus cricket? A lot of people will argue and say, surely you've had enough cricket by now. Why carry on? Why do you think is the reason?
I think if you were a professional cricketer, I'd fully understand that. You'd have played it too much. But most of us are club cricketers or just one step away from the professional game. So we are social cricketers. So we always play cricket on the weekends. It's not been a job for us. Our enjoyment, and when you get a bit older, you're meeting up with, guys you played against for 20 years, and you're in a new team. You go into the Wales setup, and it's all these guys who remained fit, kept themselves fit, always had good jobs, working, and now they've got a chance to come and do this. This is fantastic. A great shot from Webber again, out in the deep. Just the one this time. But the camaraderie. Travelling to all these countries, playing for your country, everybody is enthused by it. We are all, we're all lucky we're healthy and fit, and keep playing as long as we can. Do it while you can.
Yeah, I like that, and it's exactly that. For me also, healthy body, healthy mind.
Yep.
And if you can still do sport, why not? The body sometimes stays behind, and you wake up the next morning and you ask yourself why, but it only takes a day or two, and then you know the answer. Nothing a massage won't fix.
So lots of the players, like myself, at the age of 50, was going to finish my cricket and play golf, and then I was cajoled to go and sort of play for the 50s team, and all of a sudden these were chaps that you've played against for years, and it was the camaraderie and the banter, and then you suddenly travel in the world, and very fortunate to do it and come to some places, Australia, Kenya, Far East, it's been amazing. So now South Africa, Canada next year, Christchurch for the 70s, you name it. If you're good enough and you're fit enough, you can play.
Any families that have come over as well?
Yeah, we've got a couple of supporters. We've got six ladies with us as well. So we've got a party of 28. We've got obviously Hugh Owen is our media man. Nigel Clayton is our team manager. I come along and assist Nigel. So together as chairman, I'm here to help. So and support the boys.
So you've been getting a lot of messages from back home, and that brings me to my next point, just the interest that it creates. There's so many people online and listening and watching this broadcast, so it's nice to see, nice to listen, and what he's very passionate about Welsh cricket and getting a lot of
so we've got a huge growth in ladies cricket, we've got a huge growth in junior all-stars cricket, and now we've got this huge growth in veterans cricket. So it's right across the board, from 5-year-olds to 70-year-olds. So if you want to play the game, if you're a lady or a young girl, my club has now got 2 girls teams. So it's a growing sport.
End of another over. Partnership of 124. Wales batting first against USAA, 126 for 1. Neil Williams, who opened the batting, with Mike Hayden, he's on 32, and with him the aggressive Adrian Webber. Great innings of 75 from only 69 deliveries, 8 fours and 2 sixes, part of Webber's stay at the crease. Hugh Owen is back behind the microphone. It's just so contagious listening to the storylines. I'm starting to wonder if I don't have a Welsh grandmother or Welsh root into this team one day.
Come and give it a go, mate. It's wonderful. We love it. We absolutely love it in Wales. It's It's brilliant. And as Peter was saying now, this is so good because Peter and I in particular played against each other for about 40 years. All of a sudden we've had the opportunity to play in the same team together. You don't know how wonderful that is. I mean, story about Adrian Webber, my lad plays a bit of cricket, and a couple of years ago his team they scored 300 odd and they were thrashing Croatia Kado's team. I wasn't playing in the game, but text after, how'd you get on, Rob? He said, well, we were doing all right, Dad, and then this bloke Webber came in and mullered us all over the place. So it's again nice to be on the same side as somebody who's mullered people all over the place. Mullered that to extra cover-ish, but didn't take the run. 75 off 70 Adrian Webber scored so far. That kept a bit low. Been doing that all morning though, Johan, hasn't it? It's been...
No, we haven't seen anything that has been bouncing around the chest
nothing
area.
at all has taken off, but the odd ones kept a little bit low. But as you said, this stage of the season, it's exactly what you'd expect, isn't it?
So Manny Janikaram, who's bowling at the moment, was standing just in front of us in the previous over, and that's also just what a cricketer does. He was cleaning, in front of him was cleaning the leaves that was in front of him and next to him, and then conveniently putting it across the rope. And that's I had a good chuckle at that. It's just the way we are, cricketers.
Yeah, it's a mixture of sort of self-preservation and a little bit of OCD, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
We like our pitch nice and clean.
Yes, I was having a good giggle. I'm a keeper, so we don't have that opportunity to stand at the boundary rope.
Yeah. No, I like, on the rare occasions that I field on the boundary, I like to follow exactly the same footsteps. So that actually after a few overs I leave a bit of a mark there, and I can pretend I'm a bowler then, you see.
Ah.
Yeah, you can leave a mark, and also then if anybody accuses you of not walking in with a bowler, you can turn and say, hey, look at my footprints, boys.
It's a good cheat, good hack. I like
good,
that.
Isn't it? Like that?
That's a good hack.
You see, you learn a lot by listening to us. No, everybody suddenly left, I don't know why. Oh, he's missed that one down the leg, he'll get a wide for it. Neil's starting to open up a little bit now, starting to look for the loose ball. He's done an excellent job of starting this innings off, laying a very, very firm foundation, and now he's looking to capitalise on that.
Just the discipline at times has been lacking, and right on cue there's another misfield that allows Wells through for a single, but that extras column has grown a bit of a rate for USA. 16 wides and 2 nobles, 2 leg bys, part of an extras column that says 20.
Cheers. No, it's an interesting thing, extras, isn't it? It's there's not a lot you can do about leg buys, if you're honest. But really, buys, wides and no balls are all in the fielding team's gift. And you see 15 to 20 of that. You see, you know, more than 5% of the total coming off that. And you think, well, that's the fielding team have left themselves down there a bit.
Yeah, control the controllables.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's quickly bring you up to speed with what's happening in the other 2 matches. USA 89 for 3 batting against South Africa Kudus. That's after 22.5 overs. Zimbabwe still going nicely, 112 for 1 against South Africa Impalas. That's those matches both being played at Claremont Cricket Club. This one at Greenpoint Oval in Cape Town. 6 teams and 18 matches in total from today until next week Monday. USA desperate for a wicket now. They need to try and get a breakthrough. 127 is this second wicket partnership.
Williams opens his shoulders again. He's starting to hit the ball around the field a bit now, Neil. And he can be very, very dangerous when he's in this sort of mood. As I say, he scored over 1,000 runs in a Welsh shirt last summer, which is quite a feat. and I think we've seen in the last 5 or 6 overs how he got all of those runs. He's a very effective batsman.
Oh, there we go. Weber up and
Weber
over.
over
Knows
the top.
exactly where the
Put
gap
it in
is.
the gap. No, fielder's done really well to get around there. They'll pick up 2. That went out to the deep extra cover boundary. Fielder was very, very nimble getting round and getting it back in. Good bit of fielding. Weber moves on to 78. That's very wide, and it's colder wide. And again, as we were saying at the start of the over, you control the controllables, and you don't want to be doing too much of that, do you? Because that's a free run, an absolute free run to the batsman.
Goes
Oh,
across.
Weber goes across. No fielder out there. Crosses the boundary. 4 over deep mid wicket.
Yeah, risk-free once again.
Yeah.
And, Adrian Weber knows exactly what's happening. There's no real movement coming from Sankar Jairam, so he had to get outside the line, which he did, and then picked his spot. You can argue and say maybe somewhat across the line, it doesn't matter. There's no risk there. So bar the top edge, nothing can go wrong with that sort of approach from Adrian Weber. And he's suddenly into the 80s. It's becoming a serious partnership and very damaging for the USA. Again, it's flighted.
Again, he's pushed it. This is a big field, you know, and when you've got a guy like Weber hitting it to all parts, it's very, very difficult to set a field to it. And he's almost picking up runs off every ball now because there's so many gaps out there. Wales edging up towards 7 and over, which if they manage to maintain, that would take us over 300, which I think would be a superb total. Almost halfway there. 24 and a bit over still to go in this innings.
Oh, bowled him. He's just changed his line to around the wicket, and he invites the little slog sweep. There was a man out there for protection on the boundary, so Neil Williams at best probably would have helped himself to a single, unless he put it perfectly into the gap. But Williams thought the angle was going to go into his pads. He would lift it up and try and get a boundary, and that is the second wicket that USA have been after. What a partnership between these two. It comes to an end with 136 for wicket number 2. Run rate still very healthy at 6.7, but the second wicket is picked up by Sankar Jairam, and it is Neil Williams who walks back to the pavilion, having contributed 34 to the Wales tally.
But the man coming to the wicket will be very familiar to many South Africans. Mike Cann played about 7 years of first-class cricket out here, I think. And if I'm correct, he started off with Boland and then moved to Griqualand. Am I right?
Let's have a look. That's the value of, information.
Having played for Glamorgan for a few years before that, and then moved to South Africa and played 5, 6, 7 seasons of first-class cricket out here, and he's just qualified for over-60s cricket. In fact, Mike was at the over-50s World Cup, still at ripe age of 59 and a lot of days. He was still good enough to play for Wales over-50s at the World Cup in Sri Lanka recently. So this is actually his over-60s debut today.
Yeah, so here's a little story for you.
Yeah.
The man at the crease, Michael James Cann, born 4 July 1965, and his last List A match in South Africa, he scored 106 not out and took 1 for 42 with the ball. That was 23 November 1991. And that was for Griquas against then Eastern Transvaal. Griquas scored 202 for 7. Mike Cann top scored with 106 not out of a score of 202. And Eastern Transvaal passed the score after 52 overs, 203 for 5. Tony Cotty scored 66, Henry Heeman 30, and there was a 31 from Scott Mitchley.
Tony Cotty, another Welshman who would have played with Mike at Glamorgan.
Oh, how's that? The circle, full circle as well for him to come back to South Africa and, like you said, make his debut in over-60s cricket. Mike Can would want me to carry on with these numbers, because before that, against Boland, who we also represented, he scored 80 under 141 in a first-class match in Stellenbosch in February 1991. So he finished with on a high, 80, 141, 106 not out. What a way to finish! And for a province, against the province he played for as well. He played for Boland. Oh well, that's a great story. Michael James Can, back in South Africa to represent Wales.
Mike and I go back a long way. Mike started at Cardiff Cricket Club as a 14-year-old, which is where I first met him, and we played together for Cardiff Cricket Club for quite a few seasons there. We then sort of drifted apart, went our separate ways, as you do, and then Veterans Cricket has brought us back together again, which is wonderful. Same, we sort of fly on the wall in our. We've shared a room on this tour, and there's been a lot of memories flying around, as I'm sure you can imagine. So if there's any of our old mates in Cardiff Cricket Club listening in, rest assured you've all been mentioned the last couple of nights. I'll try not to mention you all now, but Mr. Herbert, Mr. Bridgman, Mr. Good, Mr. Fowler, all of you mates. Matt Phillips, who's still playing for our Wales Over-50s, was there at Cardiff with us as well. Lots of very happy memories invoked these last couple of days, and again I think that's part of the wonder of Vets cricket. Those memories might have disappeared into the ether without Vets cricket. So Mike facing his first ball now at this pavilion end, if that's what we can call it.
Oh, lovely shot!
Beautiful shot. That's a beautiful shot. He's just picked out a gap, an extra cover, and strolled through for two.
Now one left-hander replacing another. Mike Can in for Neil Williams, who was bowled for 34. Adrian Webber still going strong on 84. Mike Can off the mark.
So I know that Canny will be delighted with the fact that he's got off the mark for Wales 60s. That's what he was most worried at all about, was coming back to South Africa and getting his first run. So I'm sure he's very relieved out there now. Well, I think for any cricketers listening, that first run, that getting off the mark, that escaping the duck is huge, isn't it? And it plays on your mind until you get your first runs. And he's got another one now, he's on to 3. So I'm sure he'll be extremely relaxed.
And then when you get to the other end, you pull out the teapot, and you're just easiest place to be.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Can very relaxed there, very relaxed indeed. Webber now on 84, 77 balls. And he's let that one go outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. Wales 142 for 2 off 22. We're almost halfway through the innings, and 142 on the board. I would say that Wales will be quite pleased with this score and the state of affairs at this moment in time.
Yeah, most definitely. Plenty of overs still remaining, and I spoke earlier, Peter was talking around the 250 mark. That's 108 runs away. I think they would be disappointed to get to 250, to be honest. I think there's enough in this pitch to push towards that 300 mark. No real problems in this pitch. Movement's gone. It's pretty up and down now. Maybe a bit on the low side, but nothing to be too concerned about. You can still get value for shots. Lovely track, lovely conditions. Hardly a breeze.
You see, Johan, anybody listening at home in Wales to say it's a bit on the low side. Great, because that's what we're used to. We're used to low wickets. Not much bouncing in Welsh wickets. 1,000 different reasons. No, there's one different reason, and that's the rain we get more than anything else. But in general, Welsh wickets are quite low.
Well, things have definitely changed in cricket in South Africa. I mean, you would never, well, not never, it's happened, but you would have seldom...
Another lovely shot from Mike Can.
Seldom looked at a T20 wicket and imagined that spin would play the majority part, and then Paul Royals in the SA20 pulled a record out of that, 20 consecutive overs of spin in a T20 professional game.
That's right, yes. that made it all the way over to Wales a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
You would never have called that in South African conditions. That's not too far from here.
Can again out to the deep cover boundary and another 2. He plays that shot so well. He almost picks the gap. Just adjusts the wrist ever so slightly to push it past the player, and it's an easy, safe 2 runs every time. Ooh, bit edgy, but I think another 2 runs. Yeah, another 2 runs. No, he's sending back, and just as well. Like he's back quite comfortably.
Yeah, that was excellent fielding by USA's A. That would have been gone, and
had they gone,
that would have been
Michael
the end of
Cam
my
wouldn't have
game.
made it back, because that was a very, very, very good piece of fielding.
Very accurate return right into the keeper's gloves. Hardly had to move.
Yeah.
Ken saw the danger. He had to run to the danger end. So
Yeah.
it was his call. Also didn't have to get Adrian Weber to turn around.
Yeah. And he was back relatively comfortably. There was a half strangled shout. I don't think it was made with much enthusiasm, but not from the keeper, which is always the indicator. As a keeper, Johan, you'd understand if where you stand there, you know if it's out or not. And when you don't shout, that sort of makes the umpire's mind up for him, doesn't it?
Keepers are different.
Oh, that's up in the air!
Oh, no one's moved. Only the keeper came up. Everyone was sort of looking at one
Everyone was
another.
looking at it, but it went so high up in the air. You always say there's 5 or 6 fielders that probably could have made it to that ball.
I'm going to say that's more than half a chance.
Weber got down to sweep, got through his shot early, it hit the toe end, and it must have gone 40 foot up in the air, and everybody just watched it.
Yeah,
How strange.
Finally the keeper had to make the move, and it was too late. Back
It's a
into the bubble.
Much more conventional shot from Adrian Weber. Picks up the 1 out to extra cover, moves on to 85.
Adrian Weber would have been kicking himself.
Oh.
If he went out in that manner, he would have felt that 100, he's left 100 out here.
Yeah. Well, with 20 odd overs to go, he's probably left another 100 out here, if truth be told.
Half a chance. What USA wouldn't have given to get rid of him right now.
That would have been an important wicket, wouldn't it, at this stage? Weber's eye is in. He's hitting the ball well, as he's done all the way through, and you get the sense if he stays out there for another 10-15 overs, Wales will get a very, very big total indeed. So that would have been a huge wicket, I think, for USA. Not to say that Wales had plenty of batting to come, but you'd always rather have a guy who's in, with his eye in, seeing the ball well, knows the pitch. You'd always rather have that, no matter how much talent you think you've got back in the pavilion still. So it's Weber to face Shanakiram. Just pick the one up there.
Just bringing you up to speed with what's happening in Cape Town at Claremont Cricket Club. Zimbabwe 135 for 1, batting first against South Africa in Palas. And then at next door, USA in a bit of trouble, 104 for 5 in the 27th over, batting first against South Africa, Kudus. And this is our third match then, the one that you're watching with us. It's being played at Greenpoint.
Good arm again. Man at cover.
Can goes on the sweep.
Down
That
the
was
leg
drifting
side.
down leg.
Down the leg side.
The keeper gave it away before he went off to
Yep.
prevent the single. Keeper's movement is normally the clear indicator for the umpires.
It's great having a keeper as a co-commentator. You learn a lot, even at my age. You learn a lot about the black art of cricket. Comfortably taken one there. Just a push, not even a push out to point, knowing the man was deep, and they walked a single. That's cricket in a bubble, isn't it? 150 up for Wales, just over halfway through the innings. 150 for 2. Adrian Webber 86 not out. Mike Cann came in recently, 9 not out. Oh, that's closer. Yeah, he's given him.
Yeah, you just felt in the last over or two that Adrian Webber was becoming slightly more uncomfortable and rushed. He wanted to maneuver and manipulate some shots.
Yeah.
And then finally playing around his pad, we won't have the opportunity to show you again, but umpire felt that was straight enough, and that brings to an end a wonderful innings. Let's just acknowledge Adrian Webber's time at the crease. 86 from only 82 deliveries, 9 fours and 2 sixes. Came in early with Mike Hayden's departure, joined Neil Williams. They put together a very fruitful partnership of 136, and now with the score under 150, he walks back having contributed 86, gets the applause that he deserves. One can't help but feel that Adrian Webber deserved 14 more to get to that 3-figure milestone. But credit also must go to Mani Janakaram, who has made a difference since he's been introduced into the attack. The last bowler that USAA has given the ball to, we've seen 7 of them, and he's produced another breakthrough. 2 for 15, his analysis. So, well, his first rather, 1 for 15, so 3.5 overs, 1 for 15. But it's been a USA coming slightly back into this match. Early wicket from Partip Patel Gill, then a wicket from Sankar Jairam, and now Mani Janakaram with 1 for 15. So 150 for 3. Mike Cann is on 9, and John Jones is at the crease with him.
Yes, interesting. If we've got veterans cricketers from all around the world listening, 2 very well-known over-50s players for Wales have come together now to bat for the over-60s. John Jones captained Wales over-50s for quite a few years. Came up to our age group last season, went to the World Cup in Chennai, got a couple of very big scores in super quick time there. He'll be wanting to reproduce that out here. But Mike and John would have played together a lot for Wales over-50s for many years. Both just come into the over-60s bracket now. And it just goes to show, I think, about how veterans cricket is taken off in Wales, and has gathered. We've got more and more and more guys now coming through the over-50s system and into the over-60s. John plays his first ball comfortably back. Bowler fields it.
Yeah, good into a good over for Mani Janakaram.
Yeah.
4 overs, 1 for 15, and a much better passage for USAA.
Yeah. 2 runs off that last over, and it slowed the scoring rate down. They were approaching 7 not so long ago. They're closer to 6 and over now, are Wales. So the brakes needed to be applied by the USA. To an extent, they managed to do it, haven't they? Over this, taking wickets always helps, of course, doesn't it? Always tends to slow the rate down.
Now important, the brains trust for USA will have to get together and say, how do you contain? We don't want these 2 to get away. We've learned lessons. You know what the pitch is doing? Maybe apply some pressure, maybe extra man or 2 in the inner circle, just to cut off the easy singles. Don't want them just to tick away the scoreboard and 3, 4, 5 to the over. Before you look up, or before you realise, they've put together 20, 30 runs. So Mani Janakaram is right in front of our commentary position. He'll feel very happy about life. Puts on the shades. Now wants to play a supportive role, see if they can maybe go wicket in a short space of time. Mike Cann on strike. Sankar Jairam starting his 6th over. Probably feel that he's going to bowl out. He's gone for 7, but it's been more threatening than the analysis might show. That's also a good one, but worked into the gap by Cann, who'll go into double figures.
It's gone out to long on. John Jones facing his first ball at the far end, so taking guard. Slight adjustments in the field. Of course, left-hander, right-hander combination has been throughout this innings.
And now, of course, they have to keep swapping the field. You've got the right-left combination on.
Looks around his field, comes in, woof.
Yeah, slightly lucky, but you make your own luck in cricket. John Jones not really moving his feet.
Inside edge has gone down to short third man and they've taken a single.
Can thought about the single, but Jones resting on his bat, having none of it. And then does the little calf stretch. Very clever from Jones, just showing Mike Kennedy.
Couldn't have done that. Bit stiff, dear boy.
Yeah, that was very good.
Ooh, that's going down leg. Going down leg. I mean, the shot you've got at home, we're sitting virtually right underneath you, so you've got a very, very good view, wicket to wicket here, and that certainly felt as if it was going down leg from where we're sat.
Yeah, sweep shot on. If he gets some wood on that, it's, there's no real protection behind square. Now changes the line, gets another inside edge, beats the keeper, and will get Wells another single. Seen it all in this over. A couple of inside edges. Big shout for LBW. 152 for 3.
And certainly the USA are applying the brakes here. Another 3 off that over. So it has slowed right down. To be expected with 2 new batsmen at the crease.
So we'll go back to the way we started, and we said slower bowlers, they'll be more effective on this track.
Absolutely.
And now, as the ball gets older, they become even more effective. You've got to make your own pace. Not that easy. Sankar Jayaram, 6 overs, 1 for 39, 3 wicket takers today. Pardeep Patel Gill, who opened the bowling, 5 overs, 1 for 23. He removed Mike Hayden for a duck. Jayaram with 1 for 39 and Mani Janakiram with 1 for 15. Those are the 3 wicket takers for USAA.
Whoa!
Now that's picked up 2 bounces.
2 bounces for 4 backward a square leg.
It comes off the Can bat.
Mike Can's first boundary in over 60s cricket. There's going to be a lot of firsts today, I think, for Mike Can. And John was saying earlier, I'm getting lots and lots of texts, so start saying hello to some people. Rob in Newport, Borida, how are you doing?
So wait now, can we stop there with your hello in Newport? So teach our South African viewers and those watching across the globe, what did you say there after your hello to
Borida? Did I say Borida? That means good morning.
Borida.
Borida. Borida means good morning in Welsh.
Okay.
And then dead easy in a few minutes time, if we're not already there. Are we already there? Are we already at midday here?
We are. Midday has arrived.
But it's still Borida in Wales. It's still morning in Wales. Although we're in the afternoon here, in the Pnawn. John Jones, no run. In Wales it's still morning, so it's Borida. And then here, now it's 20 past 12, so it's Pnawnda, which is good afternoon. Pnawnda.
He's just having a feel outside off stump.
But as we're saying, this slow bowling's doing the trick, isn't it? It's very difficult to lay a bat on it effectively. Pick up the one there. Pushed out to extra cover. things can back onto the strike.
Yeah, so let me then try and say bore da to everyone in Wales.
Bendigedig. That's marvellous. That's marvellous, that is.
Not long ago, Wales international team was here and had an opportunity to be at the waterfront and see everyone build up towards the test. And really have a great vibe, and it's always nice to have the Welsh teams in South Africa. I always said that I believe when you, apart from playing sport, the one thing that Welsh men that I've met, they can all sing. And we were standing this morning and you led the anthem. You actually led the anthem, the singing of the Welsh anthem, and I was standing listening, and it's just one of the most special anthems to listen to.
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, we all just sing in Wales. It's part of our tradition. We've probably not so much this generation. Probably our generation is the last of it where we all went to chapel. And so you sing 3 or 4 hymns, and so you learn them all. At school, you sing a lot. And then we have this thing called the Eisteddfod in Wales, which is where you all compete at singing and reciting and that sort of stuff. And so we're just very, very, very used to singing from a very early age, and it almost becomes like second nature to us. You don't think about it, and the moment you get 2 or 3 Welsh people together, you'll sing a song because you know all the words, and it's what you're used to. Jones to face, it's a little bit wide, he'll pick the one up. So yeah, we don't think anything of it, but wherever we go around the world, people say, oh, you're Welsh, you must sing, and we go, well, don't you sing? Don't you sing? And it seems that other nations don't, in the way that we love it.
Well, we certainly love it in South Africa.
And we're happy to spread the love, you know. It's if other people like us doing it, we enjoy doing it, that's a win-win, isn't it?
Our music brings people together.
Yeah.
As sport does. And when you have both in unison, it's just a happier place.
Yeah.
Cut away by Ken.
1 out to the deep extra cover boundary. Yeah, we had a lovely little occasion last week where we went down to the waterfront after practicing, and there was a local choir singing along there, and somebody had a word and said, would you like us to sing along? And so we sang a couple of Welsh songs, and the choir picked it up and they joined in with us. So we had a local South African choir singing Welsh songs along with us, and that was just a lovely moment.
Wow.
As you say, bringing people together. Well, it doesn't get any better than that, does it? It's a lovely, lovely moment.
Great story.
Yeah. And as we got up to leave the restaurant, we sort of got a standing ovation from all the other restaurant people sitting in the restaurant there with us. That was lovely as well. And it's just positive, you know, music is just positive, isn't it? And you're singing songs about your country and everything, and you're spreading culture, you're spreading awareness, but it's all done in such a lovely, loving way. It's music is affirmative. You don't hear many songs being negative about things and about other people and everything. It's usually about positive things. So yes, that was good. Can gets on the back foot, puts it through, and it's gone for 4. Absolutely split the field. We got a deep extra cover and a deep long off. They're about 40 yards apart, and that went 20 yards between the two of them.
And they never moved.
Neither of them moved, because I think they both knew from the moment they hit the bat that they weren't going to get to it.
And this can be a little dangerous period for USA, because Mike Can has quickly caught up with the rate. He's 21 of 21, so going at a runner ball.
Yeah, he's starting to hit boundaries now, isn't he?
And he can certainly carry on where Adrian Weber left off.
Yeah. Well, as you see, you know, you read us out Mike's the last few stats from his first-class career in South Africa, so we know what Mike can do. And the USA will be hoping that he doesn't reproduce that sort of form today back in South Africa. It's another 4. This time it's straight to the fielder at deep extra cover, so they just take the 1. That's the, you probably hit that harder than the ball before, but the one that went for 4 was hit with more accuracy. And again, for youngsters watching at home, it's not always about hitting the ball hard. It's about hitting to the right place, isn't it?
A very good point.
I always say to youngsters I'm playing with, you know, don't look how long the boundaries are, how far away the boundaries are. Look where the gaps are in the field. That's where you'll get your runs. And it's not always about hitting 4s and 6s. It's often about picking up 1s and 2s. It's more. You'll score more 1s and 2s.
Yeah, and the advent of T20 cricket, the young people watching across the globe will only see the 6s and the 4s and the big hits.
Yeah.
But there's so much play still for singles and 2s and 3s.
That's where you get the runs from. Your 1s and 2s. Always lovely to hit a boundary. There's people at home saying, "Here, Owen, talking about not hitting boundaries." Known as the archetypal slogger at home I am, but I do try and score 1s when I can, you know. Don't do what I do, chaps. Do what I say, yeah?
Yeah.
It's down the leg side. Sweep, he's missed it, but I think that's going to be a bye, isn't it? No, it's a wide. It's a wide.
Yeah, wide down the leg side, so it turns into 2.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the field, and you need to be accurate with your line, because anything into the pads will just whip it away, and there's no protection on the leg side boundary.
Nobody deep on the leg side apart from the long on.
Well, going square, there's no one protecting 4, so that's a dangerous ploy to Can, who's right at home. Good call, good early call from Can and Jones.
And again, what the USA won't know is John Jones is incredibly powerful in the V. Now they've got a man out and long on, but there's nobody really in that big huge gap behind the bowler, and John can be very, very strong there. Having said that, he's just pushed from the backward point.
I think if it's full in his arc, he'll have a go if they keep the field up. But I think I've just got a feeling that Can is going to eye the leg side boundary. Ball drifting into the pads. There's no risk for him.
There's a wide long on, and nothing else out
Who
there.
shouldn't really come into play with the ball drifting into the pads.
No, exactly. Exactly. You get the sense he's going to go back with a square.
Yeah, there we go. He's just had a look.
Yeah,
he's just looked up.
He has. He's just to make sure they haven't moved anybody to deep backward square. Oh, but he's just played that beautifully down. He's touched it, looking for 2, but they don't need to take the risk at this stage of the innings.
So now I think it's good. Also, just worth pointing out: don't preempt shots. If you, again, a youngster watching across the globe, yes, it's vacant there, but don't manufacture a shot that's not quite there. He knows that the gap is there, but needs the correct delivery to put the ball into the gap. So wait for your turn, it will come.
And again, I'm picking up on that. You know, it's always important to know where exactly the field is, what your shots are. We've all know what our strong shots are, and it's fairly binary. So I've got that shot, that shot, that shot. That's not on because there's a fielder out there. That's on because there's no fielder there. That's not on because there's a fielder there. And so if you get the right ball, then you should know in the back of your mind what's on and what's not on. That's a lovely shot from John Jones. He's not going to get a run for that, but that was a very elegant cover drive.
Yeah, the umpire call over. Partnership of 20, 170 for 3. Janakram is 1 for 20, well, it's now 1 for 25 of his 6 overs. So our scoreboard is slightly slower. It's 171.
28 overs gone, 17 left. 6 and over for the rest of the innings gets Wales almost up to 300, and I think they were looking at that as a minimum now, won't they?
Yeah. Mike Gann 23 of 25 and John Jones on 5. At Claremont Cricket Club, USA 119 for 6, batting first against South Africa. Kudus, that's after 32 overs. Zimbabwe 162 for 2, batting first against South Africa Impalas. Also part of this tournament, both matches being played at Claremont Cricket Club. Again, calling 2 very early, and he'll get it easily.
Again, he's just pushed that into the gap, hasn't he? I knew from the moment it left the bat there was 2 there, because he knew there were no fielders out there, which makes you think that he might have known what he was doing with that shot. Back to saying, where are my runs? Where are my runs coming? And if you get the ball then that you say, I can put it there, you know every time there's runs there.
Said Abid is back into the attack, bowling his 3rd over. 0 for 17 he's returned thus far. But now with Abid bowling, they have the square leg on the boundary for Can, and then long on the boundary, long off on the boundary. That one turns. There's
That
definitely
came in
some
a
turn.
long way. I mean, Mike Cam was shaping up to play that through the offside, and then realised as it jagged off the pitch into him that suddenly the offside shot just wasn't on there. Probably a very clever bit of bowling, that.
Still find it strange that they've had this fly slip.
Has the ball gone anywhere near there all day?
Not at all. That
It hasn't, has it?
And I don't think it's going to.
Ah, no.
That's good. Good areas. Bringing Jones forward.
I think he thought about that then, and he pulled back at the last minute. He was shaping to hit it our way. He decided against it.
Oh, that was the boundary option, boundary scoring option. If he cleared or just pierced that inner circle, there's no one
That's
there.
a wide. That's a wide.
That was the real opportunity for a boundary.
John will be disappointed in that. He's practicing the shot that he's just missed.
So for Can, backward of square, that's open real estate. And it does turn into his pads.
Again.
Just knocks it down the ground for 1.
So I'm not sure what's going on here. You've got a right arm round, bowling leg cutters, off cutters to the left-hander. And he's got 4 men on the leg side and only 1 in the deep. It's strange.
And for Jones, that square leg area is vacant on the boundary. Just needs the length. That's where he whips it to. I'll think about 2. They should get 2 easily.
Yeah. They can walk that too. Well placed shot from John Jones. Again, you got the sense he knew where the gap was. Placed the ball there. Easy 2 runs. Keeps the scoreboard ticking over. Better over for Wales.
And Said Abid completing another over 3 overs for 23. It's been such a good performance by Wales. Adrian Webber's 86 standing out from 82 deliveries. That's put them on the right path to a good and productive and healthy score. We know they have a 250 in mind. I think it's going to be more than that. Can on 27, Jones on 7.
Yeah, they want to be going at least 6s for these last 16 overs, don't they? So at least another 90 on this total.
You know, when we started, we assessed it as a 250 plus pitch.
Yeah.
And
That's big wides. Big wides. I think they'll... Yeah, easy 2 John Jones is calling. So that'll be 3 runs from the wide, which means we start the over all over again, and we've already got 3 runs on the board for it. Good start for Wales. USA won't be happy with that.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's going to be
Should be 4. Should be 4.
pushed into the gap by Can. It's going to take
no,
some
it
chasing.
just stopped a foot short of the boundary. Foot short of the deep extra cover boundary. Fielder got round, threw it back in, so it's only 2.
Lucky to get away with that. It was a dish me up full toss outside off stump.
Yeah.
And Can, it's still vacant. Square leg boundary is open.
It sounded a bit clothy, that, didn't he? He didn't quite middle that at all.
That's good.
That sounded better, see? That sounds like a cricket ball should sound when it's hit. But that's not going to go either. They're just going to get another 2 for that.
I think they've got the field wrong for Can. He's pushed 2. He's pushed 2 into that gap consecutively, and he's picked up 4, 2 and 2.
Yeah.
And now the square leg also still vacant. So I don't know. I think they haven't quite worked out the angles for me.
Not to a batsman like this who can hit it 360 degrees.
That's just too easy.
That's just, yeah, isn't it just? Isn't it just? They're just taking the 1 that time. I think they're quite happy just to stroke the ball around, aren't they? Brings John Jones onto strike. John's made his way to 7 so far. Some adjustments in the field, maybe. Five, 4 offside field. Oh, that's wide. That's wide, and it's called a wide. You could say that's bowling to his field, but nobody puts it that wide.
Extra scholar moves onto 26, 22 wides. That's too much from USA.
Too much. That's another wide, I think. No?
Well, if
Did he touch it?
if he's touched that, then that's out. Otherwise, it should be a wide, or it's touched the pad maybe.
He might have touched the pad. I mean, the way he's looking. There we go. One of the joys of the game, isn't it? Certainly a noise of some sort, but that could have been anything.
So they have the 2 fielders very tight on the 1.
Yes.
Here's the end of another over.
181 for 3, and that's 30 overs gone.
Yeah, drinks on the field. Position of strength for Wales. If you have just joined us, 181 for 3. Partnership of 33. Oh, it's 187. Let's just go to our scorecard here. Our one on your screen is slightly behind, so 187 is the score. Adrian Webber's 86, a masterclass from 82 deliveries, 9 4s and 2 6s. Mike Gann has moved quickly to 34 of 32 deliveries, 2 4s part of his stay at the crease. John Jones with him on 7. Wales going nicely, and they'll want to capitalise and convert and make the most of their first outing in this over-60 international tournament. 187 for 3, 15 overs remain, a run rate of 6.3. Let's quickly go across Cape Town and just touch base with the other 2 matches. USA 128 for 7. Remember, they have 2 teams at this tournament, so the A team is in front of us. USA 128 for 7, batting first against the South Africa Kudus. And Zimbabwe 199 for 2, that's in the 39th over, batting first against South Africa Impalas. Both of those matches being played at Claremont Cricket Club, this one at Greenpoint Oval. Wales will resume after the drinks break, 187 for 3. Welcome back. Drinks something of the past. Syed Abid is bowling his 4th over. Wales trying to make full use of the time out at the crease, approaching 200, and it is Mike Cann and John Jones at the crease. Run rate of 6.2.
Stage of the innings where you start working out overs to go and current run rates and what would happen.
Jane?
Me?
Yeah.
6 and over gets Wales to about 270 here. Oof.
Well, that sort of fielding is
Yeah.
going to assist their cause and be detrimental to USA. They're giving away too many easy singles.
Yeah. 8 and over gets Wales well over 300. So that's really where we want to be looking. Somewhere closer to 8 and over, up beyond the 300. Yeah. I've got Stuart Carpenter sitting next to me who's every reason to question my mathematics, because in the World Cup I was sort of talking about 6 and over and 8 and over, and Stuart came in and hit it about 20 and over. For 24 hours, the gentleman sitting over my left shoulder has hit the 2nd fastest 100 in world cricket. And then 24 hours later, I think a Zimbabwean, he did a ball quicker, didn't he? That's a wide. And yes, I think I was commentating at the time and talking about 6 and overs and 8 and overs, and this gentleman totally destroyed my calculations. Hitting 100 in 33 balls, Stuart, was it? 34 balls. 34 ball 100. That was entertaining. That's another wide.
So listen to keepers. If you are going to go up for the shot, make it more convincing.
Yeah. Again, more of the dark arts of keeping my friend Johan here.
I can tell you 100% with certainty that no appeal has ever been given for a keeper that goes up with one hand and says, "How's it?" It's a choir. That's where you need to clear the lungs.
Yeah, in a nice gentlemanly manner. How's that, umpire?
There's
No.
nothing gentle
No,
about a
no,
keeper's
no.
appeal. It should
Can't
never
be,
be.
can there? It
It
can't
shouldn't
be.
be.
No.
Then you can't get that decision.
No.
Umpire should have a rule that if a keeper goes up half-heartedly,
Yeah.
you don't give it. There should be extra points for the way you...
And the converse of that is not that I bowl much, but I once thought I'd got someone LBW, and I politely inquired to the umpire. I said, "How's that, umpire?" And he said, "Not out." And at the end of the over, I politely asked him, "Why didn't you give that out?" He said, "Because you didn't sound convinced, so I wasn't going to give it."
There we go.
That's the way it works. So Mike Cann just chipped that one up into the sort of vacant mid-wicket area there. Got a single for it, but again, another slightly false shot, which tends to suggest the ball might be stopping, keeping a little bit low on occasion, just on occasion there. No, I think a golden rule for appealing is you've got to sound as if you think it's out before you can start persuading the umpire to give it out. So, Mike Cann facing us played most of his club cricket in Wales, all of his club cricket in Wales with Cardiff. Back and forward a few times. He's currently president of Cardiff Cricket Club, which are, yes, they're one of the biggest clubs in Wales, there's no doubt about it. Current Glamorgan player Kieran Carlson comes from the same stable. But surprisingly, not that many players have come from Cardiff Cricket Club into first-class cricket over the years. Ooh, one-handed shot.
Oh, and there's
But
no one,
he's going to get a few runs for it.
there's no one there. How good is the throw going to be? It's a bowling action, and that
Well,
brings them through for 3.
Yeah, well run, boys. John Jones has done really well to turn that into 3 there. Good call from John Jones. It's a bit of discussion about field placings going on out there.
Lovely shot.
Shot from John Jones. I told you he was strong there. Good. Straightish cover drive for comfortable 2 there.
Yeah, it's Rajkowski who's bowling.
It's another new bowler.
Yeah, another new bowler, and this one is past the field in a circle.
Backward square.
Yeah, 4 more.
So I think we can persuade Adrian Webber to join us, and he can talk you through his innings, Johan.
And there's a lot to talk about.
Morning, everybody.
Good afternoon to
In
you,
fact,
Adrian.
it was morning when I started. Yes, it is afternoon now.
You can be excused. You played such a brilliant innings. Firstly, thanks for taking some time out to come and sit in the commentary position.
Thank you.
And well batted. It was such a classy innings. You came in early with Mike Hayden departing without scoring, and then it was just wonderful to watch your alertness, just how you manipulated the field, put the balls into gaps. We felt that you deserved a ton.
Oh, thank you for those kind words. It felt good out there today. It's obviously really the first game we've had for several months coming out to our close season. So it was nice actually to get a few net sessions behind us. We were fortunate enough to go to Rondebosch to net on Friday. That helped somewhat, give us a feel of the wickets. They had some wonderful grass wickets there, or rather rolled mud wickets, but they were really good. So it was nice to see the ground out here today looking exactly like we thought they would look. We were told they might play a little bit slower and lower, and the pink ball, I think, as everybody acknowledges, moves for several overs. Gill, I think, bowled particularly well with a little bit of swing. But it was nice to get out there and feel the ball on bat and score quite freely, it felt.
I'm glad you talk about Pardeep Patel, because he was in the middle of he put a good spell together, 5 overs, 1 for 23, and once you got the pace of the pitch and the movement out of the way, how did you go about getting yourself ticking over?
Well, clearly from his first couple of balls, the information from Mike coming out said that he was getting a little bit of in swing, so you're obviously conscious of that. You're obviously conscious of the ball that the pink ball swings early doors anyway, so you have to be wary of that. Watched a few balls, you saw what he was doing, and just allow that to play out. If the ball was reasonably in a dangerous position, you play it or leave it, depending where it went, obviously, as you will with any shot, as any batsman will know. You take your choices, don't you? And in the beginning, you watch the ball, you let it go. I'm not much of one to let a ball go, mind. If it's wide enough, it's usually a free shot, and if it's over pitched, it's a free shot. First ball or last ball, it's a free shot. So I think I was very fortunate. You can usually tell with your first couple of shots how you're feeling. I think I clipped one through mid wicket for my first shot, and it felt really good. I think if you play there, you know you're in next straight off. So I was lucky. I had a good day.
It was wonderful to watch. I mean, you hit the boundary at will without hitting a shot in anger, if that makes sense.
Yes.
You don't come across as someone that needs to smash the ball to get a boundary. It's all timing and placement.
All I think any good shot is a timed shot, isn't it? You don't need power for a timed shot. What power allows you to do is perhaps clear boundaries. But to hit boundaries, I think you just need timing. You can bully balls sometimes, but timing is more important, I think, to a batsman than power, frankly.
Having spent so much time out in the middle, what do you think is a good score?
I think it's seniors cricket. The scores change in seniors cricket, don't they? I think it doesn't just depend on the wicket. It depends on the ability of the fielding team to close down 3s and 2s into only 1s and 2s. So I would suggest once you get the 230 mark, it becomes difficult for an opposition. If you push 250 plus, I think it's very difficult for an opposition. I think possibly 230 is a high achievement, to be honest, but I think you've always got to be wary. We don't know the players that are coming in. They might have some very competent bats that find it as equally easy to pierce the field amongst us, and we don't know quite how we're going to bowl, because it's our first bowl for some months really.
Let's talk about the end of your innings. I just felt watching you, it's almost as if you became impatient and you wanted to up the ante. Were you going through a sort of a phase where you wanted to get to that 100 mark quickly?
I never think about scoring 100. What I do get personally is impatient, and I become a little aggressive, and I start to look to score off too many balls. So I'm always battling with dealing with that impatience, really, to be honest. There were obviously gaps in the field because of the overs limitation on bowlers. They had a big one, and I think you will have noticed that I pulled the slower ball from quite wide of the offside into a big leg side gap, which was premeditated on my part because he was bowling so slow. He was difficult to put away in other areas, so I chose to pull him to the leg side where he had no cover. I tried it another ball maybe an over half so later, and that didn't quite. I could have easily lost my wicket at that point. So it is dangerous. It is dangerous to do that, especially as you were scoring. I was scoring freely enough, really, in all other areas. But sometimes slower bowlers on these type of wickets can be harder to put away.
Your first time in South Africa?
Yes, it is. It's wonderful. The weather is absolutely gorgeous. The playing surfaces, they're credit, aren't they? I think we went to, as I said, we went to Rondebosch on Friday, and that was like playing looking at a carpet, the main field there, and the wicket. Absolutely fantastic. I can't believe how lush this ground is as well. It's maybe a little long. I think it stops the ball a little bit sometimes, but perhaps that's one way of keeping it a little lusher, is keep a bit more leaf growth there. But it's fantastic. Great facilities. Great facilities.
Must also be great to have a guy like Mike Cann in your team. That's another boundary from John Jones. But Mike Cann, he was a productive first-class cricketer in his time in South Africa.
Yeah, he's a true professional. He brings a lot of professional attributes with him to the team. He is very conscious of imparting a lot of the ways that he was taught during his professionalisation and professional playing. He's obviously coached, I think he's coached in Africa, hasn't he? So he brings that to us. It's very, very important that he believes 100% in concentration. Everybody doing their bit, no letting up. The game's there to be won, and it's won when you play as a team and for each other.
So in closing, I know it's an international tournament, 60 plus, but what does Adrian Webber do when he gets back home? What do you... I'll
be straight by my allotment, which is a gardening patch, doing all the things I should have been doing these 2 weeks, to be honest. It's nothing too exciting in my life. I love my garden, I love my cricket.
Adrian, wonderful to talk to you. Thank you for the entertainment. 86 on the board, highest score in this match, and all the best for this tournament. I'm sure we'll catch up during the course of the week, but you've set the bar. Now it's to see if Mike can surpass you before the end of the innings, but you've put the highest score on the board. But yeah, thank you very much, and best of luck from a batting perspective. May the runs continue to flow off your bat, and we've been privileged to be entertained by you this morning, so thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
Now that then, Adrian Webber, 86 of 82 to kickstart his campaign, 9 4s and 2 6s, and now is an opportunity to walk along the boundary rope and support his fellow teammates Mike Cann and John Jones going strongly as well. Cann on 42 and Jones on 24. Your scorecard at home hasn't quite caught up to the one that we are working from, so apologies for that. 215 is the score.
That was a rare insight into an innings, wasn't it? You know, we've just seen a superb innings, and we've had the batsman come over and talk us through all of the various stages of that innings, what was going through his mind, how he was reading the bowling, how he was reading the field placings. I mean, great lesson for any youngsters listening on how to build an innings and what you need to be thinking about, what you need to be aware of when you're out there.
This one, especially talking about awareness,
Beautiful.
down to a vacant fine leg
Beautiful.
area, helps himself to another boundary. Yeah, I really enjoyed talking to Adrian. Thank you for setting that up. It's nice to have you with us as well and have that opportunity to pull some of the Welsh crowd in when we need them. But yeah, Mike Cann has moved swiftly to 46 of only 43 deliveries. He's made it look easy as well. But yeah, just to go back to Adrian Weber, and what I liked is that he was never mindful about the century. My dad always used to say there's no I in team, so it's always the team first. But that he did get a bit agitated and wanted to push up the run rate and maybe just chose the wrong delivery. But great insights from someone that treated us this morning. This is pushed into the gap, but there is a player on the fence. I won't think about the two. It's been a good partnership between Cann and Jones.
I mean, Adrian told us a little bit about his gardening interest. What he didn't tell us is he's also the groundsman at Croeso Ceiliog along with John Lewis.
Okay.
And the two of them, John plays for our seconds or thirds. Two of them do an absolutely magnificent job. Their Croeso Ceiliog wicket is one of the best, and they're both batsmen, but one of the best batting wickets in our area. And that's down to Adrian and to John. So I think I can say thanks, because I've enjoyed many an afternoon batting at Croeso Ceiliog, and it's down to that gentleman that we were just speaking to then. Puts a lot of love into that track. He does a lot of love.
Isn't it wonderful to have someone that wears national colours come and score 86 and then talk about their passion and go back home, and then they become the groundsman and they prepare tracks for the future Adrian Webers to come into an opportunity where they start to love batting. You can only start to love batting when you bat on a track that's batter friendly. Otherwise it's never going to be pleasant.
Well, it's a good track, isn't it? What is a good cricket track? And I guess you start off with at the bottom end one that's not dangerous, and then you go on and on and on until eventually you can achieve a track which it's good to bat on, but it's also good to bowl on, because that's what a good track is. There's something in it for both, isn't there?
Yes, for me that's exactly well summarised. It's a good fair contest between bat and ball. A bowler should be rewarded for their skill set, as a batter should be rewarded for theirs.
Yeah. And I think that's the art of it, is to create a wicket where there's something in it for both people. And if you bat well and apply yourself, you'll get runs. But also if you bowl well and stick to a line and stick to a plan, you'll get wickets. Or your economy will stay down. Ooh, that was a big swipe there from John Jones. He's looking at the umpire, see if he's going to call it a wide. That jagged away to the offside quite significantly, didn't it?
Jones also wants to up the ante now. Strike rate of 89.3. Mike Cann going at a runnable 47. Adrian Weber himself batted at 104.9. It's been a productive phase this for Wales after that early loss. And now John Jones pulls away. Maybe just some chatter behind the stumps. Those keepers, difficult breed, they like talking.
Terrible people, aren't they? Terrible people. I'm speaking to a keeper here.
Yeah, I know.
He's a bit worried.
At 60 they probably have a lot more to say.
John Jones picks a single out to deep cover there. Yes, these two will be wanting to get on with it now. There's plenty of batting to come, plenty of boys who can put bat to ball, which takes the pressure off you. And you've got this many runs on the board, not many wickets down, just over a dozen overs to go. As a batsman, again, you can think of the team, can't you? You can say, right, I can go and have a go now, and if I'm out it doesn't matter, because there's other boys who'll come in who can carry it on. It's a nice place to be.
Yeah, Mike Cann, if he got some bat on that, he would have put it to the fence, helped it to the boundary. There's no one there.
Nobody down there at all, is there?
Needs 2 for 50. Oh, gets the foolish delivery, but
He's
he'll
going to get it, but
he'll
not
get
in
the
the way
two.
that wanted
Yeah,
it.
he'll chip it into the
Yeah.
gap, little sand wedge
Yeah.
on the golf course, and he can look up and take the applause from those in attendance. Cap off, bat in the air. Mike Gann reaches 50.
This is his debut for Wales Over-60s. And as Adrian was saying, you know, I guess once you're a pro cricketer, you're always a pro cricketer. His standards are impeccably high. His desire to succeed. I mean, I've shared a room with this lad for the last week, and all he's wanted to do is score runs and take wickets for Wales. And it's just wonderful seeing somebody of that age with so much enthusiasm for the game still, and so much will to win and desire to succeed. So Canny will be delighted that he's got 50 here today. But he won't want to stop here. He'll want to score more runs, and we'll also see him bowling, I'm sure, later on. Or looking over the wicket to him now.
As a professional sports person, you never lose the desire. You'll always be at a certain standard. It doesn't matter if it's a knock around in the nets or something more serious in the form of a match situation, but it must be wonderful to share a change room with someone that played at the highest level, and the experience that he can bring through and talk about and keep you calm. You know, you need those players to stand up in leadership roles. Is there in the camp, in the Wales camp, is there a bit of an initiation for newbies, or is it not really part of the over 60 category?
Yeah, no, there isn't really. I mean, the one thing you've got to do to be part of the 60s team is to join in with the songs. And we don't even get people to sing solo or anything, but I think you're expected to join in with the songs. That's a fairly important thing. No real initiation at all.
Fines meeting?
There's a fines committee.
Oh,
They're
okay.
keeping their heads low at the moment, which is
okay.
starting to really worry us. There's the odd little comment about noted by the fines committee. We don't even know who the fines committee is yet. And whether some of these people who are saying noted by the fines committee is actually a red herring or not. It's so yes is the simple answer to your question, Johan.
So are you prepared to say on air that you are part of that committee? Am I reading you correctly?
I absolutely no comment whatsoever.
I'm sure that the fines
Goodness
committee,
me.
whoever they are, might be
Yeah.
noting this little
Yeah,
special
yeah.
innings from Mike Gann to go along with Adrian Webber's 86 earlier today, and that'll be the basis for some good chatter later this afternoon or evening.
Yeah.
Jones
All
on
I'll
25.
say is there's a garment that's appeared on this tour, and we already have a winner to wear that garment at the end of the day, and you could probably work out what that garment might be and who the winner might be.
Yes.
Sorry, no, nothing at all. No duck-like noises whatsoever. For those who are interested, I'm sure there'll be pictures on social media later on.
The dreaded 0. Especially if you catch the first one on tour. Well, that's all part of the banter. That's slightly uppish, but in the gap. But it's part of the whole tour experience.
Yeah. Wonder John Jones moves him on to 22, I think.
Yeah, our scorecard that you're looking at home
It's a little bit
is
slow,
a bit slower.
It's a
So
bit slow.
Jones on to 26, Gann has 50.
Yeah.
And now having passed that milestone, Gann can really cut loose. See how many he can still put on the board before the end of the innings.
Well, the run rate's starting to build up again now, isn't it? It got down to just over 6 not so long ago, but these two putting this partnership together and it's building back up. It's almost at 6.5 now.
Use of the feet, chips it over the top.
Seeing the gap there?
Should get 2.
Yeah. And again, a safe shot when there's a gap that big there. You know that if you can get to the ball and lift it over the bowler's head, there's absolutely no danger behind there whatsoever. If you get hold of it, you get a boundary. If you don't get hold of it, like Mike did them, you're quite safe. It doesn't matter.
It's a quick single from Gann.
Yeah.
The lesson there is just to call early. Don't have doubt. That's going to create confusion, and then you quite often don't make your ground, but no problems there for Mike Can.
Oof!
Moved a long way across his stumps, the Jones.
Almost came off the cut strip there to hit that.
Almost thought that we were going to see the lap paddle shot from John Jones.
John moved 2 yards outside off stick to put that down to the offside. I think again he was spotting the gap there. Perfectly safe shot to play.
Hitting the boundary on the leg side for Can. That's good. That's a lovely cricket shot.
So he pushes it out to long off for a safe, easy single.
Sometimes the prettiest shots don't get you the boundaries, but that's just such a classy.
Beautiful shot.
The real-time scoring, hopefully our system can catch up as well, but 233 at the moment for the loss of those 3 wickets. Oh, it's straight into the hands. Would you believe it? It is the end of John Jones. Went on the cut, didn't get all of it, and it's gone into that gully region, and it is Pardeep Patel Gill, the man who picked up the first wicket to fall, that of Mike Hayden. He now does his bit in the field. Not a huge celebration from USA. They know that this is already a pretty daunting prospect. 233 now for 4. So it is Pardeep Patel Gill who takes the catch. Sankar Jairam rewarded with his 2nd wicket. Brings to an end his 8th over. 8 overs 2 for 54. It's still an uphill task for USA later today. They're already staring down the barrel. 233 for 4 with lots of batting to come. Next up, Martin Lewis, who will join Mike Can at the crease.
So Martin, another one who puts a lot back into the game. Nominally groundsman at Baglam, but I think he tends to prepare most of the grounds in the Port Talbot area. There's at least 3 grounds that he looks after. Been a football scout in his time. Lives near Port Talbot, which is probably slightly closer to Swansea than it is to Cardiff, but it's on that M4 strip where most of our players come from. This is Martin's first game in a Wales senior shirt. He's played a couple of first team games over the years, but generally plays down the side. Very useful batsman, exceptionally good fielder, and been a good bowler in his time, he tells us.
Oh, he's got the length.
He hasn't shown us much evidence so far, but he probably now will come on and take 6 wickets later on. But no, he's probably one of the boys to watch out for in the field, because he's deceptively fast. He's got a very good throw on him and a great pair of hands.
So I'm curious, did he not get a cap as part of his match kit?
Well,
does he know the African son? Have you briefed him?
He has it. Oh yeah. All right. Does he have a cap? No. He thinks it's Baglan.
We're sitting under a gazebo, and I can tell you it's still pretty warm where we are. So Martin Lewis walks out, and maybe he knows something that we don't. He's going to come out, have a bit of a burst. Maybe not anticipating that he'll be there for the remainder of the innings, or be there for the full remainder of the innings. But I must find it fascinating. Martin Lewis is out for a little Sunday stroll, and
I reckon if there's any boys watching from the 4th team, Martin's thinking of going to Staffordshire in a couple of weeks' time in the rain, and wants to show off a very suntan face. I think that's his plan. That's all I can think of.
Talking about plans, this is melted down towards our commentary position.
Long off. It's gone to long off. Absolutely drilled.
So it's that time of the innings.
Yeah. And it's lovely as a batsman when you come in, there's plenty of runs on the board, and you've got a guy going like that at the other end. It takes all the pressure off you, because all you really need to think about is just, well, get behind it, push your one, and let the other boy take the strike. No pressure on you at all.
Said Abid bowling his 7th over. That's too short. Oh, gets away with it.
Didn't get hold of it.
Just on length. Gan was eyeing it.
Yeah. Didn't come up in the way that Mike was expecting it to come up, I don't think. It's almost been a theme of this innings now, is the ball, not even the odd ball. Half of the balls are keeping quite low, aren't they?
Yeah, good lessons learned already for the Welsh attack when it's their turn to bowl. Down the leg side, it's wide, another one.
You'll take those all day long.
29th wide for USA, not good enough. As I said,
one of the fielders just told us too many, so they know it as well as us.
Oh, they're listening to our commentary as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one from Can.
But his fielders, he's done well to get round to it. But they're taking the two to keep Can on strike.
Yeah, it's a different commentary experience as well. We're seated right next to the boundary, and obviously the fielders in front of us can hear us.
They can hear us talking.
So they're listening in as well.
Yeah. Mike's just hitting the ball with complete freedom now, every ball, isn't he?
And lovely sound off the bat.
Yes, that's the other thing. He's middling most of them. There was that one that he clothed, and it sounded different, but this is just a little tink every ball, isn't it? So Martin Lewis now facing his first ball. And it's a nice, that's exactly what you want first ball up. A nice little full toss on the leg side. He's helped it around the corner. And he's off the mark. It's always nice as a batsman, isn't it? A nice slow little full toss on the leg side first up.
When you walk out, you envisage something that's in your arc.
Yes. And that's like, we were talking earlier about getting off the mark, and it's lovely to get off the mark like that. Ooh, that dipped in and ended up as a Yorker almost, didn't it? Mike Can did well to keep that out.
Does end Said Abid's 7th over, 0 for 46, his analysis, going at 6.7. So Martin Lewis on 1, Mike Can on 61, Wales well placed 242. 4 wickets that went down. The early blow when Mike Hayden departed without scoring, 2 for 1 became 138 for 2, a partnership of 136 for the second wicket before Neil Williams was dismissed for 34. Partnership of 12 followed. Dangerous Adrian Webber had scored 86 before he was removed. And then another partnership of substance of 83 between Mike Can and John Jones. Jones out for 27, playing second fiddle to Mike Can. And now it's up to Can and Lewis to build further with USAA staring down the barrel. 242, already an imposing target.
Martin reached for that. The umpire thought about giving it wide, but I think the fact that he reached for it probably turned it into a legitimate ball.
Such a tall player, and probably say to the umpire, how far do I need to go?
Yeah. That's good. Push that out to deep cover boundary. Lovely shot from Martin.
So what can we expect from Mike Can? Loves South Africa. Loves South African batting conditions. We spoke earlier about his record, the way he finished his career, his professional career in South Africa.
And Martin Lewis doing exactly what he needs to do, and what we said. He's just push the ones and let Mike Cann take the strike.
Yeah.
Perfect batting.
Sankar Jaram in his 9th over picked up 2 for 55. Just rocks back. Mike Cann creates the
there's
space.
2 if not 3 there.
It'll be an
Yeah,
easy
Marty's
2.
a fast runner. Look at him. Look at him. Nope. He was ready to turn that into a 3.
Good fielding by Pardeep Patel.
I think Mike quite happy to stay on strike though.
And Martin Lewis would probably play that role and say, let me feed the player that's in.
Yeah.
That's where the runs are going to come from.
And Marty's a great runner, as I said. He's, exceptionally fit for his age. Great cricketer. Good runner. Knows exactly what he's doing.
Change in field
What are
for
they doing now?
USA. Pushing a man back on the offside.
You just get the sense they haven't got enough fielders out there for Mike Cann at the moment, have they?
They're still very heavily loaded on the leg side.
Yeah. They've got to bring another. They've got to have 4 men in the ring, haven't they? They were down to 3 men.
Yeah, there is the shift now. They've brought that cover fielder now. That's on the leg side. Swept
yes,
beautifully.
Swept beautifully for 4. And this is exactly the problem. They haven't got enough fielders out there for a guy that can hit the ball 360 degrees. And not just, but he can hit it, No matter where they bowl to him, he knows exactly where the gap is in the field and he's just putting the ball there.
For me, it's just too easy there. You don't have any protection down the leg side on the fence.
No.
And by feeding Mike Cann there, he's not going to miss out. He's made his way to 67.
But we've seen the way he can place the ball, and even these guys out on the boundary, they've got 40 yards between them, and already a couple of times Mike has just drilled the ball between those fielders.
So there's a slight movement. Fine leg being moved finer. There's more in a long leg position now, coming more fine. And then it's a flighted delivery outside off stump, and Cann thinks about where he wants to place it, just misses out. If he beats the inner ring, there's definitely more runs, especially backward of point. That's his boundary option. Long off, long on the fence. That's straight. Moves slightly again.
And
Half a
again
shot,
he's-
but that's bat. Cann will think 2. Lewis encouraging the 2, and Cann will be on his bike.
And you saw him, he moved outside the off stump to turn that into a ball that he could sweep. He knows that the offside field is packed, and so therefore he's turning offside balls into balls that he can sweep onto the leg side. Ball coming over the wicket now to him. Changes the angle. Tucks him up a bit. Gets the sweep shot out, but he still picks up a 1 to deep mid wicket. Off the last ball of the over. Mike Cann's another one in the Welsh side who can count up to 6.
So we had a standing joke. I'm sure you've played with many cricketers that knew exactly how to count to 6.
Oh yeah.
So if you're new to cricket, so obviously after 6 balls you change ends. Bowler comes from the other end, and those who like the run scoring department, they would get any sort of delivery from ball 5 and miraculously turn it into 1 so that they can keep strike in the next over. And you would be starved, and you would be standing as a spectator with pads on, and there's runs to be scored, and that opportunity would be taken away from you. On a good deck, you would find very talented batters who knew exactly how to count.
Yeah.
And they would take away that opportunity from you. And I'm not saying that's what Mike Cann is doing. We're having a little joke, of course, because he's well set on 70.
Oh, I think this is completely contrived. I think Martin Lewis is 100% happy to be playing this supporting role to a guy who's really got his eye in. He's hitting it everywhere, and Martin's doing exactly what the team needs out there.
Yeah, and that is sometimes the best best position to be.
Oh, that's missed everything, including the keeper's gloves.
I was probably more surprised that Mike actually missed the ball.
Yeah. Well, but you see, that ball actually came up a little bit, didn't it?
Very slightly.
Over stump height. We haven't seen many getting over stump height today at all. I think that looked as if it cleared middle stump.
Said Abid in his 8th over, bowling at Martin Lewis on 2. My can is 70. Now, all that Lewis wants to do is get off strike. Not taking anything away from his ability, but with can set, give him as much as the strike as possible. Straight back to the bowler, nothing there. A good couple of deliveries that's been put together by Said Abid. And then he offers the free one down the leg side. 4, they don't have to move. They don't have to move. Outfield would have quickened up more with the sun baking on it for the last 3 hours. Well, that's just to help me for 4.
Just what Wales needed. Nothing worse if they're hitting boundaries at both ends. It becomes very, very difficult for the fielding side, doesn't it?
The first boundary for Martin Lewis. He's on to 6.
Turning down the single, that's late on in the over, isn't it?
2 deliveries remaining. Oh, there is an edge.
And I think for the first time today we've seen that fly slip field the ball. Taking us almost 40 overs and he's finally come into play.
And even after 40, I haven't seen the need for it, to be honest.
No.
Lewis gets his revenge. He's back at the other end and he'll keep the strike. "39 overs gone, 6 remaining in the innings. 258 is the score. They've
got to be eyeing 300 now, I think, haven't they? 6 overs to go,
42.
plenty of wickets in hand.
7 to the over.
Yeah.
That's not too much to ask,
No.
especially with Can still there.
And some big hitters to come.
300 is definitely on the cards
Yeah.
for Wales.
Yeah.
Well, we've been slightly behind the over rate. If I look at the other matches, it's a change of innings at Claremont already between USA and South Africa Kudus.
Yeah.
USA posting 165 for 9, so the Kudus will chase 166 for victory when it's their turn to bat.
What did Zimbabwe make in the end?
Yeah, but I'm trying to find their score, but that's disappeared.
Yeah.
It's just gone off the radar.
I can actually see Johan's laptop, but it's so bright here, the sun is, I can't actually read it. So I'm just rubbing it in to people at home about how sunny it is. That's all I'm doing.
I'll try and find out what's happening in the other match between Zimbabwe and the Impalas, South Africa Impalas. But the Kudus in a good position against the USA.
So it's interesting, in a 6-team competition where we don't know too much about any of the rest of the opposition, it's probably going to be halfway through before we can even begin to work out who's who and what's what, isn't it?
Oh, it's just whipped around the corner.
Whipped it to deep mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding out there.
And well run.
Now, that fielder was Peter Jones, and I got a bit of a problem with Peter Jones because he's got a very Welsh name. He told us earlier his dad's from Newport. So we got a Welshman playing for the USA.
Oh, that's big. That's big. That's up and over. Will it have enough legs? No.
Not quite.
Jones will again run around the boundary
Oh,
rope
it's just
and cut
finished
it off.
short.
Oh.
Just finished short. Yeah, I was the same as you then. I thought, is that 6 or is it 4? And it
Wow.
ended up as a 2. But again, I'm not sure he absolutely middled that, did he? It was a little bit heavy on the bat.
Eating into a slight breeze, but it's nothing that's
Yeah.
worth talking about.
No,
So
no.
all that's done is a change in the approach from the USA. They've moved that long off around. I'm not sure it's going to help much. If Can middles it, everyone's going to be spectators.
Lots of big gaps here for him to hit.
Now that's another good one from Can.
He'll just take a 1 out to the deep mid-wicket boundary there. It's actually good bowling and fielding from the USA at this stage of the innings. Is that just 4 off the over so far, I think, isn't it?
That's just
Good.
slogged across the line from outside
Into the-
off
into the
stump,
gap,
but
they'll just take the 1.
you'll get the one.
Yeah.
Will Martin Lewis will bring to an end another over. We are well and truly into the business end of the Welsh innings.
But what's apparent here, Johan, and we noticed this from the start, you take the pace off this ball, there's no pace in the wicket whatsoever. And that last ball there was a classy example. It was just thrown up into the air. Martin gave it the kitchen sink, got hold of it quite well, but just nothing there, was there?
I think we called it from the first 2
Yeah,
overs.
yeah.
It was pretty evident what was going to happen.
Ball straight and slow on this, and it's going to be difficult to score big runs
Yeah,
on
that's
it.
your secret
Yeah.
secret recipe. And executing. I mean, USA bowling 29 wides. I mean, that's 29 extra deliveries.
And bowled with too much width at times as well.
You've basically given 5 extra overs. You've turned a 45 over per
Yeah.
team contest
Yeah,
into a 50 over
Absolutely.
per side
Absolutely.
contest.
You're saying how we're behind the other games. Well,
That's the
part
reason.
of the reason. 5 overs is 20 minutes, isn't it, on the game already?
We should have been finished by now, but and well, I mean, you play against the disciplined bowling unit. You
Yeah.
give them 50 and you bat 45. That's
yeah.
that's normally an unfair advantage,
Yeah.
but it's something they'll have to look at. Now, what does Can do?
Not much on the leg side, and so he dabbles it down to backward point, but he'll only take the 1. I have to say, I think USA are bowling well to their fielding these last couple of overs. Not that many boundaries.
Again, has to work it
Marty's-
around the corner.
Yeah. Doesn't get it past the fielder.
I agree with you, but the damage has been done.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
the door has been kicked open,
Yeah.
especially by Adrian Webber, the way he went about it. Mike Can going a better than runnable. His strike rate, the best of the innings so far, 115.2.
John Jones and Neil Williams did their bits as
Yeah.
well. It's been a good batting performance from Wales. That's it.
That'll be another 2 at least.
At least 2. No, they take 2.
Good calling by Martin
Take
Lewis.
2.
Well, there's enough time for Can to get 3 figures. He's 76, 24 to get.
What, 4 overs left after this?
More than enough time.
Yeah.
goes on the one leg and then misses. The umpire signalling wide, and so it's a wide +1. Just talking about the wides column, and there's another.
That's 30 now, isn't it?
Another 2
That's
added.
30.
32 now.
32 wides. Yep. You can't. That's just giving runs and balls away, isn't it? It's just giving it away.
It's inexcusable at any level.
Yeah.
Well, there's another one.
Another one. I could understand the early ones. The ball was swinging so much, it must have been almost impossible for the seam bowlers to control it. So I can understand those early wides, but since then, the ball's not hardly swinging at all. The pitch isn't turning much, but they just keep bowling down the leg side, don't they?
Well, Can just moved his back foot. You'll see he's still in a pause position.
Yeah.
And just because of that back leg going too far across, he's missed the opportunity to clear the short
Because he was looking.
cover.
He was looking for the cover shot over cover there, wasn't he?
Never going to be given. Finally, the end of another over. 273 Wales
4 overs
for
left.
the loss of 4.
So they'll still be looking for 300 here, I think. With 4 overs to go, they'll still be looking for another 27 runs at least off these last 4 overs.
So the score that we predicted, we said 275.
Yeah.
That's they've reached that mark. So it's all about just cashing in and making the most of these last couple of overs. Wales will be happy. We spoke to one of the senior staff members earlier on in commentary, and he said that they would be happy with a 250 score, 250 plus, which they've passed with ease. Helped along by 2 mainstays, Adrian Webber's 86 and Mike Can's unbeaten 76. Now the question is really, how many will they get?
I think they'll be disappointed if they're short of 300 here. Having got to this position, as you say, I think all the way along 250 is always a good score to aim for, but having got themselves to this position, it'll be a little disappointing not to get 300.
There's
That's one, and it gets Can on strike.
that's a good shot. Martin Lewis has done nicely. He's been
Done a good job, hasn't he?
Yeah, good
Done a
foil
good job.
for Mike Can.
Yeah.
So over to you, Mr. Can. Can you get the century, the first century in the Wales camp in this tournament? It's 24 to get.
Where are his shots?
The
He's
race
still
is
got
on.
Backward square. There's a big enough gap at mid-wicket and at long on for him to pierce.
He should be aiming for the Welsh jersey, the man that's standing between the two fielders.
Deep mid-wicket.
And there, it's
Oh,
not
he'll
quite
go
where he
that way
goes.
instead. That's fine.
That should be
Pick up a couple.
2. There should be 2.
Yeah.
Picked up late by Jones, the one in the USA camp, of course.
The American Jones. Of course, many of the founding fathers of the US were Welsh. Don't ask me to name them, but I know they were. Because I saw Hamilton recently, so I know these things.
There's
Oh,
a
he
straight
drilled
back
that.
shot.
He drilled that.
Does that have
That's going to be
legs?
4, yes.
It does have-
yeah,
it
that's
does.
4. Straight back over the bowler's head. It's probably gone about 5 yards to the right of him over long on. And there's no long on there. As we're saying, there are plenty of gaps in this field for a batsman of Mike Can's calibre to find at ease, and he found that with ease then.
Okay, in the 80s, 82. Highest score of the innings belongs to Mr. Webber on 86.
At the moment.
Waltzes down the track and gets the boundary again.
Exactly the spot that we were saying 2 minutes ago. Exactly that spot.
Only difference is the player moved.
The player moved, but that's where he was.
That's
In our
where he was.
defence, that's where he was.
Gave him the marker.
Yeah.
So Webber and Can joined at the top, 86 to both. And Can just has that ability. He can change gears, and he's shown us exactly how quickly he can do it. 121 strike rate for Mike Can. Goes on the sweep shot over the top 4 more. again, the credit to the awareness for Mike Gann. Knew that the fielder was up in the circle. Pardeep Patel, Gill, only had to beat him. Went over his head, and no one was going to stop that. Dealing in boundaries is Mike Gann. He's on to 90. Nothing nervous about 90s if you've got the talent that Mike Gann has.
It's lovely as a batsman, this stage of the innings, you know you've got enough runs on the board anyway, and so every ball is almost a free ball to do what you like with it. You got your eye in, you're seeing it like a football. I shouldn't have said any of that, should I? It's not going to work well.
Well, it's that time of the over where you get the single, and that's exactly what he'll do. So Mike Gann, very aware that there's one delivery remaining. He converts that into a 1, ticks over another over. The end of Mani Janikram's spell. 9 overs, 1 for 56. His analysis. More importantly, that impressive scorecard continues to grow. 289 for the loss of 4. Another partnership of 50 plus for Wales. It's also been a characteristic of their time out in the middle is the supporting functions. Yeah, the first partnership was 2, but then 136. A lesser one after that of 12, and then another one of substance of 83, and this one has gone past 50 as well. So partnerships very important, feeding off one another. Martin Lewis playing the junior role in this partnership, as you can understand, 13 of 14. Mike Gann on 91 of 73 deliveries, 8 fours in his knock, going at 124.7. 9 runs shy of 100. Another 100 in South Africa. If you've missed the broadcast and you wonder why I'm referring to another 100, he of course played for Boland and Griquas and West in his time in South Africa, and finished with big scores.
So I guess we've got a couple of minutes left for me to answer some of the many texts I'm getting from Wales. Elvan, Shemai boy, probably listening somewhere between St Clair's and Pembrokeshire, another of our players. Janine and Caerphilly, should I tea, Cariad? Lots of Welsh speakers getting in touch with me for some reason. I don't know why that is. Are you ready for your next Welsh lesson, Johan?
Yes, of course. I'm just going to keep quiet because I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
No, I just being nice, just being nice to all my mates and.
I'll give you some Welsh time to catch up with all the viewers.
Yeah. 300 ar y gweill, boys bach, 300 beckoning. Let's see what Mike Gann can do with this over now. The opening bowler's back, Gill is back. Will he swing it as much? A little bit less swing. Mike's drilled it out to long off. Are they going to run 2?
Surely not.
No.
Surely not.
Fair dues to Martin, backed up a long way to try and get Mike back on the strike. It is a fascinating stage of the innings, isn't there, when you've got one man set, heading for his ton, and all you want at the other end is just get off strike, get him back on strike.
Well, I find it interesting. Pardeep Patel by far has been the most impressive bowler today, and he's not going to bowl out his quota. So, interesting thought process from the USA. There's 2 more. Look how quickly Martin Lewis turns and runs to the danger end. And then the throw comes towards Gann's end, who's on 91. He must be pretty tired, or 92. But great running from Martin Lewis. Just converting that 1 into a 2. It's also going at a runner ball. Smacks that.
Well done, Martin. Well done.
Do they want
They'll
to...
just take the one. They'll just take the one. They'll just take the one.
Gann is not quick enough this time around. He won't mind that too much. He's 2 boundaries shy of a 3-figure score in the opening match of the Over-60 international tournament. What a place to do it if he can. No pun intended.
Elvan's not down in West Wales. He's in Portugal. But he told me it's raining out there, so he's very jealous. Even in Portugal, he's jealous of the weather we've got here. Whoa.
Hasn't technology changed? I mean, now you have the reach. You can take Greenpoint Stadium to Portugal.
Portugal, Caerphilly, St Clair's, but I mean, there's nobody in St Clair's listening, so it doesn't really matter that he can get to St Clair's at all.
Back in the day, if you didn't have it on television, you couldn't watch it. Now it's available everywhere.
Yeah, brilliant.
This low full toss is not always easy to get away.
I mean, I remember as a kid, you see, absolute treat, staying up, listening on the radio, long wave radio, to England matches in Australia, New Zealand, West Indies. Now, see it all on television, can't you? He'll be changing his gloves, Mike can. This is something that Mike's always done. With an over or two to go, it's a fresh pair of gloves. He's got them marked, right? I'm not giving too many trade secrets away. He's got 3 pairs of gloves at any time. He's got them 1, 2, 3, so the boys all know which gloves to take out for him at any given time. So he'll have been calling for number 3 now.
So I find this strange because we're not between overs. We're very much in and over.
Yeah.
And he's just walked off and he said, sorry, I want gloves.
Yeah, and a drink. Gloves and a drink.
I know umpires who would have been marching across to him.
Yeah.
And they would have said, excuse me, sorry, what's happening now? Have you just manufactured your own drinks break?
Yeah.
We're already behind schedule, and I think the
local
umpire,
knowledge. Must be local knowledge.
umpire will have a little word.
You see, what Mike would have done, he'll have asked him in Afrikaans. That's how he's got away with it. Learning Welsh as well is Mr. Can at the moment. A man of many languages. Oh man, he's creamed that. But he's only going to get 1 for it.
Good
Is he
football
only gonna
skills
get
on
one
the
for it? No,
boundary,
they're
and
gonna run 2.
turns it into a 2.
They're going to run 2. Well run, boys. Well fielded as well. Good cricket all round.
Does bring to an end Pardeep Patel Gills over 7 overs, 1 for 43. 7 to get, Mike Can, to get that 100, that century that he's chasing.
So we know it's raining in Portugal. What I don't have is a weather check from Wales, and I know there's half a dozen different people listening there. So Newport, Caerphilly, Swansea. If you've got a weather check, weather update for me.
Is it not always raining in?
Of course it's always raining. It's raining and it's freezing, and they don't want to tell me. They don't want to tell me because I'll only turn around and say, oh, I'm sweltering in 35-degree heat here.
Don't give him the satisfaction. Don't send any rain messages.
Don't let me know. It'll be awful. It'll
Just
be
say
awful.
the sun
It's
is
not gonna
shining
be
and it's an unbelievable weather. It's the best weather ever.
Yeah.
296 for 4, 2 overs remaining.
Do you know, if we get one day this summer in Wales that's half as nice as this, it'll be wonderful. Not a cloud in the sky.
You're doing well to build the fan base and make sure that people get late flights and board tomorrow morning and come to South Africa. You must actually keep going.
Yep. Come on, guys. This is going to be a good tournament. The weather's fantastic. You know you want a little break. Get on that plane.
Playing some good cricket, so grow this touring
Good
party
cricket.
from 28 to 128.
Say, food's superb here. Food's absolutely superb. I haven't tried any of the beer yet. There's one lie in everything I've just said just there.
Yeah.
Oh, Canny's nailed it! Nailed it!
It's been a classy knock from a classy batter, Mike Can. 1 hit away from a century.
That's gone over deep mid-wicket, and he's just punched. He's rocked onto the back foot and punched it, almost at his will.
Well, there's anticipation growing in that Welsh camp.
Yeah, boys are getting
all
excited.
gathering under the gazebo.
See what the boys will do for a free jug.
And it's also the 300 up, so that's
Ah,
part of the
300
applause. 300 up. Good batting, Mike Can. First
Yeah.
getting the milestone for the team, and now
Yeah.
his own individual milestone. 2 reasons to clap. Where's the scoring option? Probably same sort of area. Depends where the ball is, of course. Just worked into the gap, so he'll take it in a single and leave it to Martin Lewis to negotiate the next delivery. 98, Mike Can of 77 deliveries, 9 fours, 127.3 the strike rate. Martin Lewis, very impressive, going at a runner ball 18.
What are you, are over and a bit left?
Over and a bit to go. Ashok Patel is bowling his first over. First time that we've seen Ashok Patel. 8th bowler used by USAA.
Oh, that's a good hit from Martin. Is he going to get another 4 for that? Yes, he is. Well hit, Martin Lewis. Well hit, Martin.
Just cleared the front leg and then opened up
Yeah.
the leg side area. Very evident that Wales has a serious batting lineup. There's no doubt about that.
So I've got 13 messages. I wonder if any of them are going to tell me what the weather is in Wales. Oh, Leighton O'Connor. Leighton, how are you doing, boy? Down in Tenby in Pembrokeshire, one of the most picturesque parts of Wales. Many picturesque parts. Oh, Martin's out.
Yeah, Ashok Patel has cleaned up Martin Lewis. He can't be blamed for the fact that he went big, tried to go big every delivery. Good little cameo by Martin Lewis, ends in the penultimate over. He walks back for a bright and breezy 22. That included
knock.
2 fours.
Excellent knock. Just what the team needed, really.
Partnership of 72 between him and Mike Gann.
Yes, back to Leighton, down in Tenby. My stag boy, Leighton originally. Very, very good rugby player. These days, an even better cricketer. Shame he's not here. Great company. But he's down in Tenby, and he's just got in touch as well. I reckon it's snowing in Tenby because he didn't mention the weather.
He's not going to.
He's not going to because it's snowing, isn't it? Definitely snowing. Definitely snowing. Do you get snow around here at all?
Yeah, absolutely. But winter rainfall region. So I live in Paul, which is 60 kilometers travel.
Yeah.
But we do get snow, yes.
So we're what, sort of early autumn, late summer here now?
Late summer.
Late summer.
30 degrees where I live today.
Tony Smith's just come in. Tony plays for Pentirch in Cardiff. But has played minor counties cricket for Wales many years ago, and played in the minor counties representative team that beat Pakistan. So another cricketer with a fine pedigree in this Welsh squad. We'll see him later as a left arm spinner. He's better known as a left arm spinner, but he's a very, very, very useful batsman as well. To come in at number 7, it's yeah, so Mike's on 97.
Yeah, the stage is set for Mike Gann. Needs 2. Last over of the innings
6 balls to go.
Will be bowled by Pardeep Patel Gill. 7 overs, 1 for 43. The man responsible for the first wicket that fell today, Mike Hayden, trapped LBW for a duck. Now bowling to the mainstay of the innings, along with Adrian Webber. Of course, take nothing away from Adrian Webber's classy innings of 86. But it's all about Gann, the left-hander on strike.
And I must fall on my sword because it's absolutely beautiful in Tenby, and it always is absolutely beautiful in Tenby. It's in God's own county, Pembrokeshire.
If I was Tony Smith, I would say, Mike, whatever we do, we don't run singles.
I'm sitting on my bat,
This is
and
coming in
I'm
twos
watching you, mate.
or 4 or
2s,
6.
4s or 6s.
I'm not moving from this point. You've got 6 deliveries, you need 2.
Yeah.
You've done your bit for the team, now it's about your milestone.
Yeah. It'd be nice on his debut for him to reach 3 figures.
Oh, I can already see this fines meeting, which I don't know anything about, or know anyone in the fines.
Nor do I.
It bounces down the track. Has it got enough legs? It has. What a way to bring up 3 figures.
Well batted, Mike Gann. Well batted, Mike Gann.
Again, the cap off the same way he celebrated 50.
Yeah.
Cap off bat in there. What a classy knock from Mike Gann.
And the great thing about this, he's my roommate, so I'll actually get some sleep tonight. I'm a bit tired, boy. I'm just having an early night. Thank you, Michael. But hasn't he deserved it?
Goes the same area.
In the same place.
Will it be the same result?
No,
it's going to take some stopping. Football skills
well
used.
Done. Well done. Well done, that man in the field.
Mirza with some good fielding for USA. Another 2 for Mike Gann.
Very good fielding. At this stage of the innings, that sort of commitment, great to see, isn't it? Great to see.
311. Gives himself some room again, smashes it on the offside. No one there, 4 more.
Right over deep extra cover that went. And again, that's a guy playing with not a care in the world on his shoulders. You see people using their feet like that and stepping that far away from the stumps, you know that his eyes in and he's pretty sure he can hit it wherever he likes.
If you had to use your newspaper headline, I'm sure something like Mike Gann as well scored 315.
Oh, we wouldn't go in for any cliches, would we? We wouldn't go in for any cliches.
Commentators never.
No, never, ever, ever. Next ball. Again.
Oh, sweet sound of the bat again.
Going to try and run 2 here. Tony Smith will turn that into 2. Yes, he has.
Pressure on the fielder.
Yeah, good running, boys. Good running, boys. Again, for any youngsters watching at home, you hear this thing. We're talking about cliches, run that first run quickly. But we saw then exactly what running the first run quickly does. It puts pressure on the fielder and it gives you an extra 3 or 4 paces to turn ones into 2s.
Big move from Gann, and then Pardeep Patel Gill turns around and maybe just indicating that the non-striker Tony Smith, you can't venture too far. I'm not going to take off the bails, but just be alert, Tony.
Oof.
He tries to smash one that is outside the off stump, but is a red dot, and it brings us to the end. The last rights of this Wales innings.
The last ball of the innings coming up.
Gann on 110. Tony Smith only faced the 1 delivery. Nothing to show for it. Here we go. It's on the legs. Helped along by Gann. Will they go for 2? They'll now go for 2 after the misfield. And that brings to an end Wales' innings. And what an innings it has been. 112 not out from Mike Gann, 83 deliveries, 11 fours in his innings. Tony Smith failed to get off the mark, but he wouldn't mind. He was there to offer support in the running department.
Ran his runs, didn't he? Ran his runs, did Tony. Well done.
Wales will go and have a bite, and they'll feel the happier of the 2 teams. They've put together an impressive 319 for the loss of 5 wickets. Those 5 wickets to fall. Mike Hayden for a duck, Neil Williams 34, Adrian Webber a superb 86, John Jones looked good for his 27, and Martin Lewis played a little cameo that was worth 22 of 21 deliveries. Tony Smith unbeaten without a run to his name, but the hero of the day, the star of the show, is the man taking the applause, Mike Gann, unbeaten, 112 of 83 deliveries, 11 fours. It's put Wales in a position of strength. Now it's up to their bowling lineup to come and defend 319, and that's when we will pick it up again here from Greenpoint Cricket Stadium. 319, Wales having completed their job with the pads on. The bowlers surely will be confident and would have learned enough lessons that they can restrict USA, who will come out after this to chase the 320 that they need for a victory. We will see you after this. Good afternoon and welcome back. It's a change of innings, and the lunch break is something of the past. It is the Over-60s International Cricket Tournament hosted in Cape Town, and Wales facing up to the USA's A team. They've got two teams visiting South Africa for this tournament. The other team, the USA Veterans, facing up against the South Africa Kudus at Claremont Cricket Club. USA scoring 165 for 9, South Africa Kudus in reply 51 for 1. In this specific match, Wales putting together 319 for 5, a brilliant unbeaten 112 from Mike Cann, putting them in this position. USA A then about to get their reply underway, and it is with a leg side wide, and that was one of the features in that bowling effort by the USA team. They conceded far too many extras, and that's one thing that Wales will be mindful of. 38 extras in total, 33 wides, 2 no balls, a bye and 2 leg byes, and I'm sure Wales would have learnt a lot from their time out in the middle. Pace off is the secret. Pitch still very good for batting, but it is going to be low and slow.
Yes, Kev Bowen opening the bowling. Kev plays his cricket down in Pembrokeshire for the St Ishmael's Club. Gorgeous little club. Had the pleasure of playing there and sleeping in my camper van on the outfield last summer. Very nice. Oh, that's a good ball. That's a good ball. He'll get a bit of wobble early on. Kev, you can see he's a big, tall boy, and he gives the ball a chance. And as we saw with that ball, it just wobbled just a little bit, didn't it?
The voice of Hugh Owen, who's with me in commentary, he's from Wales. Good fielding. That's the first dive. First player to dive today. A lot of energy in the Wales camp, and they would have felt very good at the halfway stage of this match. It'll be a good outing for them. Good preparation for the rest of the tournament. Two teams from South Africa, two teams from the USA, and then of course Wales and Zimbabwe completing our lineup of 6 teams.
It's interesting already in this over, Kev has cut his pace and bowled it fuller, rather than trying to bang it into the wicket. And again, probably just a little bit too short for his own liking then. He's been cut away, backward point, but the ball's been chased. Oh, I didn't quite reach it. So they start off, or end off that first over with a 4, 5 off it.
The first boundary coming at the end of the first over, and also bat on ball. First runs then off the bat. USA's A team in pursuit of a mammoth target. 320 to win. Adrian Webber scoring 86 and Mike Cann an unbeaten 112. From a bowling perspective for USA, Sankar Jayaram, 9 overs, 2 for 64, supported by Parthi Patel, who picked up the first wicket to fall. He finished with 1 for 57. Mani Janakaram with 1 for 56, and Ashok Patel, only the 1 over that also produced a wicket, 1 for 9. He bowled Martin Lewis. Martin going after some shot making to propel Wales, and he was on his way for 22. Welcome from wherever you are across the world. We've had messages from Portugal and most notably from Wales. Hope that we also have some American viewers tuning into our broadcast this afternoon. Lovely afternoon in Cape Town. Just fairly warm, slight breeze which is going to cool down the players, but this is a big mountain to climb. It's slightly bigger than Table Mountain for the USA to have a chance in this one.
Gareth Edwards, off spinner, opening the bowling up from the bottom end. I'm really sorry, I don't know what the ends are called here. I've sort of called one the pavilion end because there's a pavilion there, but I don't know what the bottom end is called. Does it have a name, do you know, Johan?
I
don't. Let's think of a name then. Come on. Why don't you text me with a name for that bottom end? Until you come up with something good, I'm going to call it the crane end, which is pretty uninspiring, but there is a crane there. So, but I'm sure someone can improve on it. And for those people in on this tower, suffering from 42 degrees heat, my humble apologies. It's so nice to be here in the cool. Gareth Edwards in for his second ball. Oh, they've taken a quick run and oh! Direct hit. Big shout, big confident shout.
So we don't have the referral, we don't have a
Nope.
third umpire to go to, but I think if we have a look at that again, he would have been slightly lucky. He wouldn't have anticipated the direct hit. Direct hit always, it just gives you a bit more of an opportunity.
It was a very big shout and a very big stare from the fielder. And again, knowing the language of cricket, the body language of cricket, we think we know what that probably means. But there we go. That's the joys of cricket. And so many of these decisions, they're so marginal. And you really, really, really can't tell. And that's the fact that we still have this human factor in it, I think makes it wonderful.
I'm with you there.
Yeah.
There should be the human element. It should not be technology driven.
Yeah. And a lot of the wonderful stories of cricket come out of that. I won't name names because he's probably listening, but he'll know who it is.
Direct hit there would have been
What's
gone.
another one?
That would have been gone. There's no doubt about that.
I was playing many years ago at a lovely, lovely ground in Gwent called Panteg. Beautiful, beautiful ground, great facilities, lovely club. I got a few runs and there was a chap bowling a right arm over the wicket to me, bowling sort of flat off spinners. Such a gorgeous track, you can sort of plant your foot down and take liberties when the chap's pitching at a foot outside leg stump. Gareth Edwards is in, he bowls. No, they're not so keen to take the run to Paul Murphy that time because he's hit the wickets twice this over already. And I just kept, because he was pitching at a foot outside leg stump, kept hitting away all afternoon, merrily helping myself to runs. And we changed the umpire as you do, and the new umpire came out and bowler bowled, and I missed one. And he almost quite sarcastically said, "Oh, how's that then?" And the umpire, one of our players, put his finger up. Fair enough, then, if we've put it up, I got to go. You know, the fact that it pitched 18 inches outside leg stump doesn't make one difference or another. So after the game, having a pint, I said, "Mate, interesting LBW decision." He said, "Oh, it was plumb. It was taken out middle and leg." I said, "Yeah, I'm sure it was." I said, "But it did pitch 18 inches outside the leg stump." And he looked at me and he said, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, mate. I forgot you were left-handed." But you know, and that's what cricket without technology does, and it brings you. That happened 30 years ago, and I'm still telling the story now. And it's wouldn't have happened with technology because he would have been referred. They said, "Yeah, that pitch outside leg, it wasn't out," and he'd have moved on. And he never would have had the chance to say, "I'm so sorry, mate. I forgot you were left-handed." Okay, a little bit short.
Well, for me, also a clear indication there that you've got to work hard for your runs.
Yeah.
Not quite the pace on the ball that you want.
Kevin in again. That's unlucky. That's unlucky. Not massively wide, but it's only got to be a quarter of an inch outside the leg stump, and it's a wide. Oops.
Unfortunately, it's one of his own teammates that's gone past the side screen. So we had a good little laugh with Pardeep Patel Gill, who moved right in front of the side screen as the bowler ran up and everyone stopped.
For a very, very, very good reason.
Yeah.
Because somebody's written his name wrong on the score sheet, so it needs to be changed. That's swung again, swung away down the leg side again. Welsh seamers finding it difficult to control this new ball in the same way as the Indians found, so I may need to take back my comment about the whites. Hard to control.
Yeah, there's a slight breeze that's blowing over his left shoulder, but not enough to. For me, it's more the pink bull. The pink bull does swing prodigiously. We spoke to one of the Welsh players, Adrian Webber, earlier. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's coming straight towards us, but doesn't have enough speed on it. Will be cut off easily.
Martin Lewis is going to cut that off.
Well, you spoke about Martin's ability.
Told you he was quick.
He's quick in the
Told
field.
you he was quick.
Well, we saw him run between the wickets as well.
Yeah.
So Ashok Patel and Raj Koski is opening the batting for USA. And Kevin Bowen just also struggling to control the new ball.
Oof.
For me, that's a little mini victory for Kevin Bowen. He's going to be, he won't mind that. If it's up there, the indication is that there's going to be a full-on attack, which there needs to be. You're not going to score 320 by blocking up, especially with field restrictions in place. You've got to make the most of the power play.
But that was a big, thick inside edge there, which suggests that the swing probably did him a bit. That's straight down the ground, but great stop by Martin Lewis. Great stop. It's twice this over we've seen Martin Lewis's excellent fielding abilities being called into action there.
For me, that's already been a notable difference from the two outfits. There's body on the line from a Welsh perspective, and the USA were sort of playing football and not committed towards stopping bulls in the inner circle up front. And that just builds the pressure. It lifts the spirit of those around you. If you see your friend or your mate diving and putting his body on the line, you'll follow suit.
It's funny, it's an ethos we have in there, and we're a club really, although this is an international team playing here today. It's a club. We have 4 sides that play in the county championships every Tuesday, and I think throughout the club runs the fact that you have to field well, you have to throw yourself around. There's a big emphasis on fitness and warming up and fielding drills and everything. I think, as you've already noticed, Johan, it's quite evident, isn't it? Quite evident. Confident shout, but suspect he was just outside off stump, I think.
For me, the attitude of whatever's happening in the field sets the bar for where you are moving as a team. It sets the bar for where you want to go, and you need everybody to have the same enthusiasm.
Hey, even with a new ball, with a slower bowler, it's keeping low, isn't it? Got to be the secret on this track. Got to be the secret. Keep it slow and straight. It was very, very difficult to score off. Oops, he's got hold of that one. Hang on, hang on.
Oh! Almost a miraculous one-hander.
Catch.
Wow.
Adrian Webber, almost a remarkable catch. He made a lot of ground, stuck a hand out. He'll say, advisedly, I'll say hopefully. And it nearly stuck in his hand. That would have been a wonder catch had he taken that.
Well, you wouldn't have seen it on your television monitor, but it was played towards the leg side. I'll get to the point now. There's protection there. That's already, for me, another notable difference. Wells very alert to the bowlers and the execution and what they want to plan, and they've got protection for the one that goes wrong.
Yeah.
For me, USA were more reactive than proactive, and that was almost worked according to plan. What an attempt from Adrian Webber on the boundary, but he basically jogged in, looked as if the ball had the beating of him, and then stuck out a hand, and the ball sort of bobbled in the hand and went out. But that would have been a spectacular catch to get Wales on the board in that wickets column, but not to be. I'll talk about that after the game, and could have been, should have been. For now, nothing written in there.
You know, if there were a fines committee in this Welsh team,
if there was,
it would be a topic of conversation.
No one knows anything about that. If you missed our commentary, we're still trying to figure out who that is. Yeah. I've got my sneaky suspicion and feeling about that, but we won't let the Welsh secrets out of the bag, because the players internally don't know who's in that committee.
They're just living in terror, mate. They're living in absolute terror. We're all living in terror because we don't know. We don't even know if there is a fines committee. We just hear these little rumours every now and again. So if there is one, I think Mr. Webber could be a topic of conversation. Double topic of conversation: jug evasion, jacked up in his century. So it's not been a good day for Adrian so far. 14
shy, and then coming to confess all about it in commentary.
And then dropping what would have been a world-class catch.
So if there was a fines meeting, I would say just note to self that Adrian also confessed on air that he doesn't think about centuries.
Nice.
As a number 3 bat, I find that very hard to believe.
I think Adrian better get down to his allotment, grow plenty of vegetables and start selling them, because he could be 40 courgettes deep in this, couldn't he?
So we've seen 3 extras in the first 4 overs of the Welsh bowling effort, all 3 coming in wides. Now, can Kevin Bowen put a good over together?
Control the swing is the key to this, because it's just absolutely boomeranging. And there it goes again, but that was fuller, so he doesn't have the time to boomerang quite so much. I think that's the length he wants to be bowling here. He knows the batsman's going to have a go at him. And with the ball moving the way that it does early on, he's in the game then. He's in the game in terms of catches. That, too short.
Yeah, and Ashok Patel has missed out there. That was a freebie.
Yeah.
Only had to get bat on ball, and it was going, there's protection on the backward point boundary, but that would have been an easy one, at least.
Yeah.
So when it's not your day, it's not your day. You'll miss out on those sort of opportunities.
That's Fuller.
Great fielding again.
Fielding.
They've certainly thrown their bodies around in this opening 5 overs, Wells.
Chris Hudson, a recently retired doctor from Swansea. That bit of fielding there. Oops, but he couldn't field that one. Out deep, deep, deep cover. Adrian Webber throws in. That's a good arm. But, yep, it's backed up. So just the 1 run. A lot of effort for 1 run there.
Got their field spot on, Wells. Also, even with the seamer, we're not seeing slips or gullies.
Nope, no.
Everyone in front of the eyes, except the fine leg that's in the circle. But that one slips down the leg side again. So Kevin Bowen, it's another one that he has to re-bowl.
It's interesting, isn't it? Sometimes you say get a big score on the board and you can attack and attack and attack. At other times get a big score on the board and actually you can defend and defend and defend until such point as you build up so much pressure on the batting side they can't do anything with it. Kevin again, Fuller. Big swipe at that, but he didn't. It was very toey, wasn't it? Didn't connect with that at all.
Also another one is the speed that we're going through these overs. There's some real urgency, nice tempo in the Wells bowling effort so far.
Oh, that's probably gone for 4. That's the first. The first one they really connected with straight in this innings. Kev won't mind that too much. Happy to see the batsman swing against those balls, because once you've got a batsman swinging against that, catches can happen. On a pitch like this, inside edges can happen. So Wells won't be too despondent. But not a bad start from the USA. 21 off the first 5. Not a bad start.
So I can tell you that's a little bucket list item. I've always wanted to field the ball in an international tournament, so I can tick that one off.
Right.
So referencing the fact that ball was hit straight to us.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Very good, yeah.
It's part of that keeper DNA. You always want to be in the game, even without the gloves. Still want to touch a cricket ball. There's just something magical about it.
You see, and this is the thing, again, I tell youngsters this the whole time, I'm going to field. No, fielding is the best part of the game, boys, because you're actually guaranteed to be in the game every ball.
Yeah, true.
Turn on to it. Just imagine what's going to happen when that ball comes to you, and how are you going to field it? Where are you going to go? Gareth Edwards is in. Ooh! Brings the batsman forward, beats him. And Hugh Quick living up to his name. Very, very, very fast. Getting the bails off there. Behind the wickets. Hugh from Gorsinen Cricket Club near Swansea. Don't think I've mentioned Gareth as one of the 2 North Waylands in the tour party. The other one, Neil Murray Williams, isn't playing today from Pwllheli. Gareth is the chairman of Bangor Cricket Club. 2 teams up in North Wales. Oh, that's a big hit. Hasn't quite got hold of it. Hasn't quite got on Martin Lewis again. He's already saved quite a few. He's saved a couple of boundaries already. That's the 3rd one he's saved. Suspect he didn't quite middle that ball though, did he, Johan? Didn't quite middle it.
Just weight just fell back slightly.
Yeah. Width there. The batsman misses out. The guy say, probably the bounce. He's used to a ball coming up a little bit higher, and it's gone underneath his bat there.
Well, we've seen 6 overs, 24 without the loss of a wicket, going at 4 to the over. Down on the required run rate, but again, you want to negotiate the opening barrage from the team in the field, and then regroup and say, right, we've negotiated, we've ticked off 6 overs. Now let's start thinking about how can we get the required run rate down and out rate up. They've got to go at 7.1 to the over.
Always want to do that for the first wicket. You want to be no wickets down after 10 overs, because you've seen the shine off the ball when the ball starts misbehaving. You've seen that off, and it's always a solid start to be no wickets down after 10 overs. And so far, USA will be very happy with the way they've responded towards this, and they've scored them at 4 and over. It's a decent enough start. Kev Bowen comes in, pitched up, thought of hitting that and thought better of it.
It's also, you can just hear the verbal in the field. There's some good energy, good encouragement from Wales.
It's good again.
There's so many small details that make up a game of cricket. And if you master the art of all of them, which no one has ever done, you can't get it right every time.
Not every time, all the time, but if you can get a lot of it right a lot of the time, you're not in a bad place. Another wide there.
What's the only criticism so far?
Wales will be disappointed with this. They will be disappointed with this. Whoosh.
That's where he wants to be.
That's exactly where he wants to be, with the ball wobbling a little bit. Get him on the drive, let the ball wobble, and it's a bowler's game then, isn't it? It's a bowler's game.
Much better. Nice and full from Kevin Bowen.
So I don't know if you can hear this at home, but there seems to be a bit of music coming over from the stadium, just over our right shoulders here. Hope it's somebody I like, but then most of the bands I like are all dead now, if I'm honest.
Cape Town's version of the Theatre of Dreams.
So another over goes.
7 gone, 25 without the loss of a wicket. Ashok Patel and Raj Koski opening for the USA. Let's quickly bring you up to speed with what's happening across Cape Town. We have 3 matches. USA, the senior team, we've got USA and USA A. So USA going up against the South Africa Kudus. That's at Claremont Cricket Club. USA is posting 165 for 9. South Africa Kudus in reply 77 for 1. That's after 17. Remember, it's 45 overs per team. South Africa Impalas chasing 264 in their match against Zimbabwe. They are 93 without the loss of a wicket after 22.3. So they are halfway, and they're far from halfway in the scoring department. So Zimbabwe in a position of strength there. If they can keep it tight, it's going to be a tough one for the Impalas to take home.
Gareth Edwards showing exactly how to bowl on this wicket. Just bowl at the stumps. Bowl at the stumps. Put it up there, bowl at the stumps, and the pitch will do the rest for you.
perfect.
Again, nice and flat.
Perfect,
Great
perfect.
bowling.
Nice
Great bowling.
trajectory. Nice flight. Good area. I would love that if I was a keeper. Just seeing someone who knows his strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah. Bit more flight then, and the batsman felt that. Put it away, a couple of bounces for a 4.
He invited the shot, gave it a bit more air.
Yeah. Again, as a batsman, that's what you've got to do. You've got to wait, see. What's this ball doing? Where's it going to pitch? How much air is going to be on it? Can I get to it? Can I hit it? And that was exactly what happened on that last ball.
Yeah, so now field restrictions still in place. Edwards won't react to that shot.
It's a bit flatter. It was a bit flatter.
But so often you see, especially at junior level, you'll see a shot in anger and the captain will react and post the man down to the fence.
Absolutely.
Which is now happening, but that could be due to the approach changing, and then you bring someone else up into the circle.
I suspect I'll give this a bit more flight again, won't he? Nope.
Double bluff.
Yeah.
And cricket is a visual game as well, and you
Oh,
show the
yeah.
batter what you're doing,
Yeah.
and then you change it up and you
Yeah.
do something
Yeah.
else.
Jimmy Anderson's recently brought out an autobiography, which I finished reading just before I came away. And it's fascinating insight. You know, one of the greatest Test cricket bowlers of all time. Talking through exactly the sort of stuff you're touching upon there. You're saying what I can do physically, fine, but what really gives you a difference is how you think your way through it, through a ball, let alone through an over and through a spell. How you think your way through a ball.
Yeah, and cricket can't be robotic. It's not run up and bowl. You've got to play the visual aspect. You've got to see what's happening in front of you, what the batter is doing, what outcome are you trying to get, what outcome could they potentially be wanting to get.
Got to read the batsman. What mindset is he in? What shots is he playing today? What shots has he got? Where is he weak? You know, and but it's not always putting that ball there. You actually sometimes got to tee him up. And this is what Anderson would say. He'd bowl 2 overs, 3 overs of in-swing to somebody, and they wouldn't get a run off him, and then he'd bowl the outswinger. And he might beat the guy all ends up, but he might spend another 2 or 3 overs before giving him another outswinger, because then suddenly the guy's thinking, oh, he's going to get the outswinger.
And he could swing a ball. What a world-class bowler Jimmy Anderson was.
Yeah. What's going on here now? Umpire's having a word with Mike Hayden, the Welsh captain. I think Mike was asking how many players out.
Good captaincy. He's just moved himself into this position.
Yeah. I think the question was he allowed 2 or 3 men outside of the ring, and clarified that with the umpire. The umpire told him it's just the 2 at the moment.
One more over.
One more over, and then you can have 3 out. Good captaincy, as you say.
Also interesting that Hayden, as the captain, puts himself at long on. It's not a position where a captain normally fields.
No, but he's an exceptionally good fielder. And I guess some could say you get the best view of a game from straight on in the V, don't you?
Yeah, I think that'll be the frustrating part for Kevin Bowen.
Yeah.
Not being able to build enough pressure from one end.
No.
Well, you see the shirt that at the back, we've got it very visible in front of us. M. Hayden.
Yeah.
Matthew Hayden, is it one that comes to mind?
Ooh, yes. Mike Hayden's from Swansea. And as I was saying earlier, prolific run scorer in the way that Matthew Hayden was a prolific run scorer. Mike will have been very disappointed today not to have filled his boots. But his time will come again.
Yeah, and you'll feel that those around him stood up and it was their turn to do it.
Yep.
But he wants to contribute in
Yep.
all departments. That's what a true leader does.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that he will be back in his next innings.
Good ball. Good. That's the length at this sort of pace and action. That's a good length to be bowling. Doesn't give the ball that chance to swing away down wide. And again, same again. Good length. Good length.
On a ticky.
Yeah.
I think for 9 overs has been completed. 32 off it,
Yeah.
but only 3 boundaries. So with the field restrictions in place, yes, Wales did not pick up a wicket as yet, but they've got the run rate under control.
Now I'll make a prediction that that's the last seam bowling you'll see for the next hour or so.
So is that the general plan in the Wales camp, is to give Bowen 5 up front?
Usually. It's usually what happens. But you've got, on a track like this, when you've got at least 45, if not 54 overs of spin out there, you want to get your spinners into the game and on as quickly as you possibly can.
So you made a good point earlier about, again, just remembering that we are broadcasting a 60 plus, over 60 international cricket tournament. So the ability for the body to react, to reset if called upon to come back for a second spell. So would they think a second spell, or would they say maybe we can squeeze 1 or 2 more out of Bowen?
Kev's one of those boys that can come back for a second spell. What's the big hit? Just four. Yeah, Kev's one that can come back. But I think looking at the wicket and looking at the bowling that we've got, you just get the sense that spin is going to be more effective than seam here. You've got to, if you've got a seamer, you've got a new ball, it's swinging like that, you've got to give him a go, because you never know what'll happen.
No,
but no wickets after 9 overs, and you're thinking, fine, I think probably go with the spin options now.
For me, this is a good contest between Edwards and Koski. Koski has taken the opportunity. Every time it's been presented, he's gone for it. So you can see he likes that mid-wicket area. That's an easy one to the offside. But I would throw it up again, but then take another field towards that mid-wicket boundary. See if he'll take it on if you have the long on and the mid-wicket boundary covered. Yeah. Whereas Ashok Patel, for me, is more than workman-like opening batter. But we'll find out soon what is the thought process for Wales as we complete the 10th.
We've got a leg spinner, left armour, and 2 more offies. And he's one of the offies coming onto the field, Michael Khan. Let's see what they're taking off. I was wrong. I think Kev Bowen's carrying on for another over, is he?
Yeah, he's got the cap off.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a chat amongst 4 Welsh players.
There's a lot of talk going on there.
Well, the run rate is under 4 and they need to go over 7.
Yeah.
7.1. Field restrictions is something of the past.
Ball's still swinging, so we're probably happy to persevere with Kev Bowen for the time being. Kev's a very dynamic bowler. I've seen him be in the middle of spells like this, and then suddenly something just comes alive in him. You can run through a side, He's
yeah, this is good. I like what Kevin Bowen has just illustrated to Hayden.
Yeah.
This is the aggressor.
Ooh,
He gets a boot. Well, this hits directly. That's trouble. Goes to the other end.
Oh,
Can't affect the run out. But I like Bowen's awareness. He
Yeah.
said to Hayden,
Yeah.
you stay on the boundary. This is where the aggressive shots will be
Yeah.
coming from.
that's 10 overs gone. The fielding restrictions have finished, but we've still only got 2 Welsh fielders outside the ring. Are we allowed 3 out at this stage?
Yeah, 10 is gone.
Yeah. So quite aggressive from Wales. Ooh. That's the ball Kev Bowen's looking for, is the one that sort of almost floated up and swings late. And again drew a shot that went in the air. Lots of chat out there. Lots of very encouraging, supportive chat out there.
Yeah, I don't mind this from Wales keeping Bowen on. Yeah, he's bowled a couple of wides, well, maybe more than a couple, but he's moving the ball slightly. If he can pick up an early one, especially this man on strike.
Ooh, that's a good ball. It's he's looking to free his arms in front of him, and then he gets one that drifts in almost on his toes, and that's hard to drive, that one.
Nice
Another
and
good
full.
ball, another good ball.
Very good from Kevin Bowen.
Yeah. He's learned how to bowl on this track, hasn't he? He's in totally alien conditions to a lot of our boys. They'll never have bowled here before, so wickets behave differently, the ball behaves differently, the air is different. It's whoa! No, that's given a wide. That's a lovely piece of stumping. I'm sure as a fellow keeper you'd appreciate that piece of keeping
Yeah,
there.
leg-side stumping is the most difficult one to take, and purely because you're obstructed by the batter.
Yeah.
And you won't see the
Yeah.
ball until the end, but your hands
Yeah.
still have to keep moving.
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
it's not a surprise, and that you don't have that late reaction. So
Yeah.
the ball has, or your gloves have to follow the line of the ball, and always anticipate that the ball will end in your gloves.
But
What
for a
do you do
split
next?
second you're losing sight of it,
Yeah,
aren't you?
you do. It's the nicest stumping to take because it's not a foregone conclusion.
No,
So
no,
when
no.
you pull it off,
Yeah,
it's something nice to enjoy.
It's great to watch as well.
Yeah,
From a spectator's point of view, a leg side stumping is poetry in motion.
yeah, absolutely.
Poetry in motion. I don't quite understood that saying, poetry in motion. What does that actually mean? Poetry I understand, motion I understand, but poetry in motion? Who knows?
Well, 11 overs have really moved by quickly. 40 without the loss of a wicket. USAA replying to a mammoth target of 320. If you missed it earlier, we were really treated by 2 knocks of class. Adrian Webber's 86 that came off 82 deliveries, and Mike Can's unbeaten 112 of 83 deliveries. Another century for Mike Can in South Africa. Played for Griquas, played for Boland, finished his first class career in 1991. Back in South Africa, this time with the over-60s for Wales, and scored another century.
Had a bit more air, but couldn't tempt the batsman.
Some of these club players will argue and say that's why we can't score runs on these pitches, because someone like Mike Can comes back after scoring all the runs and then he takes them with him.
Takes them all. Takes them all.
Just slightly shorter, can't find the gap. No,
It's a
that's
good fielding display from Wales.
very good, very remarkable difference
Yeah.
from what we saw earlier, but the squeeze being put on by Wales. You just feel something's going to give.
It's the 12th over now, isn't it?
I just feel that the other man at the non-striker's end, I think that's where the aggression's going to come from. Too full to play that cut shot.
Ball still preferring to keep low. 1 or 2 have bounced today, but in general, trajectory is below the bat rather than above it.
Like that speed from
Yeah.
Gareth Edwards.
Yeah.
Gareth Edwards, very famous name and surname.
Indeed it is.
in Wales.
Indeed it is. Not appreciated in all cricket predominantly playing countries, but certainly in South Africa, a name from another sport that would be fully appreciated.
Another good over from Edwards. A maiden, 0 for 17 of his 6 overs. Bowen 6 overs for 23. They've kept it nice and tight.
As we say, you know, it is quite easy for us Welsh boys to come here to play cricket because we're the same as you, because your two big sports really are our two big sports as well. Certainly winter and summer sports. There are very few countries in the world where you can go to and talk about rugby in this way and that people understand you, you know. I know they play rugby in lots of other countries, but it's not the major sport that it is in South Africa and maybe New Zealand and Wales. Those would probably be the 3 countries where rugby is a major winter sport. There'd be all sorts of people now saying, no, but football's just as important in Wales, and it is these days, but rugby's still a major sport in Wales, despite what may or may not have happened over the last couple of months.
It's sliding down the leg side, not even an appeal
Careful
from
in carrying on with his spell. I'd say, Johan, he's, you know, the last couple of overs he's bowled really well, isn't he?
And Aiden might think that a good opportunity to get him through a bit of a run.
Get him
Game
through his
management.
overs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And
He's gone! He's
it.
chipped it
He's
back
got
straight to him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a smart catch off his own bowling. Never easy. And that is the dangerous Rajkowski, who's on his way.
Yeah.
Well, I felt that he was going to be the aggressor. And he has the power. You can just see it in his body build, and threatened with a couple of big blows. But his time at the crease comes to an end, and USA have lost their first wicket. It is Koski on his way. Caught and bowled by Kevin Bowen for 22 of 37 deliveries, 3 fours in his stay at the crease. But Bowen is in the wickets column. Wales are up and running in the wickets column. All going according to plan.
Kev worked hard for that wicket, didn't he? He was suffering a little bit early on, but really found a good length more than anything else in the last couple of overs, and frustrated the batsman. And when you can frustrate batsmen, you build pressure on them. That sort of thing can happen. So well done, Kev Bowen.
And also credit to Captain Edwards.
Hayden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Captain Hayden.
This boy's got Gareth Edwards on the mind.
Yeah,
He's excited
I
now. He's
do.
excited. Totally
Well,
excited.
credit to Hayden, giving him a bit of an extended spell. Lots of matches coming, but get your seamer accustomed to match conditions.
Yeah, and this is his 7th over now, so it sounds like he'll probably bowl through now. And as you say, to get 9 overs under your belt in the first game, fantastic.
Yeah, you can always then say, let's give him a rest
Yeah,
and bring in someone who can get a fielding opportunity. Done your day's work.
I think Wales will be pleased with that, because it's never good when the opposition are no wickets down. Even although the run rate is starting to build a little bit, it only takes one guy to go mad for a couple of overs and suddenly you're looking at that wickets column. So to get that wicket, and as you say, the dangerous batsman as well, Wales will be very pleased with that. Bowen's in to the new batsman.
Oh, almighty swing outside off stump. Amir Mirza. He's come out with a plan, and if it's there, it's it's going to have to go.
See how Kevin responds to that. Oh yes, oh yes. Very good response. It's a classic case of, you know, you miss, I hit. Chap's going to throw the bat at it. As a bowler, you just bowl straight. You might go for the odd boundary or two, but eventually the batsman will miss it. Tucked him up there on his legs.
Beautiful.
Ball, good ball.
Right, into a good over again for Wales. Bowen off the mark in the wickets column in this tournament. 7 overs, 1 for 23. Edwards, 6 overs for 17. And Wales just putting the squeeze on USAA.
Strike rate is down to just over 3 and over now. There's a lot of runs to get. 270 odd runs to get. 30 odd overs. That's
South
We've got
Africa.
the first change. We've got the first bowling change.
South Africa Kudus only need 66 to win against the USA. That's at Claremont Cricket Club, and they have 20 overs, 20.5 overs to get those 66 runs. So South Africa Kudus in a strong position. Impalas not so much. They're 115 for 2, chasing 264 against Zimbabwe.
And it looks as if Zimbabwe have just taken 2 quick wickets there. Ooh, that's going to be close. Chris Hudson is the new bowler. Chris from North Wales originally, moved to South Wales as an 18-year-old to study medicine, and has been practicing as a doctor in Swansea for many years until he took a well-earned retirement just over a year ago. Travelled the world since then is what he's been doing, sometimes playing cricket, sometimes just enjoying the world.
Well, he started with
2 wides.
2 wides.
Yeah.
So first up, very notable, the sweep shot is a preferred shot for Ashok Patel.
Yeah. Chris's radar slowly getting tuned in. Floats that one up. So still 3 frontline spinners to come for Wales. Mike Cann with his off spin, Tony Smith with his left arm spin, and Paul Murphy with his leg spin. So 3 different types of spinner to come on still for Wales. Ooh, he gave that a lot of air, didn't he?
He's asking the right questions now, Chris Hudson.
Yeah.
How long can this pair contain themselves? That's the big question.
And by throwing the ball up, by giving it more air, it means it's in the air for longer. It gives the batsman more of a chance to get underneath it and hit it, but also a lot more chance to make a mistake.
Yeah, for me, it's too premeditated at the moment. The sweep is it's there. It's almost the default option.
Yeah. It's not really the shot to play on this track against slow bowling, is it?
No. Play straight. Play in the V.
Yeah. And push once a bit if you've got to.
I just like the flight and the variation and speed from Chris Hudson.
He does a lot with the ball in the air, does Chris, as well. He tends to swing quite late with him. Plays his cricket for Davin down in the South West Wales League.
I think that's the 4th sweep without any reward that we've seen. It brings to an end Chris Hudson's first over. It was 8 deliveries, 2 wides to start off with, and then found his range. So again, not bringing the result for USAA. They 42 for 1. 14 overs has been delivered by Wales. Well, there's the answer to your question. I think Kevin Bowen is going to bowl through. Pointless taking him off after this with 1 over left in his spell.
And he's just improved and improved and improved as the spell's gone along. As my friend Rodney Murphy down in Pembrokeshire has said, keep going, Kevin, he said.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm completely with that thought process.
Quite a bit of interest from Pembrokeshire today on the social media, but there are 3 boys from Pembrokeshire in this squad. Only 2 of them playing today.
Oh, perfect.
Kevin, the bowler, plays for St Ishmael's, and Neil Williams, who we saw opening the batting earlier, who plays his cricket at Cresselly. So Pembrokeshire boys are listening in. How are you all doing, boys? See you in a few weeks. I don't think it's going to be as warm as this.
Yeah, it was too full to play that expansive cut shot. It's not there. Length is not there. And he's practicing it again, but the problem is the back foot went way towards leg stump, towards the square leg umpire.
Yeah.
You're never going to be in a position of strength if you moving that way.
See, again, it's simple and basic, but to hit a good cricket shot, you've generally got to be quite still. If you're moving, you're not going to play much of a shot.
So you have a look at his setup. His first movement, the back foot goes slightly towards square leg.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have balance at the
Nope.
time of delivery.
His pickup is, it's reasonably straight.
Look, you'll
But
see.
yes,
there we go.
exactly that. Back foot just ever so slightly moves towards square leg, which sort of sets you up if there's a half volley outside off stump, but messes you up a bit if you're trying to do anything else. There he goes.
There's no stability then
No.
at the time
No.
of delivery, and you've got to
None at
react
all.
so quickly.
Yeah. Another good over from Kevin Bowen. Well, starting to get into the ascendancy here.
And just as we say that,
Yeah.
the drinks are on the field because 15 overs have been completed. It's a break at every 15. So Wales going along very nicely. If you've joined our broadcast late, just a reminder that they posted 319, 86 from Adrian Webber and 112 not out from Mike Gann, the standout innings to talk about. And now they've got USAA struggling along, 42 for 1, not struggling in the wickets column, but they're not going at an alarming rate, less than 3 to the over. And that thanks to Kevin Bowen, who has bowled 8 on the trot, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. Gareth Edwards with some spin, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 17. And Chris Hudson only the 1 over for 2 runs. So the only real, I guess, reflection in that Wales camp as they take the drinks towards the left of your picture is the fact that they've sent down 10 wides in 15 overs. That's the only area that they really can improve on. So they've given away almost 2 overs extra to the USA's A team. But for now, it's all Wales, and they will be looking to close out their first fixture in this, the Over-60 International Cricket Tournament. While we have that chance, the Kudus, the South African Kudus, chasing 166 against America or USA, 109 for 1. The Kudus with Nick Rhodes and Andy Lunt in front of the stumps. Rhodes has 35, and then the other one to look out for is the Impalas, the South Africa Impalas going up against Zimbabwe. That's both of those matches being played at Claremont Cricket Club. South Africa Impalas 127 for 2 in reply to Zimbabwe's 263 for 2. So a touch more than 15 overs remaining in that Impalas innings to get 135. So they've got to go some if they have any chance there. The Kudus well placed against USA. We'll be back in the next couple of minutes when we resume this fixture at Greenpoint Oval. USA 42 for 1, chasing 320.
Croeso all, welcome back. Match state is at 30 overs to go with this innings. USA still needing another 270 plus runs in those 30 overs. It's over 9 and over they're required right now. It's getting to be a big ask.
You can again chase 9 and over with 3 or 4 overs to go,
Yeah.
but to do it consistently for 30 overs, it's a
Yeah.
tall order. I mean, Misra must be thinking, how is he going to get off the mark? He's been there for 10 deliveries. Still to get a run in a greater cause of 320, something's got to give. Ashok Patel only on 10 of 43 deliveries.
Chris Hudson to carry on.
A lot of wrist work to get it into the gap. Well, Mirza, he needs to get on with it. Nice and
Lot of
flight
air,
it, flight
lot
it.
of air there.
But now, again, that's going to take us back to the analysis in the previous over. If your back foot is moving, you're not going to get a ball that's tossed up outside off stump.
Nope,
You're not going to be able to pierce the inner circle.
not really. Not really.
To me, there's just too much foot movement.
Got a bit of bounce there, didn't he? That came up quite high.
Definitely a technicality that they can work on
Yeah.
with Amir Mirza. And that's one of the things that happens. That you start running after the ball
Yeah,
because there's no
exactly.
stability.
Exactly. Jams the bat down and it looks for the run, but gets sent back by his partner. Lots of air there.
Not taking the bait just yet.
Not.
Good over from Hudson.
And the pressure on the batting side is squeezed up one little more notch. So Kev's going to bowl all the way through. This is his 9th and final over coming up. He's bowled well.
So just a reminder, it's 45 overs per team, and that's the reason that the maximum number of overs per bowler is 9.
So Kev bowling the Welsh seamer will bowl his 9 all the way through. We've got warming up. We've got Paul Murphy, the leg spinner, warming up. Didn't carry.
So Ashok Patel gets another single back to Amir Mirza. Now 15 deliveries without a run.
That's given us a wide.
So I almost think Patel and Mirza will have to get together and say, what is the game plan?
Yeah. I mean, maybe they're thinking, maybe the Welsh 4th and 5th bowlers won't be as strong as the openers, but not really a good game plan at this level, is it?
Oh, this is trouble.
What's going to happen? Nope.
That would have been a big problem.
Yeah.
You can have that approach, but you'll look up at the scoreboard and time is running out quickly, and you're not going to bat at 10s to the over continuously for 20 odd overs. That touched the pad.
And maybe what they don't know is that Wales have got 2 bowlers to come who both played first class cricket.
So
probably
really up against it.
Arguably the 2 strongest bowlers that Wales have yet to come on today. Doesn't mean a thing really, but just tell you the strength of this, the strength in depth of this Welsh bowling team.
Just again, perfect field position and
the
field
end.
placement. What a spell by Kevin Bowen. He's
Great spell,
bowled through.
Great spell, Kevin Bowen.
9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Job done, feet up, get the 12th out. That's what I would do.
You're defending 300 and plenty, and your opening bowler goes at less than 3 and over. It's a good place to be, isn't it? It's a good place to be. So I think if seeing players warming up is anything to go by, we're probably going to see the leg spinner Paul Murphy at this end next up, because he's the one who's been warming up most. But it's Chris Hudson to continue at the crane end. I'm very disappointed, chaps. Very disappointed that I've had no better suggestions than the crane end.
The problem is that they probably can't see the crane.
No, but they've got to use their imaginations, haven't they? Look up on Google Earth. Find something that's, the penguin end. Penguins are that way, aren't they?
Seafront end.
The seafront end. The penguin end. Anything like that. Come on. The Sir, what was his name? Walter Scott? No, he was the author. That'll do, Sir Walter Scott end. Treasure Island could be down that way, you never know.
They just allow it to dictate terms. Nothing coming from USA to try and manipulate the field, make it.
You think at this point somebody needs to have a dart, don't they?
Yeah.
They need to do something a little bit different to try and change this sort of vice-like grip that Wales have got over them. But again, there's no real intent there, is there?
We're just labouring on, and for me, it's defeating the object. Go and try and get some runs on the board. Go and get the opportunity, but it's not going to come by blocking out. I mean, Mizra, 19 deliveries without a run.
Got to try and make something happen now, haven't you?
He's too leg side of the ball. That's the problem.
Yeah. Lots of flight there.
Finally off the mark.
Off the mark.
Now, what a match to look forward to tomorrow at Rondebosch. USA against USAA. That's the derby. The A team would love to get one over the senior team.
It's a bit flatter. It's chipped for 1.
That's the other side of the thinking tank, is to say, okay, we're not going to chase 320. Use the batting practice. There's bigger matches to come, in the sense that the derby is fast approaching. Go and spend some time out in the middle, and then we'll mark, or would have marked, a couple of opportunities. It's not the mindset you want, but in this analysis you could have reached the halfway mark and said, 320 is beyond us,
Yeah.
but let's go and bat and get some match time out in the middle.
I think certainly from a Welsh perspective, they'll appreciate the opportunity to give all the bowlers a good bowl. So they won't mind that too much if the USA decide they want to hang around for 45 overs. I think our boys will be more than happy to get a few overs under their belts. So it works both ways. It might not make for an amazing spectacle at home, but I think two sides in a tournament like this trying to find their way, it's not a bad way for it all to be. And indeed it is the leg spinner Paul Murphy coming on the ball.
So the only wicket to fall was in the 13th over, 12.2 overs. So since then, we've moved on to 18 overs for the addition of only 10 runs.
Yeah.
50 up on the board as well. So partnership of 10 in almost 6 overs. It just illustrates how the aggression has been lacking in the batting department.
Wales have bowled well, haven't they? You know, we've seen very little width, very little opportunity to score runs.
But also, and no disrespect to Bowen, Edwards and Hudson, but they've been allowed to settle on a line and length.
Yeah, which as a batsman you're always trying to put the bowler off and use your feet a little bit, or, you know, force it a little bit, turn it a little bit. Oof. Turn and bounce, first ball up for Paul Murphy. Barry boy originally, Paul, plays his cricket in Usk now, which is what, 30 or 40 miles north of Barry. Barry, a little town on the coast. Usk, a beautiful little, is it a town or is it a large village?
Oh, look at that turn.
That turned 2 foot easily from it when it pitched.
I just love watching leggies in action.
He's got a very wicked googly as well as our Paul. Wonder how long it'll be before we see that. That's it.
Has he got him? Oh,
Nope.
huge
Looking
appeal.
the square leg umpire.
Well, you can't go walkies here.
No.
Very good keeping.
He's a very solid keeper, is Mr. Quick. Sticky the snake hunter.
That was smart glove work. I think something's going to happen shortly. I just feel that this could be the spark for Wales.
Yeah. What's a great arm?
Yeah, I don't want to go there. That's,
Great arm.
On the money.
Ooh.
Now, that's really been the only weakness for Wales so far, is that extra
They'll
column.
be
It's onto
disappointed in
13.
this. They'll be very disappointed in this.
Nice flight. Good flight.
Pitched up. I think Murphy would be very happy with that first over.
Only 3 off it.
Yeah. It's 19 overs gone now. 53 on the board.
Spin from both ends. Also make sure that the fielding team gets through the overs very quickly.
Yes. Not too many runs, not too many balls retrieved from the boundary, not too many field changes. 2 or 3 pace run-ups.
Still that direct movement towards leg stump,
Yeah.
towards square leg. It's still very evident. Look at where he finishes. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's a ball that that stops in the keeper's gloves outside off stump, but the batter finished outside leg stump.
Absolutely.
Again, look at that. It's quite evident now. I wonder, I would be very keen on getting a slip in there and then tossing it up, something that turns away. See if you can invite the booming drive. There's the flight to delivery. That's just slightly too full, and then he wants to go on a run, which would have definitely resulted in a problem for the USA.
It's interesting. I mean, the balls kept low all day. One ball, I think, in the Welsh innings took off, but Chris Hudson's already bowled about 3 balls that have come way up to sort of chest height. And as you say, if that's the sort of bounce that he's getting, then a slip's a very good call.
I would be more than keen to invite him to drive through the
Yes.
offside.
Yeah, yeah.
Take out your square leg. You've got protection on the boundary, so take the square leg fielder out and put him at first slip. Then it's just in front of the umpire. And that's going to be a quick single. Directing could be a problem.
yes,
That's still a
out.
problem.
That's-
Oh yes, I agree with the umpire. I have
completely
to
out.
agree.
Completely out. Yeah.
Bat was never slided.
Nope.
That's a
Nope.
big sin. Oh, that's giving away a wicket.
That's what pressure does, though. That's what pressure does.
I must say, it's probably easy to call it from where we are sitting.
Yeah.
Not the most difficult decision in the world, but it has resulted in a free gift for Wales.
But
But
you know,
credit to their fielding outfit, they've put themselves in that position.
yeah. They bowled well, they fielded well, and you know what it's like as a batsman. If you're not scoring runs, all of a sudden you feel you've got to go for everything. And that was probably never on that run, but that's what pressure does.
Only has himself to blame, he called it. Generally the rule
Yeah.
is if you hit it in front of square, the batter that's on
Yeah,
strike
yeah,
will call it.
absolutely.
If it's behind square, the non-facing batter will
Absolutely.
call.
He called it and it went to his end. So on a point of law now, Mr. Fussell from Mackin has pointed out that Usk is a town, not a large village. So I stand corrected. Thanks Clive. Thanks Clive. I
So-
can't remember the specifics, but I do remember the general, that it was taken to court and it was found out to be a town.
So Clive, I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you, because I think it's common law. We all fight for our little status in our towns or villages. We don't have villages in South Africa, we have towns or cities. I come from a small town, although we argued many a barbecue, we argued that we deserve city status, but couldn't convince anybody of the argument.
And I've got a feeling, and I'm sure Clive or somebody else would correct me if I'm wrong, that came about where we used to have, we might still have in the UK, a village cricket competition, and used to get some rather large suburbs, some rather large cities trying to reclassify themselves as villages. And I've got a feeling that the whole Usk question arose around that. I may be completely wrong. It doesn't matter. For a couple of minutes in my own little mind, I'll be quite happy that I think I've solved a problem. Oh, Twitter sphere's gone mad. Obviously wrong.
And the advent of social media, how quickly you can reach someone without picking up a phone, get in
Ah.
touch.
The village competition still exists, I've just been told. Still exists. Woo!
Taken the bait, smashed it towards the leg side,
Two
two bounces
bounces
for
for.
a rare boundary.
We haven't seen a boundary for quite a while, have we?
Ahmad Chowdhury is the next batter for USA. Paul Murphy invited the stroke, just accept it, and
You
Ashok
don't mind
Patel goes to
see-
16.
A leg spinner plays for that, doesn't he? As a leg spinner, you want to see the ball in the air. you want to see the batsman thinking, yeah, I need to hit this over the top, because that's when mistakes happen. That's when
Also,
wickets happen.
hitting the standard leg break against the turn.
Yes.
Just look at the field placing. 5 on the offside.
Yeah, yeah.
There's the
5 men
indication.
in on the offside as well.
Turning it away. I like that. That's positive
yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
Yeah, yeah.
Flight to delivery.
Leg spinner in and 1 man outside the outside the circle.
Yeah, so Ahmad Chowdhury is off the mark with a boundary and a single. So he's come out and he said, well, enough of this blocking. I'm coming out with a plan.
That offside field has been moved out onto the boundary now to deep point.
Oh, he's calling him through. This could be disaster. Directed. Keeper's end was open.
Keeper's end was open, but a direct hit there would have led to a run out, I think.
No real call between the two batters. It could have been disastrous again.
There'd have been a run out at either end there.
For me, the safe option is the keeper. He's got the gloves.
I think Gareth thought he could hit the stumps from there. You could see all 3 of them.
Oh, lovely, lovely leggy.
Ball.
Oh, it's a lovely
That's
leggy.
a classic leg break, isn't it? You float it up there, you draw the batsman forward and you cut it away to the offside. What a lovely, lovely ball. Anybody watching at home thinking of becoming a leggy, that's why you want to be doing it. Beautiful to watch.
And as a keeper, you visualize that. You
Yeah.
dream about that at night. Before a match, you dream. That's one of the dreams. You
Yeah.
see the perfect leg break.
Yeah.
Batter comes down the track,
Yeah.
goes on a full swing, ball turns into the gloves, bails off. That's what dreams are made of.
You're looking for the snick there as well, I guess, aren't you?
Snick
Not
/
so good.
stumping
You
double.
want the
hit.
stumping, yeah, that's stumping. That's what you live for, isn't it? The stumping.
The stumping is it's like scoring a 50. That's raising your bat, is when you flick off the bails and you look down and you see batters out of the crease. That's the 50. The 100 is the leg side stumping off the seamer with the ball dipping into the pads. Batter misses, take it down the leg side, hands move back to the offside, bails off.
Oh.
That's the 100.
Oh, you see,
Have I just described the perfect picture?
Picture speaks stronger than words. I mean, that's not something I can identify with, unfortunately. I've been mug enough to put some gloves on, stand behind the sticks occasionally, but just getting a glove within a foot of it for me is enough.
Oh, there's another off chance. Yeah, we
Let's
all
go.
have our moments, and that's the cricket is really a sport for everybody.
Mike Cann appealing for something there. I'm not quite sure what. You think he had bowled it, maybe?
I think there's a half shout.
Yeah, he may have seen something that nobody else really bought into.
Well, these two, you just almost feel that the run out is on the cards.
Oh.
There's a bit of a waltz down the track and
Yeah.
some afters of in the shouting department.
Yeah.
You've got to be clear in your communication. Cricket is also, you need to have the communication skills. Shout if you need to, but you can't sort of mime. A mime act won't work in a cricket match, especially if you have to call a partner through for a run. Oh, beats the keeper as well. Now that's the first ball duck from a batting department is buys. From a keeper's perspective, if there's buys in the column, that's like a duck in,
Really?
in the batting department. Keepers hate that. You look up at the umpire and you try and convince them that it was actually a wide.
See, again, when I'm keeping, if I can keep it to under 20, I think I've had a good day. But that's why I don't keep very often, Johan. That's why I don't keep very often.
I'll tell you, a buy needs medicine.
Yeah.
You go to the pharmacy the next day and you go and get some medicine. That's how it hurts.
Yeah.
Because the banter that follows after you let one through with gloves it's a never-ending story. Hudson's been
obvious.
impressive, eh? Hudson's been very impressive.
Yeah. Good bowler. Good bowler.
Oh, just
And
love the
he's giving
speed.
it more and more and more air, isn't he? He's getting more and more confident in his abilities to control this ball.
He has the perfect speed.
Yeah.
Can I say perfect remedy? Being a doctor, can I say that he has the perfect prescription for this pitch?
I think you just have. Hard to take that back now.
Yeah, it's done. Oh, more problems! More problems!
Oh!
If he gathered that, it would have been interesting.
Yes. As you say, the running's got very erratic all of a sudden, isn't it? We've had maybe 3 or 4 run-out chances in the last few overs, really.
We can't be seated more than 55 meters from where they
Yeah.
are, and you can't hear them at all.
No. No.
My wife would say that she normally sits 2 or 3 meters from me, and I can't hear her either. So
Murphy back for another over.
I'm a Chaudhry on strike. 6 of 7 deliveries.
That's ooh, quite at John Jones.
Do they take him on again? 2 or 3 paces down the track. Would have been trouble there for USA.
Again, you get the sense that they're probably not used to fielding quite at this calibre. Maybe playing Masters cricket. Not used to guys that can sprint around the boundary and throw it in from 60, 70 metres away.
Again, there's just 2 or 3 steps. Now there's a. I'm going to call it now. I'm going to call a run out between these two.
Yeah.
It's just too much of it. They just haven't got together between overs and say, right, this is how it's going to work. Clear plan of action. I don't know how much they would have batted together, but still the basics remain the same. It doesn't matter who the partner is.
Yeah.
Waltzes down the track, bit of a shimmy, and then can't beat the field. Ashok Patel has been there for a long time. 19 of 63 deliveries.
See, as an opening batsman, you really need to know when to accelerate. You've got a job to do early on. He's missed everything.
Oh,
that was the googly.
Yeah,
that was the googly.
Oh, so close.
Yeah. I think he's got used to the legs, to the leggy from Paul Murphy, and that one came back the other way. How it missed, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think as an opening batsman, you've got a job to see the shine off the ball, and get your side to no wickets down off 10. But at some point after that, you've got to learn. I've now got to start taking risks. I've got to accelerate. That.
Now they're talking in the middle.
Game.
Can you? Yeah, they go for the
he's in
second.
Oh, he's not in trouble. He's got away with it.
Wild throw back to the keeper, but there's cover, which no danger this time around. They called it too early, then stick to it. "23 overs gone."
So we're more than halfway through the overs. Still looking at another, 250 runs required.
Games, you won't win it from here. Game's done. It's just all about spending some time in the middle from a USA perspective.
And the Wales bowlers, as I say, will be quite happy to get a few overs under their belt, get to understand the conditions and the wickets. Are wickets pretty similar in Cape Town in general, or do they vary a lot?
No,
No.
the conditions don't allow for
Yeah.
much difference.
Yeah. Different wicket compositions, obviously. Some will have more clay, some will have more loam.
And some will be newer than others and
Yeah,
fresher
yeah,
than others.
Yeah.
You have clubs that have multiple strips.
Right.
Some clubs only have a couple that they can use and rotate. And then you have the Saturday cricket, Sunday cricket. That's straight to the field though. Oh,
No, he's
unfortunately
missed it.
not
He's
in
missed
the
it.
hands.
Unlucky.
From a Wales perspective, it's a boundary for USA.
Yeah, he was leaning forward. It wasn't a straightforward catch. It was straight to him, but it's sort of in front of him, too far in front of him to be a comfortable height.
Yeah, so there's a lot of cricket going around, and you have the Over-40s league, and
Yeah.
there's business leagues.
Yeah.
I play in a business league where we only allowed with tackies, can't have spikes,
Yeah.
to protect the pitch.
Yeah.
He's
Caught
caught that. He's caught
and
that.
bowled. He's done well. Made a lot of ground, did Chris Hudson.
And you have to say he deserves that. Chris
Yeah.
Hudson has been superb. So the third wicket falls. It is Ashok Patel, caught and bowled by Chris Hudson, 23 of 65 deliveries, 2 fours in his innings, opened the batting. And now on his way back is the third wicket to fall. Ahmad Chowdhury still at the crease. Brilliant catch by Chris Hudson, had to dive. Ball before that had an opportunity, 50-50 chance, but there was a chance. And then took it upon himself.
You started this, okay, but you always say that was a flying doctor there, couldn't you?
You can imagine the banter in the Wells camp.
Oh, I don't think we should do any more cliche doctor jokes, do you?
No, I think
People
we,
might get
we
sick.
quit while we're ahead.
Sorry.
We can just quit while we're ahead.
Well, you were ahead. I don't think I ever was. Let's leave the doctor jokes. Yeah, no, I've had nobody on social media disagreeing with that, so I'll leave the doctor jokes for now.
Always good to have a laugh. Good food for the soul.
Indeed. $71 for 3 here now in the 24th over, isn't it?
Yeah, 24th over has arrived. So Syed Abid is in with Ahmad Chowdhury.
Ooh, interesting first ball.
Again, I would have the first slip. I would be running into that slip cordon.
Yeah.
New
Chris
batter.
Hudson's- Yeah, and he's getting a lot of bounce out there.
Great flight again, just inviting the shot, which is not coming from Syed Abid. Still new at the crease, only faced 2 deliveries. Big flight, and now they heave.
Ooh.
And the misfield will get him off the mark. been a superb Welsh performance. That one, not one that they would want to see again. The highlights reel slipping through the fingers. The side I'd beat on 2. This one is slightly quicker. Up in the air, should be out, should be out. Is out.
Taken by Neil Williams. One of those horrible little catches. They just hang in the air for a long time. They don't come down, and they swirl a little bit. And also as a fielder, you know, I can't drop this. It's too slow. But Neil did well to watch that all the way into his hands. Real pressure from the Welsh bowlers and fielders showing here now, forcing the US into some hurried shots that they wouldn't usually want to be playing, would they?
Yeah, 2 in quick succession. Neil Murray taking catch. Chris Hudson, the bowler, having just taken a caught and bowled off his. It was sharp caught and bowled opportunity, and suddenly his analysis reads 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14. And 1 wicket to Kevin Bowen at the top of the innings, 1 for 26. So it's all falling apart for USAA. There's also a run out. So position of strength for Wales, 73 for 4.
24 overs gone. A good time to say hello to probably one of our youngest listeners of the day. Little Mally watching in Newport. Shwmai, cariad. And we're trying to turn into a left-arm spinner. Aren't we, Dad? But we never know. We never know. So, Mally, I hope you're enjoying it. Keep shouting for Wales. Well done.
.73 for 4 as Peter Jones walks out for the USA to face Wales.
Land of his father. Peter very proudly telling us earlier that his dad's from Newport, because we suspected with a name like Peter Jones there had to be some sort of a Welsh connection there, and indeed his dad was from Newport. Murphy turns, comes in again.
Oof. So maybe just for our listeners that is feeling that there might be a bit of a Welsh theme in the commentary position, my co-commentator is from Wales. He's part of this touring group. Finally gets the gap. Chowdhury. Think about 2. Jones is on his way, on his bike already. A bit of pressure applied by Ahmed Chowdhury and Peter Jones. Paul Murphy in his 4th over. He's also been threatening, bowled the googly to Chowdhury previous over. When does he bring it out again?
More of a flipper, I think. It sort of went on with the arm, that one did.
Oh, almost did him. No real feet movement. And that's always dangerous against any spinner.
I think Murphy's quite enjoying bowling on this track, isn't he?
These tracks will favour the spinners, so you can really go through your whole repertoire.
Yeah, yeah. And when there's no pressure on from the scoreboard, it's not a better time to try it all out, is there?
You know, they say there's no better opportunity to train than in a match situation.
Exactly.
When it allows itself. You can have as many nets as you want, but the real deal is out in the middle in a match situation.
Yeah, yeah.
Peter Jones gets an opportunity to take guard, and that for his first delivery in this tournament. I always find it interesting to see batters take strike, and they'll take, I don't know what you batted on or batting on. I used to take 2 leg, but then you'll get the batter that takes the 2 leg, then takes the bail off, then hits the bail into the ground, then take another mark, then take a spike mark, then go out 2 or 3 paces to make another mark on off stump.
I'd start at 2 legs, and I know then it's there. I'll move around depending on all sorts of different factors, but I always like to know where 2 legs is, you know. Also known as Midland leg, for those of you wondering what we're talking about.
And to explain it even further, it's the gap between middle and leg stump.
Absolutely.
The middle point of that gap, that's what we're referring to.
It sort of makes sense, doesn't it? I often sort of think, well, why do you need to do it? You know where your stumps are. But actually, it's always a good idea to know where you're setting off from, because sometimes that margin, little quarter of an inch, can make a huge difference.
I often say cricket is a game of small margins.
Yeah, yeah. And that's it. You think, how many times in a season do you get out to a thin edge? And if you were 2 centimetres in the other direction, that thin edge would have become a comfortable defensive shot, wouldn't it?
I used to get home from a day's cricket and then take the bat and wipe off every edge on the bat.
Yeah, you're not the only one. I think you're not the only one who's tried that one.
I only left the marks that was visible in the middle of my bat.
So this boy middles it all the time. He's also quite adept with the sandpaper.
That's a good one, I must say.
Yeah.
Yeah, you walk out to bat, and the opposition only sees red marks or white marks in the middle of your bat,
Yeah.
and they think you're a much better batter than what you actually are.
Yeah.
Jones of the mark.
Hudson finishes his over.
7
USA.
overs, 2 for 15.
It's not bad figures, is it? Not bad figures.
Superb.
Viewers won't be able to see this, but you got a wonderful thing going on here at the offside boundary where you're watching. There's some nets, and there's some real small kids playing there, and that just goes to show how inclusive cricket is. Goodness me, that ball hardly left the ground, did it?
That's rolled.
That rolled along the ground. But just saying, those little kids are. Some of them look no older than 5 or 6 and playing right next to a field with guys who are probably 60 years older than them, some of them. And that's just wonderful to see.
Oh, again, no bounds.
How many other sports around the world can you see that happening? We've got an international match going on that includes people who are 60 years older than people playing exactly the same sport 50 yards away.
Yeah, it's great to see it.
Oh. Paul Murphy's having a whale of a time out there. He might not be thinking at the moment, because I think he's wondering how has he not taken any wickets yet. But
It's a shot from the bowler more than anyone else.
Yeah. Probably a victim of his own success. He's turning it so much, there's got to be a doubt in the umpire's mind. Oh, that's the googly.
Oh, and Jones didn't pick it.
I think it's fair. Exactly. I think it's fair to say he didn't spot that one, isn't it?
Masterclass from everyone that's had the ball in hand for Wales today. Oh! It's just too good at the moment from Paul Murphy. South Africa Kudus up against the USA. USA 165 for 9 off their allotted 45. Kudus 146 for 1, so with a little less than 8 overs to go. Kudus well on course to win there. That's 20 required. That won't be a problem. South Africa Impalas going up against Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe scoring 263 for 2. South Africa Impalas 216 for 4. Suddenly that's come to life.
And interestingly there, current batsman for South Africa makes it a contingent of 3 ex-Cardiff players playing or at present at this tournament. Michael, as well as Michael Carr himself, Barney de Klerk played a few games for Cardiff back in the early 80s, some of the boys will recall. There might be more. If you're also an ex-Cardiff player, play over here, let us know.
48 to win, well now 44 to win off 5.5 overs.
That's a game that's come alive from nowhere, isn't it?
That's well balanced.
It's a game that's come alive from nowhere. Because Zimbabwe appear to be well on top there. I think somebody's gone a bit wild there for the Impalas, haven't they?
Let's quickly have a catch up and I'll be able to tell you. 68 for Ross Holing.
Oh, how many balls?
Of 85, and Peter Marks with 66 from 40 deliveries.
That's probably made a bit of difference,
the game
hasn't it?
to life.
Yeah. Well, it is interesting because it seemed that all 3 games were heading one way, but now we've got a match on in one of them.
2 results in the bag, confirmed. This one being one of them.
Chris Hudson continuing his miserly spell here. Floats it up again. Again, there's a big hit. It's gone down to deep square. It's going to be fielded. Yes, fielded. Slight misfield there from one of the Welsh players. No names, no Pactrell, doesn't matter. So they pick up 2 runs. Score moves on to 79. Hudson's in again. Played back by Jones to the bowler. Hudson floats it up again. Finishes the over off. He's got 1 left to bowl. This is a change of bowling at this end. Left armer Tony Smith coming on to bowl. So this is the 5th Welsh bowler in action. 19 overs the innings to go. .240 runs required off those 19 overs, so it's over 12 and over now. You'd have to say Wales are probably favourites, but it's cricket and stranger things have happened. Someone could go in the innings of his life and turn it all round. Tony Smith, first ball on leg stump, played out to short mid wicket. John Jones fields. It's back to the bowler. Smith comes in again, left arm round the wicket. He's straight as a die. Straight as a die, you can't hit that. It's 4:30 here, just after 4:30 here in the afternoon in Cape Town. I'd say for the first time since 10 o'clock this morning it's starting to cool down. It's been like an oven here all day. Been beautiful. Tony Smith in, round the wicket. Pulled across the line. Out to deep mid wicket. Paul Murphy, great arm. Great arm from the boundary. Into wicketkeeper Hugh Quick there. Batsman checking his guard. Smith adjusts his field. He's brought his short third man into slip. He's brought his backward point into a sort of backward gully catching. And he's brought a man in front of the bat at short mid-off. Not quite silly mid-off, short mid-off. Oh, they called for the run, but no interest from the non-striker at all. So the score stays where it is. Smith in again, round the wicket, floated up, ooh, into the block hole. Kept out, that's a good first over from Tony Smith. So Wales very much in the ascendancy here. USA needing another 240 runs. That's 29 overs gone, so 16 overs to go. 240 needed. It's getting to the point that we might have to use the word insurmountable here. Wales are very much on top, but it's cricket. Chris Hudson bowling his last over. He's bowled well. He's gone for very few runs in this spell. He's had a lot of air, but again doesn't manage to tempt the batsman into a false shot.
Yeah, so Ahmed Chowdhury on 13 and Peter Jones on 3. Oh, you can't invite it more than that. Finally the bait is taken and it's off to the boundary.
One bounce.
Yeah, I guess just reading the body language and the execution now, it's pretty clear for everyone to see that it's going to be time out in the middle. That's the game plan.
Yeah. And again, good for the Welsh boys because they will appreciate spending 45 overs out in this sun to appreciate what the heat is like and what it's like to pace yourself for 45 overs out in the field. It's been a couple of net sessions. We've been here for almost a week, but this is the first time we've been in a game condition over here, in a match situation.
Slightly quicker.
But it's only going to be one. Kev Bowen on the boundary. Underarms the ball in.
Chris Hudson, he wants to finish strong. One left in his 9-over spell, or allotted 9-over spell. We know Kevin Bowen has bowled through 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26, and this is a good return from Chris Hudson as well. Lots of flight, and beats the Jones bat and completes a wonderful 9-over spell. Chris Hudson done, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23. USA 85 for 4. Chasing that mammoth 320. That's off the cards. So with 30 overs completed, it means the players can have a well-earned break and off to those who are running on with some refreshments. For us, an opportunity to take a break as well. 85 for 4. Ahmed Chowdhury on 18, Peter Jones on 3. We will be back when we resume in a couple of minutes from now.
Garrett's coming back on by the look of it. He's warming up again.
Welcome back. Drinks something of the past. USA A, 85 for 4. That is the innings situation, and unfortunately game running away from USA A. They were going to be hard pressed to get to 320. That's not going to happen as we approach the last 15 overs. Taking them 30 overs to get to 85. Highest score of the innings belonging to the opening bat, Ashok Patel. He was caught and bowled by a very impressive Chris Hudson with his score on 23. So we've seen Kevin Bowen bowl through, we've had Chris Hudson bowl through. Tony Smith about to start his second over.
That's out.
Well, what a soft dismissal.
Chris Hudson takes the catch.
Yeah, Ahmad Chowdhury. So often after a break, a small interval, bit of lapse in concentration. It was there to hit, but Chowdhury, unfortunately, from his perspective, only found the man in the inner circle, and that is the end of his stay at the crease. Tony Smith picks up his first, and Kevin Bowen with the catch to reward Tony Smith. Chowdhury on his way for 18. It's been a precision of wickets. 40 without the loss has turned on into 85 for 5. So it's all going the Wells way, and they're going to tick off a very impressive and easy victory this afternoon. Just the confident start that they would have been after. And as the A team are struggling here at Greenpoint, the USA senior team have gone down to the South Africa Kudus by 9 wickets. That match is done at Claremont Cricket Club. The other one to keep an eye on is the South Africa Impalas. That's a wonderful match going down to the wire against Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe scoring 263 for 2 of their allotted overs. South Africa Impalas currently 246 for 6. And there's 16 deliveries remaining. So 16 deliveries to score 18 runs with 4 wickets in hand for the Impalas to get over the line. One match done. This one is pretty much done from a result perspective. The one between the Impalas and Zimbabwe, that's still very much in the balance.
He has Meatloaf, wasn't it, who sang 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but I think the Meatloaf words I was actually looking for was you took the words right out of my mouth in terms of the drinks bringing a wicket. It does happen very often. It doesn't always happen, but you always get a shout after drinks. Come on boys, you said drinks brings a wicket. And we've seen it there, and I think it happens enough that there's got to be some truth in it, isn't there?
Yeah, well, Samshuddin Ali has not quite got the memo that those before him has been reading. He's come straight out, got a shorties delivery, and boom,
hit it for
off
4.
the mark with the boundary. Maybe there's a bit of a late flourish from a USA point of view, and Shamsuddin Ali says, well, the game's done, but let's see if we can
I mean,
have a couple of blows here.
Someone comes in, it's a little cameo now, it'll be really good for the confidence. And it'll give Wales something to think about as well, which is never a bad thing in a situation like this.
Only the 8th 4 of the USA innings. That's slightly short again and just belted towards the long on boundary. Good fielding, prevents the 4, can't prevent the 1.
But again, I think that sums up the Welsh commitment throughout this innings, even in a situation where the game is essentially won, still throwing themselves around in the outfield, stopping the ball. It's a lovely bit of fielding from Neil Williams there. Ooh.
Almost played around his pad there with
Yeah.
Jones.
Bit more air. He didn't get hold of it, but he got away with it. Not a great ball, not a great shot.
Yeah, Jones gets to the other end and then has a little look towards the square leg umpire. Thought that he might get something
no ball for
from
that.
a no ball point of view, but not to be.
Yeah.
end of another Tony Smith over, 2 overs, 1 for 7. So 10 deliveries remaining at Claremont Cricket Club for South Africa Impalas to get 11 more to win.
That is going down to the wire, isn't it?
11 of
Exciting
10.
game of cricket.
Hayden Trollope and Paul du Plessis batting for the Impalas. Trollope is the danger man, 26 of 15 his contribution. So we'll keep a close eye on that one.
Gareth Edwards back in the attack. Whoosh.
And Gareth Edwards, also an impressive start. He opened the bowling with Kevin Bowen, so 6.1 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 18. Everyone has been economical, going at 3.5 and over. Tony Smith the most expensive at 3.5, which is unfair to really call you expensive at 3.5 in a match situation where you're defending 320. Pick of the bowlers, Chris Hudson, 2 for 23 off 9. Tap and run. Remember those little games that we played when we were youngsters? Tap and run. Not going to see quite a lot of that at this level. Goes a long way across his off stump, but gets the wide call, drifts down the leg side, and anything down leg is wide.
As explaining earlier, Johan, it's so difficult as a keeper to take those leg side takes, let alone be able to take the bails off. And you can be stumped off a wide. Not a lot of people realise that. That's close.
Not getting the decision.
Possibly a bit high. Possibly a bit high.
So just to get back to your point about keeping, it's so important to always anticipate that the ball will finish in your gloves. You have to move as if the ball is coming to you. Never give up the contest. Never stay one side of the ball and leave your hands behind.
And you lose nothing by doing that, do you?
Again, goes a long way across his stumps. Tries to find the gap. There's Ali.
Talk a lot in sport about gambling, don't they? Football, you know, people need to gamble at the back post. In rugby, you need to gamble for the interception and everything. And cricket, it's the same. You can, especially when you're keeping, you can gamble on stuff. Gambles don't always come off, but sometimes they do.
But you'll also never know if you don't try.
If you don't try, nothing's going to happen. You'll never take a leg side stumping unless you're always going for it. And as a batsman, there's nothing scarier than a keeper who suddenly the ball goes down the leg, you think, oh, that's it, there's nothing to worry about there, and suddenly your bails are off. And that certainly changes your mentality as a batsman towards the game that you're playing. Then when you've got a keeper who's able to do that.
So we'll probably see Tony Smith and Gareth Edwards bowl in tandem until Edwards finishes his 9th, and then we'll have Paul Murphy and Tony Smith bowl out towards the end of the innings.
We could, although we still haven't seen Michael Cann bowling yet. Probably happy not to bowl after his exertions. Exertions is the word I was actually looking for. His exertions in the bat earlier. Michael would be quite happy not to bowl.
We'll probably just leave him in the bank.
Yeah. And again, as we're saying, a bowler who doesn't need to get to know South African conditions because he's He's bowled plenty of overs out here in the past. As we've been saying for quite a while now, this really is, for Wales more than anything, a learning process now, this last, what, half an hour or so of the game that we've probably got left. Ooh.
For me, that's the only blemish on the card.
I was going to say, one of the biggest learning point for us to take away is this wides, you know, it's a lot of wides, And you're right, it's not good in a much tighter game. This could have been quite critical. 15 wides so far. 16 now.
That's another one.
Yeah.
So Impalas need 4 to tie, 5 to win with 2 deliveries remaining.
What a game. What a game that is.
Great
Stopped.
fielding.
Gareth Edwards, great piece of footwork out in the deep there to save a certain 4.
I'll change it again. 1 delivery to score 4 to tie the game. 259 for 6 Impalas
What?
against Zimbabwe.
What a game that's been. What a game that's been.
Oh, that's on the full, not out, says the umpire. Whoa.
From the way he was shaping, I'd say that was going down the leg side.
That was so close again.
And of course,
Game's over. Game's over at Claremont Cricket Club. The Impalas go down to Zimbabwe by 3 runs.
what a game.
Another wide. What a first day we've had in this over-60 international cricket tournament. A win for Zimbabwe over South Africa Impalas by the narrowest of margins, only 3 in it. South Africa Kudus beating USA by 9 wickets, impressive performance. Also at Claremont Cricket Club, and now Wales putting on a show against USAA. That is surely too high.
It's gone for 4 as well.
Not a good over this from Wales, and specifically Tony Smith. He's just lost his line. What a match between South Africa and Zimbabwe.
That game went backward and forward, almost ball by ball, didn't it, for the last 5 overs or so. Zimbabwe seemingly had it won for such a long time, and then Impalas came right back into it, and then fell 3 runs short right at the death. One of the many reasons that we love this wonderful sport of ours. Gareth Edwards, sorry.
No, just saying Edwards starting his penultimate over.
And giving it lots more air than he did in his first spell. He opened the bowling at that end for Wales, and obviously it was containment was what was in his mind, because he was flat, he was straight. Suddenly he's come back now with a situation quite different, and he's throwing it right up there, tempting the batsman to hit him. As the
This
batsman
time Jones
just
hits the
did.
gap.
Yep. He's just put him away for 4.
First boundary for Jones. Been there for 27 deliveries. Again, very favourable on that sweep shot. Peter Jones fails to make contact. And Edwards racing through this over once again, only 4 off it. That ends his 8th, one maiden 0 for 24, so still empty in that wickets column along with Paul Murphy. The rest have picked up at least one. Kevin Bowen 1 for 26, Chris Hudson 2 for 23, and Tony Smith 1 for 18. 109 for 5, that equation still 211 to win off, not too many now. Only 11 overs still remaining. That required run rate is at 19.2, so it's more than 3 a ball. That's not going to happen.
That's what they call a big ask, isn't it?
That's too big.
Finding his line at last, Tony Smith. Still a lot of enthusiastic chatter out in the field amongst the Welsh players. Good to hear.
That'll be 4.
Yeah.
I have to say that for me, Ali needs to bat higher.
He's the only one who's shown any real aggression, isn't he?
Yeah. I do find it strange, and it's never to say that they would have gotten to 320, but just the mindset, the application. And Samsudeen Ali looks busy and he wants to get after it. So
Changes a game, doesn't it? At any stage, somebody who comes in, and if he doesn't come off, you've lost nothing.
I would definitely bat him higher up.
Yeah. And he hits the ball hard. I mean, that went like a rocket to extra cover then. Oh, that's going to be close.
Well, he does give him.
Yeah.
And then the turnaround of surprise on Samsudeen Ali's face, but the umpire's decision is the only one that matters. So bat under the arm and off to the sheds he goes. We've just praised him, and I still believe that there's a case for Samsudeen Ali to be higher up on the order. But we'll see. It will be revealed tomorrow when USA play USA at Rondebosch.
A bright and breezy little knock there.
It's another wicket for Tony Smith. He's second.
Now the LBW law, Johan, there's no point us trying to explain the LBW law, but let's try and talk viewers through that particular instance there, where the ball didn't actually pitch. And so if the ball doesn't pitch and it hits the pad of the foot, the umpire then has to take a straight line forward from where it's actually hit, no matter what the ball's been doing, no matter what he thinks it's doing. So always as a bowler, if the ball hits the pad on the full, you're always in with a very good chance of getting that decision, which is exactly what happened there. A lot of people say, oh, it's drifting down leg. Well, actually it doesn't matter, because if it hits you on the full, the umpire has to take a straight line from the point of impact onto the stumps. So basically you get hit in front on a full pitch and you're in trouble.
Yeah, good point. And laws continue to change, so it's important to know what's happening and what is current.
Yeah.
Can't be watching cricket with a mindset of 20 years ago, because you'll be lost and you'll be angry.
Yeah. And the leg side wide is something that's coming, and we've probably seen 40 instances today of that. The leg side wide, the ball's not that wide, but just because it's down the leg side, it's called as a wide. Which is a law that's brought in to avoid negative bowling. Because it's hard to hit the ball down the leg side. So therefore you want to stop the opposition scoring. In the old days, you just keep bunging it down the leg side. So they brought that law in to stop people doing that.
So Pardeep Patel Gill is the next batter in for USA. Opened the bowling, picked up 1 for 57 earlier in the Wales innings. Really moved the ball, swung the ball.
Bowled very impressively early on today, didn't he? Very impressively. Gareth Edwards to finish his spell off. And as you say, if things go true to form, Paul Murphy will come back on and bowl his 9 and allow Tony Smith to bowl out this end. But you never know. I mean, Michael Cann is the most realistic other bowler here, but there's a few others who turn over their arm here. It might be that the skipper takes an opportunity to have a look at a couple of the other bowlers.
Yeah, might as well, just to improve the depth and give everyone a run where you might need someone later in the tournament to bowl you an over or 2.
We've got a lot to bowlers though. We've got 5 boys not playing today. 4 of them I'd regard as probably frontline bowlers. So plenty of bowling to come into this side. Full of all-rounders. I mean, we only saw half the Welsh batsmen, but believe me, all the lads that didn't bat today can all hold a bat. They can all score runs.
Yeah, there'll be bigger challenges to come.
For sure, for sure. Gareth Edwards made very good use of that right foot of his today. Stopped a lot of balls with it. It's a lot flatter. Great keeping by Hugh Quick.
What a time to bowl a maiden over.
Yeah.
So Edwards is done. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 24. Going at 2.7. Bowen is bowled out, 9 overs, 1 for 26. And Hudson also done with his day at the office, 2 for 23 of his 9. So that leaves, in the current lineup, Paul Murphy with 5 overs behind his name, and Tony Smith will start his 5th. Slightly upish. That is Pardeep Patel Gill, who gets off the mark.
Lot of air from Tony Smith there. Oh, it's a big hit. Big hit. Huge hit. 6 runs.
Good one from Peter Jones. It shows that he has the power to clear the fence, the boundary rope. Will be some hit if he clears the fence out to the leg side boundary.
Yeah.
Well, that's another extra 20 meters.
Not a small boundary there, and he cleared that very comfortably, didn't he? Smithy still happy to give it some air. Well, guess who just stopped the ball with his foot again? Gareth Edwards, Bangor's footballer extraordinaire. Of course, the viewers at home don't get to see a lot of this wonderful footwork that we're seeing out here. Smith is in, and just missed the stumps.
Well, it's been that sort of afternoon, adjust and adjust here and adjust there.
Yeah.
Wales have done an extremely good job. I would love to see how they progress through this tournament and when they get tighter games, which will happen. Oh, there's a lovely one. That's cleaned him up.
Yeah. Clean bowled.
Another wicket to Smith. He's into his third, 3 for 30. Pardeep Patel Gill bowled by Tony Smith for 1. He stayed a brief one at the crease and he faced 4 deliveries. And the 7th wicket goes down. Partnership of 8. So the end of that over. The other question is, does Murphy come back or is there a different plan for Wales? Only used 5 bowlers.
Mike Cannon will be the obvious person to want to bowl, but as we say, Canny knows South African conditions really, really well as he played out here for years. He's also probably quite tired after his knock, and he'd probably have more use for the Welsh team to see somebody else bowling, whether that's going to be Murphy finishing off, or whether skipper Mike Hayden decides he wants to give one of the more marginal, so we say, bowlers a little run and see how they get on.
Fluid's been taken in. It's been a warm day in Cape Town. I must say the Welsh support staff have been really busy and at it. They've made sure that they've kept their players hydrated and carrying drinks all over the place.
Yeah, but you see, Johan, that could be back to the fines committee again. Could well be. Could be all sorts of threats going on over there. Get on or else. Oh, apple juice, orange juice, something like that. Brilliant, thanks.
199 more to win. Peter Jones on strike and on 16. Angela Ewart has joined him at the crease.
Got to say, Peter got quite emotional early at the start of the day when we sang the Welsh national anthem, and said Peter's father is from Newport, and he said, oh, that was so lovely to hear that. My dad used to sing me that. And again, you know, that's something lovely about this tournament, that it makes the world a much smaller place, doesn't it?
You might, again, a lot of these players would never have been exposed to any international sport. That's aerial, but there's no protection there, so it's a risk-free shot. Only you have to get bat on ball. That's going to trickle along.
It's gone for 4, and it is Murphy who's come back on ostensibly to finish his spell off.
So you did. So sometimes I guess you can be filled with emotion when you get the opportunity to represent your country at a later age.
Absolutely.
You'll think back of all those memories when you dreamt about playing for your country. It never materialized, but it finally came at 60 or 65, and here you are, wearing the shirt you always dreamt of.
And also then to play against a country that you heard so much about from your parents as well. Peter Jones has done himself proud. He's back to ball in the last couple of overs with some effect.
Well, for me, there's a bit of a little game within a game. Surely Jones does not want to get dismissed against Wales.
Nope.
Score as many as possible and go back home and say, you know what, as a Jones, this is what I did against Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he the highest scoring Jones in the game, or did John Jones score a few more than him?
No, he's not yet. He doesn't have that honour as yet. John scored 27. So there is the little Jones battle as well, which you're referring
so 27. So John Jones got 27. Peter Jones is 20 not out. So there, yeah, that's a good target to be the highest scoring Jones in the game against Wales.
Squeezed all the oranges.
There's another big one, and that is straight down the throat. It's out.
Right on the boundary. Again, at home you'd have missed that. That was an excellent catch on the boundary.
Yeah, very good one. So the USA Jones falls short of that milestone that we were talking up.
We'll find out in a second, but I'm going to, as we're in a wagering mood, I'm going to wager, and I can't see into the setting sun, I think that was Chris Hudson who took that catch. I might be completely wrong.
I will tell you as soon as it's confirmed. We can't quite make out from this point, but Peter Jones is on his way, that we can tell you.
Now, my only excuse here is the sun's very, very, very strong in Cape Town, and I was looking straight into it, low in the sky, as that catch went. I could vaguely make out somebody in a red shirt with hands, and although I've spent the best part of 4 or 5 weeks with a lot of these boys in the last year, I haven't got a clue who it was.
So the answer to the trivia question is Chris Hudson.
It was Chris Hudson. Gosh, must have better eyes than I thought I did, Johan. I'm very, very pleased with myself now. It's very sad that such a small, trivial thing allows me to walk away from a match with a smile like this, but that's how it's going to be.
Peter Jones, 20 from 45 deliveries, and the return bringing immediate reward for Paul Murphy. 1 for 19 off his 6.
And I'm going to say that we hexed him. I'm going to return to a word that I said earlier, because if I told you that we went to the Aquila Game Reserve in the last couple of days, you'll know where I will have passed through. The Hex Valley.
Correct.
Which is based on a folk tale which I didn't pay full attention to, but it involved someone who ended up being branded a witch. And I think is it the Afrikaner word for witch is hex? Or
Hex.
Yep,
Yes, correct. Hex.
And so therefore it was called the Hex Valley.
So yeah, X-Rivier, which is river, X-Rivier is river. So it depends where you live in South Africa. If you say Hex, that's pretty more inland from where I originate from. That's where I come from. And in the Cape you say Hex.
Hex.
You said with a different accent.
But spell, I mean, it's a word that sort of filtered itself into British English, if you like, because put a hex on you is to put a spell on you, you know, which is where this whole sort of bit of folklore locally to Cape Town originated from.
I love language. Love to listen to
wonderful
pronunciations and accents.
Yeah, and where words come from. And folklore as well. We've had so many wonderful sort of folk stories. The Devil's Peak, just over our shoulder here on Table Mountain, which came out of a smoking contest between a local man and the devil. So it became known as Devil's Peak. And some will say that stuff we see on the top of Table Mountain, known as the tablecloth, is actually the devil.
The chimney.
Smoking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much history and information. And food, the different food that goes around the world.
I want to take biltong back to Wales. It's an absolutely wonderful, wonderful invention. And I've been told 3 or 4 different recipes for it, all of which I think we can reproduce in Wales. Welsh biltong, you heard it here first. Is biltong an Afrikaner word?
Biltong, well, we'll claim it.
Yeah,
As
okay.
Afrikaners will claim it. Biltong and droewors, drywors.
Dry wors. What's that then? Dried meat again, obviously.
Yes,
Yeah?
but in a sausage form, but it's
Okay.
dried out.
Okay.
Yeah, we are blessed in South Africa, really blessed with some of the best food in the world. And then the old traditional braai, which
Yeah.
is barbecue.
Yeah, we've not experienced that yet.
Oh, not playing a shot, that's dangerous.
No, I'm a big seafood and fish fan, and I've feasted in the week so far on a lot of fish, a lot of fruit, a lot of vegetables. Wonderful, wonderful food you have here.
Yeah, there's without promoting too much, but there's a couple of stops around the coastline where you can pick up some of the best fish and chips. Look, I mean, again, you are from Wales, but I went to England and I tasted some special fish and chips in York in a newspaper. That to me
Why
was...
are you wearing a newspaper?
That's the way it was served up.
So I know Clive Fussell is listening, so I've got to come out with corny jokes. So I do apologise for that.
Yeah, food brings people together as sport does and music does.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we've had a wonderful time here. Really, really enjoyed this wonderful city of yours.
We are spoiled, that I can tell you. Now the viewers can't really appreciate what we are exposed to, but we are sitting under a gazebo or under an umbrella next to the side screen at the field. On the left we are watching youngsters practice in the nets. On the right we've got this massive stadium with music playing and the smell of food.
Yeah.
I can't quite describe it to you, but it's as close to heaven as I guess we'll get in this vantage point. It's
Well, and
pretty
cricket
special.
going on.
And
And
international
going
cricket
on.
in front of us. So
Yeah.
yeah, as the sun is starting to disappear slightly. Remember, it gets dark only around 7:30, 8 o'clock in Cape Town.
Yeah.
So we have that additional light. It's a good shot.
That's a good hit.
Down the ground for 4.
Straight as a die. Right back over the stumps. 4 runs. Got 6 overs to go. I mean, they'd like to make about 250 plus, wouldn't they? $250? I think 150 probably is more likely than 250 from here.
No, they won't get to
They
250.
won't get to 250, no.
It's down the leg side. Yeah, I like what you've just mentioned purely because they, even though the game is gone, reassess and say, right, we've got 5 overs, 2 wickets in hand. Let's try and bat at 6 to the over for the next 5.
Yeah.
30 on this score is 160.
Yeah.
Let's
That's something to take into tomorrow, isn't it?
put a small target
Yeah.
to mind. Doesn't matter about the match, that's done. See if you can establish a little mini victory for yourselves. Otherwise the game just drifts. And tomorrow you might be called upon to score 10 of the last 2
Exactly.
overs to win.
Exactly.
And then you've got some match practice around how to do that.
And you've got that mental blueprint of what it takes to score runs like that.
Easier said than done. We're not out there batting and
No.
facing a quality bowling lineup.
And it's not been easy to score runs all day when the ball's been on the wicket. And I think that's been the major difference, maybe, is that Wales have bowled in general a lot straighter than the USA have managed to do earlier on today. That's a big hit. But well fielded on the boundary by Tony Smith. So just a single from it. So Johan mentioned the umbrella earlier, and I'll tell you something about it in a minute when I return.
And so the reference is to return to move it again, because the sun is obviously also positioned right into our eyes, but we are able to maneuver the umbrella so that we continue to sit in the shade.
Great big heavy thing it is. So I won't need to go to the gym later on. Yes, every sort of 10-15 minutes or so we've had to go and move it a few inches just to keep the majority of the sun off us. It's funny, but all those people down in West Wales are getting in touch here. They're saying it's 42 degrees. I bet they wish they had an umbrella like we've got.
And all of them are lying.
Do you think so? Do you really think so?
Uh,
I just have this vision of Tenby and its tower in glorious sunshine now. Full of jealousy that we've got an umbrella and they haven't.
Well, an umbrella to keep the sun away from us, not the rain.
Well, yes. Ooh, it's another good stop.
Oh, there could be trouble.
Nope. Gareth Edwards has really thrown himself around the field today, saved a lot of runs in the field for Wales. And it's Gareth Edwards again there who stopped that ball, who looked as if it was going to the boundary. Oh, another dive.
A lot of them.
Yeah. So even though the game is effectively dead and buried, still a huge commitment from the Welsh fielders here, which is great to see.
So, play of the match. Are we going to venture into that territory? Mike Kane?
I mean, only one real challenger to that, but I think 30 runs more is 30 runs more. So I think Canny's won this hands down, really. I mean, excellent effort from Adrian Webber. Tony Smith 3 wickets.
Yeah, guess Tony Smith, there's 2 wickets left in the bank to still get, and Tony Smith could finish with a fifer because he still has 2 overs to go. But I think in the game analysis, to have put them in a position of strength, it had to come from the batters, and there's a centurion with an unbeaten score to his name.
Yeah, at more than a run a ball.
I think
it's fairly unanimous, isn't it?
Congratulations on our play of the match, for what it's worth. Is Mike Kane. That's straight up.
It's straight up. Is he going to get it? Is he going to make it? No, he's not. Again, one of those where as a bowler, as a fielder, you're thinking, I'm going to get it, I'm going to get it, I'm going to get it, and it just keeps going just away from you. It landed about 2 or 3 yards away from Paul Murphy in the end. And it's been a good performance, a good solid performance from the Welsh bowlers, hasn't it? You look at the figures, the economy rates.
Now, as that hit something, we'll wait for the umpire's signal. Leg by.
Leg by.
Yeah, it has polished right through the bank. Spoke a lot about the extras column. I think that in the analysis that could be the only thing that I would be talking about, saying this is going to cost us
19
in a big
wides.
game.
19 wides, a lot of runs.
But from a batting perspective, good time in the middle. Only player that really needs some runs was Mike Hayden, but that will come.
Oh, hang on. Nope. Again, a lack of calling there. It's been, if the Welsh bowling of wides has been an issue, I'd say that the calling of runs by the USA team has been equally disappointing for them, shall we say. I think that shout was more for the lack of shot rather than the chances of that ball hitting the wicket. It was well outside leg, which is why the batsman didn't play at it. But as a bowler, you always tend to get a bit excited when the batsman plays no shot, which happened there. Everett playing no shot at that. Murphy floats it up, they push it out to mid wicket, they take a single. Moves the score on to 136 for 8. 42 overs gone, 3 overs to go, 184 runs needed. And it looks as if Wales are going to go with the 5 bowlers. Tony Smith coming in for his 8th over now. For those of you that are statistically minded, 61.33 recurring is now the asking rate. For those of you statistically minded, you'll know that 36 is the most you can score in an over. Well, stranger things have happened, I'm sure, but almost come to the time where it's safe to say that Wales have this in the bag. And another dot ball goes. Makes the impossible task even more impossible. Smith gives it a good tweak. And again, that's another dot ball. Smith into the left-handed Everett. It's the ball go outside the off stump, and Hugh Quick takes the bails off, but the batsman hadn't left his crease, so no appeal from the Welsh fielders there. Smith is in, bowls flat outside the off stump, pushed out the covers. Ade Webber takes it comfortably one-handed, throws it back into the keeper. 15 balls left for the innings. Smith is in, bowls it, moved in the air, that ball. Last ball of the over coming up. Ooh. And he's bowled a maiden. 43rd over of the innings. Tony Smith has bowled a maiden. So 2 overs remaining. Of the innings. Paul Murphy to bowl his 9th and final over. That was a googly. So I was trying to explain a googly. Googly is a ball bowled by a right arm back of the hand bowler And rather than the natural turn to the right-hander, that goes from leg to off. It goes the other way. To the left-hander it goes from leg to off. USA picking up a run there. And he's pushed that around like he's going to get a boundary. He's going to get a boundary. Back with a square. On the 45. And again, even at this late stage of the game, you see what happens. You bowl a
match, which will probably be bowled by Tony Smith unless someone convinces the captain to that they want to roll their arm over for 6 deliveries. I'm not seeing too many candidates that's warming up and running past the captain, swinging their arms, saying that they haven't done much today, give them 6 deliveries.
I can assure you, if I was out there now, I'd be in his ear.
I would have taken off my keeping pads.
And I know what the answer would be. Mike Hayden's a very, very fine cricketer, very fine judge of a cricketer, and would know full well never to entrust me with a ball in my hand.
Now that brings to an end Paul Murphy's spell. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. Also going at 3.9 to the over. Currently, along with Tony Smith, they classified as the most expensive in this Welsh lineup, and not something that you would want to end the day with. So he's going to keep a close eye on Tony Smith's last over, purely for the so-called alleged fines committee that we don't know if it does exist in the Welsh camp. It's only rumoured. You never know, these committees, they find funny things that they put in a box.
I certainly think worst economy is findable though, isn't it? In anybody's book.
Well, again, just leaving it out there.
If such a thing existed.
I'm sure you'll report about that tomorrow morning in your commentary stint. If it did happen or not. You never know.
If it happens, you never know. And there's an argument as if it did happen, let's keep the mystique going as well.
Yeah, don't give away what do they say, what happens on tour stays on tour.
Exactly.
So I guess let's take positives from a USA point of view. That they batted through 45 overs, so that you can take as a plus.
Yeah.
Got themselves to 145. Bowling, too many extras. There were patches where they did well, and at the end of the day, the difference really was 2 superb knocks from 2 individuals in this Welsh lineup. Took the game away from them, and that was Adrian Webber's 86 and Mike Cairns' 112 not out. That was the real damage done. They used 8 bowlers. How do they regroup overnight and take on the challenge of their fellow teammates? USA against USA tomorrow, lined up for Rondebosch. This one is aerial, allowed to bounce.
Short.
Oh, it's going to be a run out. It's going to be the easiest of run outs. Well, we called it throughout the course of the USA innings. It was bound to happen. They've just gone on too many little strolls.
I'm surprised there hasn't been. That's just the second run out, but you could easily have had 5 or 6 run outs here today. Nobody would have said a word, would they?
Well, there's never a pleasant time to come out in the latter stages of a match, but you're coming out to face maybe 1 delivery because you're the non-striker and there's 2 deliveries remaining. So at best you'll face 1. Everyone would have had a chance to pad up. Last wicket stand for USA. Bharat Patel run out by Tony Smith and Gareth Edwards in tandem. His contribution 16 of 19 deliveries. And final rights then of this match. A run out, of course, not classified in the bowling or wickets column. It is a wicket, but the bowler doesn't get credited for a run out. So Tony Smith still left on 3 for 34 with 2 balls to play.
But that now means that Tony can't get his fifer. Because there's only one wicket to take, and he's only got the 3.
Only one.
We're clutching at straws here, I think, aren't we?
It's been a good day. Good first day of this Over-60 International Cricket Series. Win for Zimbabwe over South Africa Impalas by 3 runs. Win for the Kudus, South Africa Kudus against USA by 9 wickets. And we don't quite know the margin of victory yet for Wales, but it will be an emphatic one. And then we can look forward to match day number 2, which is tomorrow. So Jairam has walked all the way to the middle and he won't face a delivery. So do they block this out, and do they take an almighty swing?
To make it a 150.
They need a boundary. It's flighted up. Goes the aerial route, but can't clear the inner ring.
No.
And the single will be all she wrote for this specific match. Handshakes all round. Wales have done the business, and they've been full value for their comprehensive victory this afternoon in Cape Town. They did the damage with the bat, put up a very commanding score, and the bowlers supported after the 319 that was posted. 86 to Adrian Webber and an unbeaten 112 to Mike Cann, part of that 319 runs that Wales put together. And then from a bowling perspective, 3 wickets to Tony Smith, 3 for 35 from his 9 overs, 2 for 23 from Chris Hudson, and a wicket apiece to Kevin Bowen and Paul Murphy, confirming a victory for Wales by an impressive 172 runs. We hope to see you somewhere in the Cape during the course of the next couple of days. You, Owen, thank you for your company. It was a pleasure, and good luck also for the rest of your commentary stints and also for the Welsh team. And let's see what tomorrow brings. But match day number 1 is officially done, and Wales will celebrate with a victory by 172 runs. Big challenges still remaining in the rest of this week. We will catch up with you again when we get to match day 2 tomorrow.